This audio belongs to list-read.com. Visit list-read.com to read full book and many other books. Regretting You by Colleen Hoover. Chapter 1. Morgan. I wonder if humans are the only living creatures that ever feel hollow inside. I don't understand how my body can be full of everything bodies are full of, bones and muscles and blood and organs, yet my chest sometimes feels vacant, as if someone could scream into my mouth and it would echo inside of me. I've been feeling this way for a few weeks now. I was hoping it would pass because I'm beginning to worry about what's causing this emptiness. I have a great boyfriend I've been dating for almost 2 years now. If I don't count Chris's moments of intense teenage immaturity, mostly fueled by alcohol, he's everything I want in a boyfriend. Funny, attractive, loves his mother, has goals. I don't see how he could be the cause of this feeling. And then there's Jenny. My little sister, my best friend. But I know she's not the source of my emptiness. She's the primary source of my happiness, even though we're complete opposites. She's outgoing, spontaneous, and loud and has a laugh I'd kill for. I'm quieter than she is, and more often than not, my laughter is forced. It's a running joke between us that we are so different. If we weren't sisters, we would hate each other. She'd find me boring and I'd find her annoying, but because we're sisters, and only 12 months apart, our differences somehow work. We have our moments of tension, but we never let an argument end without a resolution. And the older we get, the less we argue and the more we hang out. Especially now that she's dating Chris's best friend, Jonah. The four of us have spent almost every waking hour together as a group since Chris and Jonah graduated high school last month. My mother could be the source of my recent mood, but that wouldn't make sense. Her absence isn't anything new. In fact, I'm more used to it now than I used to be, so if anything, I've become more accepting of the fact that Jenny and I got the short end of the stick in the parent department. She's been inactive in our lives since our father died 5 years ago. I was more bitter about having to parent Jenny back then than I am now. And the older I get, the less it bothers me that she's not the type of mother to meddle in our lives, or give us a curfew, or care. It's honestly kind of fun being 17 and given the freedom most kids my age would dream of. Nothing has changed in my life recently to explain this profound emptiness I've been feeling. Or maybe it has, and I'm just too afraid to notice it. Guess what? Jenny says. She's in the front passenger seat. Jonah is driving, and Chris and I are in the back seat. I've been staring out the window during my bout of self-reflection, so I pause my thoughts and look at her. She's turned around in her seat, her eyes moving excitedly between me and Chris. She looks really pretty tonight. She borrowed one of my maxi dresses and kept it simple with very little makeup. It's amazing what a difference there is between 15-year-old Jenny and 16-year-old Jenny. Hank said he can hook us up tonight. Chris lifts a hand and high-fives Jenny. I look back out the window, not sure I like that she likes to get high. I've done it a handful of times, a byproduct of having the mother that we do. But Jenny is only 16 and partakes in whatever she can get her hands on at every party we go to. That's a big reason why I choose not to partake, because I've always felt a sense of responsibility for her since I'm older and our mother doesn't regulate our activities in any way. Sometimes I feel like I'm Chris's babysitter too. The only one in this car I don't have to babysit is Jonah, but that's not because he doesn't get drunk or high. He just seems to maintain a level of maturity despite whatever substances might be running through his system. He has one of the most consistent personalities I've ever encountered. He's quiet when he's drunk. Quiet when he's high. Quiet when he's happy. And somehow even quieter when he's mad. He's been Chris's best friend since they were kids, and they are like the male versions of me and Jenny, but opposite. Chris and Jenny are the life of every party. Jonah and I are the invisible sidekicks. Fine by me. I'd rather blend in with the wallpaper and quietly enjoy people watching than be the one standing on a table in the center of a room, being the one people are watching. How far out is this place? Jonah asks. About 5 more miles, Chris says. Not far. Maybe not far from here, but far from our houses. Who's driving home tonight? Jonah asks. Not it. Jenny and Chris both say at the same time. Jonah glances at me in the rearview mirror. He holds my stare for a moment, and then I nod. He nods too. Without even speaking, we've both agreed we'll stay sober tonight. I don't know how we do it, communicate without communicating, but it has always been an effortless thing between us. Maybe it's because we're a lot alike, so our minds are in sync a lot of the time. Jenny and Chris don't notice. They don't need to communicate silently with anyone because anything and everything they need to say rolls off the tips of their tongues whether it should or not. Chris grabs my hand to get my attention. When I look at him, he kisses me. You look pretty tonight, he whispers. I smile at him. Thank you. You don't look so bad yourself. Wanna stay at my house tonight? I think about that for a second, but Jenny spins around in her seat again and answers for me. She can't leave me alone tonight. I'm a minor about to spend the next 4 hours ingesting a lot of alcohol and maybe an illegal substance. Who's gonna hold back my hair while I vomit in the morning if she stays at your place? Chris shrugs. Jonah? Jenny laughs. Jonah has typical parents who want him home by midnight. You know that. Jonah just graduated high school, Chris says, talking about him like he's not in the front seat listening to every word. He should man up and stay out all night for once. Jonah is pulling the car into a gas station when Chris says that. Anyone need anything? Jonah asks, ignoring the conversation being had about him. Yeah, I'm gonna try to buy some beer, Chris says, unbuckling his seat belt. That actually makes me laugh. You look every minute of 18. They aren't going to sell you beer. Chris grins at me, taking that comment as a challenge. He gets out of the car to go inside, and Jonah gets out to pump gas. I reach into Jonah's console and grab one of the watermelon Jolly Ranchers he always leaves behind. Watermelon is the best flavor. I don't understand how anyone could hate it, but apparently he does. Jenny unbuckles her seat belt and crawls into the back seat with me. She curls her legs beneath her, facing me. Her eyes are full of mischief when she says, I think I'm gonna have sex with Jonah tonight. For the first time in ages, my chest feels full, but not in a good way. It feels like it's being flooded with thick water. Maybe even mud. You just turned 16. The same age you were when you had sex with Chris for the first time. Yeah, but we had been dating longer than 2 months. And I still regret it. It hurt like hell, lasted maybe a minute, and he smelled like tequila. I pause because it sounds like I just insulted my boyfriend's skills. He got better. Jenny laughs but then falls back against the seat in a sigh. I feel like it's commendable that I've held out 2 months. I want to laugh, because 2 months is nothing. I'd rather her wait an entire year. Or 5. I don't know why I'm so against this. She's right, I was younger than her when I started having sex. And if she's going to lose her virginity to someone, at least it's to someone I know is a good person. Jonah has never taken advantage of her. In fact, he's known Jenny for an entire year and never made a pass at her until she was 16. It was frustrating to her, but it made me respect him. I sigh. You lose your virginity once, Jenny. I don't want this moment to be while you're drunk in a stranger's house, having sex on someone else's bed. Jenny moves her head from side to side like she's actually contemplating what I've said. Then maybe we could do it in his car. I laugh, but not because that's funny. I laugh because she's making fun of me. That's exactly how I lost my virginity to Chris. Cramped in the back seat of his father's Audi. It was absolutely unremarkable and wholly embarrassing, And even though we got better, it would be nice if our first time had been something we could look back on with fonder memories. I don't even want to think about this. Or talk about it. It's hard being best friends with my little sister for this very reason. I want to be excited for her and hear all about it, but at the same time, I want to protect her from making the same mistakes I made. I always want better for her. I look at her sincerely, trying my best not to seem motherly. If it happens tonight, just stay sober, at least. Jenny rolls her eyes at my advice and crawls back into the front seat just as Jonah opens his door. Chris is back too. Without beer. He slams his door and folds his arms over his chest. It really sucks having a baby face. I laugh and run my hand across his cheek, pulling his focus to mine. I like your baby face. That makes him smile. He leans in and kisses me but pulls away as soon as his lips meet mine. He taps Jonah's seat. You try it. Chris takes cash out of his pocket and reaches into the front, dropping it on the console. Won't there be plenty of alcohol there? Jonah asks. It's the biggest graduation party of the year. The entire senior class will be there, and every one of us are underage. We need all the reinforcements we can get. Jonah reluctantly grabs the cash and gets out of the car. Chris kisses me again, this time with tongue. He pulls back pretty quickly, though. What's in your mouth? I crunch down on the Jolly Rancher to break it. Candy. I want some, he says, bringing his mouth back to mine. Jenny groans from the front seat. Stop. I can hear you slurping. Chris pulls back with a grin but also with a piece of Jolly Rancher in his mouth. He bites down on it while putting on his seat belt. It's been 6 weeks since we graduated. Who has a graduation party 6 weeks after graduation? Not that I'm complaining. Just seems like we should be past the graduation celebrations by now. It hasn't been 6 weeks. It's only been 4, I say. 6, he corrects. It's July 11th. 6. I try to keep the sudden onslaught of tension in every single muscle in my body from being visible to Chris, but I can't help but have a reaction to what he just said. Every part of me stiffens. It hasn't been 6 weeks. Has it? If it's been 6 weeks, that means I'm 2 weeks late for my period. Shit. Shit, shit, shit. The trunk to Jonah's car pops open. Chris and I both spin around, just as Jonah slams the trunk shut and walks to the driver's side door. When he gets in the car, he has a smug smile on his face. Motherfucker, Chris mutters, shaking his head. She didn't even card you. Jonah puts the car in drive and begins to pull out. It's all in the confidence, my friend. I watch as Jonah reaches across the seat and takes Jenny's hand. I look out the window, my stomach in knots, my palms sweating, my heart pounding, my fingers quietly counting the days since my last period. I haven't given it any thought at all. I know it was graduation because Chris was bummed we couldn't have sex. But I've just been expecting to get it any day now, thinking it's only been a month since they graduated. The 4 of us have been so busy doing a ton of nothing during summer break that I haven't even thought about it. 12 days. I'm 12 days late. It's all I've thought about all night while at this graduation party. I want to borrow Jonah's car keys, drive to a 24-hour pharmacy, and buy a pregnancy test, but that would only make him ask questions. And Jenny and Chris would notice my absence. Instead, I have to spend the entire evening surrounded by music so loud I can feel it cracking in my bones. There are sweaty bodies in every part of this house, so there's nowhere I can escape to. I'm too scared to drink now, because if I am pregnant, I have no idea what that could do. I've never given pregnancy much thought, so I don't know exactly how much alcohol can harm a fetus. I won't even take that chance. I can't believe this. Morgan. Chris yells from across the room. He's standing on a table. Another guy is standing on a table next to him. They're playing a game where they balance on one leg and take turns downing shots until one of them falls. It's Chris's favorite drinking game and my least favorite time to be around him, but he's waving me over. Before I make it across the room, the guy on the other table falls, and Chris raises a victorious fist in the air. Then he jumps down just as I reach him. He wraps an arm around me, pulling me to him. "You're being boring," he says. He brings his cup to my mouth. "Drink. Be merry." I push the cup away. "I'm driving us all home tonight. I don't want to drink." "No, Jonah is driving tonight." "You're good." Chris tries again to give me another drink, but I push it away again. "Jonah wanted to drink, so I told him I'd drive," I lie. Chris looks around, spotting someone nearby. I follow his gaze to see Jonah sitting on the couch next to Jenny, whose legs are draped across his lap. "You're Dee tonight, right?" Jonah glances at me before answering Chris. It's a 2-second silent conversation, but Jonah can see in my pleading expression that I need him to tell Chris he's not. Jonah tilts his head a little in curiosity but then looks at Chris. "Nope. I'm getting hammered." Chris slumps his shoulders and looks back at me. "Fine. I guess I'll have to have fun all alone." I'm trying not to be insulted by his words, but it's hard not to be. "Are you saying I'm not any fun when I'm sober?" "You are fun, but drunk Morgan is my favorite Morgan." Wow. That kinda makes me sad. But he's drunk, so I'll excuse his insults right now, even if it's just to avoid an argument. I'm not in the mood. I've got more important things on my mind. I pat Chris's chest with both hands. "Well, drunk Morgan won't be here tonight, so go find people you can have fun with." Right when I say that, someone grabs Chris's arm and pulls him back to the tables. "Rematch," the guy says. With that, my level of sobriety is no longer Chris's concern, so I take that as an opportunity to escape from him, this noise, these people. I walk out the back door and am met with a quieter version of the party and a blast of fresh air. There's an empty chair next to the pool, and even though there's a couple in the water I'm almost certain are doing things that should be deemed unsanitary in a swimming pool, it's somehow less of a nuisance than being inside that house. I position my chair so that I can't see them, and I lean back and close my eyes. I spend the next few minutes trying not to obsess over any symptom I may or may not have had this past month. I don't even have time to start thinking about what all of this might mean for my future when I hear a chair being dragged across the concrete behind me. I don't even want to open my eyes and see who it is. I can't take Chris and all his drunkenness right now. I can't even take Jenny and her combination of wine coolers, weed, and being 16. "You okay?" I sigh from relief when I hear Jonah's voice. I tilt my head and open my eyes, smiling at him. "Yeah. I'm fine." I can see in his expression that he doesn't believe me, but whatever. There's no way I'm telling Jonah I'm late for my period because, A, it's none of his business and, B, I don't even know if I'm pregnant and, C, Chris is the first person I'll tell if I am. "Thanks for lying to Chris," I say. "I just really don't feel like drinking tonight." Jonah nods in understanding and offers me a plastic cup. I notice he's holding two, so I take one from him. "It's soda," he says. "Found a rogue can buried in one of the coolers." I take a sip and lean my head back. Soda tastes so much better than alcohol anyway. "Where's Jenny?" Jonah nudges his head toward the house. "Taking table shots." I couldn't stay to watch. I groan. I hate that game so much. Jonah laughs. "How did we both end up with people who are our exact opposites?" "You know what they say. Opposites attract." Jonah shrugs. I find it odd that he shrugs at that. He stares at me for a moment, then looks away and says, I heard what Chris said to you. I don't know if that's why you're out here, but I hope you know he didn't mean it. He's drunk. You know how he gets at these parties. I like that Jonah is defending Chris right now. Even though Chris can sometimes be a little insensitive, Jonah and I both know that his heart is bigger than both of ours put together. I might be mad if he did this all the time, but it's a graduation party. I get it, he's having fun, and he wants me to have fun with him. In a way, he's right. Drunk Morgan is way better than sober Morgan. Jonah looks at me pointedly. I wholeheartedly disagree with that. As soon as he says that, I pull my eyes from his and look down at my drink. I do this because I'm afraid of what's happening right now. My chest is starting to feel full again, but in a good way this time. That emptiness is being replaced with heat and flutters and heartbeats, and I hate it because it feels like I've just pinpointed what has caused me to feel so empty these past few weeks. Jonah. Sometimes when we're alone, he looks at me in a way that makes me feel empty when he looks away. It's a feeling I've never gotten when Chris looks at me. This realization scares me to death. Until lately, it seems I've gone my whole life without experiencing this feeling, but now that I have, it's as if part of me disappears when the feeling disappears. I cover my face with my hands. Out of all the people in the world to want to be around, it's a shitty realization to know Jonah Sullivan is starting to top that list. It's like my chest has been on a constant search for its missing piece, and Jonah is holding it in his fist. I stand up. I need to get away from him. I'm in love with Chris, so it makes me uncomfortable and itchy when I'm alone with his best friend and having these feelings. Maybe it's the soda making me feel this way. Or the fear that I might be pregnant. Maybe it has nothing to do with Jonah. I've been standing for all of 5 seconds when, out of nowhere, Chris appears. His arms tighten around me right before he propels us both into the pool. I'm both pissed and relieved, because I needed to get away from Jonah, but now I'm sinking into the deep end of a pool that I had no intentions of getting into fully clothed. I surface at the same time Chris does, but before I can yell at him, he pulls me to him and kisses me. I kiss him back because it's a much-needed distraction. Where's Jenny? Chris and I both look up, and Jonah is looming over us, glaring down at Chris. Don't know, Chris says. Jonah rolls his eyes. I asked you to keep an eye on her. She's drunk. Jonah walks toward the house to find Jenny. So am I, Chris says. Never ask a drunk person to babysit a drunk person. Chris moves a few feet until he can touch, and then he pulls me with him. He rests his back against the wall of the pool and positions me so that I'm holding onto his neck, facing him. I'm sorry for what I said earlier. I don't think any version of you is boring. I purse my lips together, relieved he noticed he was being an ass. I just wanted you to have fun tonight. I don't think you're having fun. I am now. I force a smile because I don't want him to notice the turmoil beneath my surface. But I can't help but be worried, no matter how hard I try to put it off until I know for certain. I'm worried for myself, for him, for us, for the child we might be bringing into this world way before either of us is ready. We can't afford this. We aren't prepared. I don't even know that Chris is the person I want to spend the rest of my life with. That's definitely something a person should be certain about before they go and create a human together. Wanna know what my favorite thing about you is? Chris asks. My shirt keeps floating up to the surface, so he tucks the front of it into my jeans. You're a sacrificer. I don't even know if that's a real word, but that's what you are. You do things you don't want to do to make life better for the people around you. Like being the designated driver. That doesn't make you boring. It makes you a hero. I laugh. Chris becomes complimentary when he's drunk. Sometimes I make fun of him for it, but I secretly love it. You're supposed to say something you love about me now, he says. I look up and to the left, like I'm having to think hard. He squeezes my side playfully. I love how much fun you are, I say. You make me laugh, even when you frustrate me. Chris smiles, and a dimple appears in the center of his chin. He has such a great smile. If I am pregnant and we do end up having a child together, I hope it at least has Chris's smile. That's the only positive thing I can think of that could come from this situation. What else? He asks. I reach my hand up and touch his dimple, fully prepared to tell him I love his smile, but instead, I say, I think you'll make a great dad someday. I don't know why I say that. Maybe I'm testing the waters. Seeing what his reaction will be. He laughs. Hell yeah, I will. Clara is gonna love me. I tilt my head. Clara? My future daughter. I've already named her. Still working on a boy name, though. I roll my eyes. What if your future wife hates that name? He slides his hands up my neck and grips my cheeks. You won't. Then he kisses me. And even though his kiss doesn't fill up my chest like Jonah's looks sometimes do, I feel a comforting reassurance in this moment. In his words. In his love for me. Whatever happens when I finally take a pregnancy test tomorrow, I'm confident he'll support me. It's just who Chris is. Guys, we should go, Jonah says. Chris and I separate and look up at Jonah. He's holding Jenny. Her arms are wrapped around his neck, and her face is pressed against his chest. She's groaning. I told her not to get on that table, Chris mutters, climbing out of the pool. He helps me out, and we squeeze as much water as we can from our clothes before heading to Jonah's car. Luckily, the seats are leather. I get in the driver's seat since Chris assumes Jonah has been drinking. Jonah gets in the back seat with Jenny. Chris is flipping through songs on the radio when we pull away from the party. Bohemian Rhapsody has just started playing on one of the stations, so Chris turns it up and starts to sing. A few seconds later, Jonah is singing along. Surprisingly, I quietly join them. There's no way any human can hear this song while driving and not sing along. Even if they're in the midst of a pregnancy scare at the age of 17 while feeling things for someone in the back seat of a car that they should only be feeling for the person in the front passenger seat. Chapter 2. Clara. 17 years later. I look at my passenger seat and cringe. As usual, there are crumbs of an unknown sauce caked in the crevices of the leather. I grab my backpack and toss it in the back seat, along with an old fast food bag and 2 empty water bottles. I attempt to swipe the crumbs away. I think it might be pieces of banana bread that Lexi was eating last week. Or it could be the crumbs from the bagel she was eating on our way to school this morning. Several graded papers are crumpled on my floorboard. I reach for them, swerving toward the ditch before righting the wheel and deciding to leave the papers where they are. A presentable car isn't worth dying for. When I reach the stop sign, I pause and give this decision the contemplation it deserves. I can keep driving toward my house, where my whole family is preparing for one of our traditional birthday dinners. Or I can do a U-turn and head back toward the top of the hill, where I just passed Miller Adams standing on the side of the road. He's avoided me for all of the last year, but I can't leave someone I even sort of know stranded in this heat no matter how awkward it might be between us. It's almost 100 degrees outside. I have the air conditioner on, but beads of sweat are sliding down my back, being soaked up by my bra. Lexi wears her bra for an entire week before washing it. She says she just douses it in deodorant every morning. To me, wearing a bra twice before washing it is almost as bad as wearing the same pair of underwear 2 days in a row. Too bad I don't apply the same philosophy of cleanliness to my car that I apply to my bras. I sniff the air, and my car smells of mildew. I debate spraying a bit of the deodorant I keep in my console, but if I decide to turn the car around and offer Miller a ride, my car will smell like freshly sprayed deodorant, and I'm not sure which is worse. A car that effortlessly smells like mildew, or a car that purposefully smells like fresh deodorant to cover up the smell of mildew. Not that I'm trying to impress Miller Adams. It's hard for me to worry about the opinion of a guy who seems to go out of his way to avoid me. But I do, for some reason. I never told Lexi this because it embarrasses me, but at the beginning of this year, Miller and I were assigned lockers next to each other. That lasted all of 2 hours before Charlie Banks started using Miller's locker. I asked Charlie if his locker had been reassigned, and he told me Miller offered him $20 to switch lockers. Maybe it had nothing to do with me, but it felt personal. I'm not sure what I did to make him dislike me, and I try not to care about his feelings behind his avoidance of me. But I don't like that he doesn't like me, so I'll be damned if I pass him up and offer validation to his feelings, because I'm nice, damn it. I'm not this terrible person he seems to think I am. I make the U-turn. I need his impression of me to change, even if it's merely for selfish reasons. When I approach the top of the hill, Miller is standing next to a road sign, holding his cell phone. I don't know where his car is, and he certainly isn't on this road because he's out for a casual run. He's wearing a pair of faded blue jeans and a black t-shirt, each a death sentence of their own in this heat, but paired together. Heat stroke is a strange way to want to go out, but to each his own. He's watching me as I loop my car around and park behind him. He's about 5 feet away from the front of my car, so I can see the smirk on his face when he slides his cell phone into his back pocket and looks up at me. I don't know if Miller realizes what his attention, or lack thereof, can do to a person. When he looks at you, he does it in such a way that it makes you feel like the most interesting thing he's ever seen. He puts his entire body into the look, somehow. He leans forward, his eyebrows draw together in curiosity, he nods his head, he listens, he laughs, he frowns. His expressions while he listens to people are captivating. Sometimes I watch him from afar as he holds conversations with people, secretly envious they're getting his rapt attention. I've always wondered what a full-on conversation would be like with him. Miller and I have never even had a conversation one-on-one, but there have been times I've caught him glancing at me in the past, and even a simple 1-second graze of his attention can send a shiver through me. I'm starting to think maybe I shouldn't have made the U-turn, but I did and I'm here, so I roll down my window and swallow my nerves. It's at least another 13 days before the next Greyhound. Need a ride? Miller stares at me a moment, then looks behind him at the empty roadway, as if he's waiting for a better option to come along. He wipes sweat from his forehead, then his focus lands on the sign he's gripping. The anticipation swirling around in my stomach is a clear signal that I care a lot about the opinion of Miller Adams, as much as I can try and convince myself that I don't. I hate that things are weird between us, even though nothing has happened that I'm aware of that would make them weird. But the way he avoids me makes it feel like we've had issues in the past, when really, we've had no interaction at all. It almost feels similar to breaking up with a guy and then not knowing how to navigate a friendship with him after the breakup. As much as I wish I didn't care to know anything about him, it's hard not to want attention from him because he's unique. And cute. Especially right now, with his ranger's cap turned backward and wisps of dark hair peeking out from beneath it. He's long overdue for a haircut. He usually keeps it shorter, but I noticed when we started back to school that it got a lot longer over the summer. I like it like this. I like it short too. Shit. I've been paying attention to his hair. I feel I've subconsciously betrayed myself. He's got a sucker in his mouth, which isn't unusual. I find his addiction to suckers amusing, but it also gives off a cocky vibe. I don't feel like insecure guys would walk around eating candy as much as he does, but he always shows up to school eating a sucker and usually has one in his mouth at the end of lunch. He pulls the sucker out of his mouth and licks his lips, and I feel every bit of the sweaty 16-year-old that I am right now. "Can you come here for a sec?" he asks. I'm willing to give him a ride, but getting back out in this heat was not part of the plan. "No. It's hot." He waves me over. "It'll only take a few minutes. Hurry, before I get caught." I really don't want to get out of my car. I'm regretting turning around, even if I am finally getting the conversation with him I've always wanted. It's a toss-up, though. Conversation with Miller comes a close second to the cold blast from my car's air conditioner, so I roll my eyes dramatically before exiting my vehicle. I need him to understand the huge sacrifice I'm making. The fresh oil from the pavement sticks to the bottom of my flip-flops. This road has been under construction for several months, and I'm pretty sure my shoes are now ruined because of it. I lift one of my feet and look at the bottom of my tarred shoe, groaning. "I'm sending you a bill for new shoes." He looks at my flip-flops questionably. "Those aren't shoes." I glance at the sign he's hanging onto. It's the city limit sign, held erect by a makeshift wooden platform. The platform is held down by two huge sandbags. Because of the road construction, none of the signs on this highway are cemented into the ground. Miller wipes beads of sweat off his forehead and then reaches down and lifts one of the sandbags, holding it out to me. "Carry this and follow me." I grunt when he drops the sandbag into my arms. "Follow you where?" He nudges his head in the direction I came from. "About 20 feet. He puts his sucker back in his mouth, picks up the other sandbag and tosses it effortlessly over his shoulder, then begins to drag the sign behind him. The wooden platform scratches against the pavement, and tiny pieces of wood splinter off. "Are you stealing the city limit sign?" "Nope. Just moving it." He continues walking while I stand still, staring at him as he drags the sign. The muscles in his forearms are pulled tight, and it makes me wonder what the rest of his muscles look like under this much strain. "Stop it, Clara." The sandbag is making my arms sore, and the lust is chipping away at my pride, so I reluctantly begin following him the 20 feet. "I was only planning on offering you a ride," I say to the back of his head. "I never intended to be an accomplice in whatever this is." Miller props the sign upright, drops his sandbag on the wooden slats, and then takes the other sandbag from my arms. He drops it in place and straightens the sign out so that it's facing the right way. He pulls the sucker back out of his mouth and smiles. "Perfect. Thank you." He wipes a hand on his jeans. "Can I catch a ride home? I swear it got 10 degrees hotter on my walk here. I should have brought my truck." I point up at the sign. "Why did we just move this sign?" He turns his ball cap around and pulls the bill of it down to block more of the sun. "I live about a mile that way," he says, throwing a thumb over his shoulder. "My favorite pizza place won't deliver outside the city limits, so I've been moving this sign a little every week. I'm trying to get it to the other side of our driveway before they finish construction and cement it back into the ground." "You're moving the city limit? For pizza?" Miller begins walking toward my car. "It's just a mile." "Isn't tampering with roadway signs illegal?" "Maybe. I don't know." I start following him. "Why are you moving it a little at a time? Why not just move it to the other side of your driveway right now?" He opens the passenger door. "If I move it in small increments, it's more likely to go unnoticed." Good point. Once we're inside my car, I remove my tarred flip-flops and turn up the air conditioning. My papers crumple beneath Miller's feet as he fastens his seat belt. He bends down and picks up the papers, then proceeds to flip through them and peruse my grades. "All A's," he says, moving the pile of papers to the back seat. "Does it come natural, or do you study a lot?" "Wow, you're nosy." "And it's a little of both." I start to pull the car onto the road when Miller opens the console and peeks inside. He's like a curious puppy. What are you doing? He pulls out my can of deodorant. For emergencies. He grins and then pops open the lid, sniffing it. Smells good. He drops it back into the console, then pulls out a pack of gum and takes a piece, then offers one to me. He's offering me a piece of my own gum. I shake my head, watching as he inspects my car with rude curiosity. He doesn't eat the gum because he still has a sucker in his mouth, so he slides it into his pocket and then begins to flip through songs on my radio. Are you always this intrusive? I'm an only child. He says it like it's an excuse. What are you listening to? My playlist is on shuffle, but this particular song is by Greta Van Fleet. He turns up the volume just as the song ends, so nothing is playing. Is she any good? It's not a she. It's a rock band. The opening guitar riff from the next song blares through the speakers, and a huge smile spreads across his face. I was expecting something a little more mellow, he yells. I look back at the road, wondering if this is who Miller Adams is all the time. Random, nosy, maybe even hyper. Our school isn't massive, but he's a senior, so I don't have any classes with him. But I know him well enough to recognize his avoidance of me. I've just never been in this type of situation with him. Up close and personal. I'm not sure what I was expecting, but this isn't it. He reaches for something tucked between the console and his seat, but before I realize what it is, he already has it open. I snatch it from him and toss it in the back seat. What was that? He asks. It's a folder with all my college applications, but I don't want to discuss it because it's a huge point of contention between my parents and me. It's nothing. Looked like a college application to a theater department. You're already sending in college applications. You are seriously the nosiest person I've ever met. And no. I'm just collecting them because I want to be prepared. And hiding them in my car because my parents would flip if they knew how serious I am about acting. Have you not applied anywhere yet? Yeah. Film school. Miller's mouth curls up in a grin. Now he's just being facetious. He begins tapping his hands on my dash in beat to the music. I'm trying to keep my eyes on the road, but I feel pulled to him. Partly because he's enthralling, but also because I feel like he needs a babysitter. He suddenly jolts upright, his spine straight, and it makes me tense up because I have no idea what just startled him. He pulls his phone out of his back pocket to answer a call I didn't hear come through over the music. He hits the power button on my stereo and pulls the sucker out of his mouth. There's barely anything left of it. Just a tiny little red nub. Hey, babe, he says into the phone. Babe? I try not to roll my eyes. Must be Shelby Phillips, his girlfriend. They've been dating for about a year now. She used to go to our school but graduated last year and goes to college about 4 to 5 minutes from here. I don't have an issue with her, but I've also never interacted with her. She's 2 years older than me, and although 2 years is nothing in adult years, 2 years is a lot in high school years. Knowing Miller is dating a college girl makes me sink into my seat a little. I don't know why it makes me feel inferior, as if attending college automatically makes a person more intellectual and interesting than a junior in high school could ever be. I keep my eyes on the road, even though I want to know every face he makes while on this phone call. I don't know why. On the way to my house. He pauses for her answer and then says, I thought that was tomorrow night. Another pause. Then, you just passed my driveway. It takes me a second to realize he's talking to me. I look at him, and he's got his hand over his phone. That was my driveway back there. I slam on the brakes. He catches the dash with his left hand and mutters shit with a laugh. I was so caught up in eavesdropping on his conversation I forgot what I was doing. Nah, Miller says into the phone. I went for a walk, and it got really hot, so I caught a ride home. I can hear Shelby on the other end of the line say, "Who gave you a ride?" He looks at me for a beat and then says, "Some dude." "I don't know. Call you later?" Some dude? Somebody's got trust issues. Miller ends the call just as I'm pulling into his driveway. It's the first time I've ever seen his house. I've known whereabouts he lived, but I've never actually laid eyes on the home due to rows of trees that line the driveway, hiding what lies beyond the white gravel. It's not what I expected. It's an older house, very small, wood-framed and in severe need of a paint job. The front porch holds the quintessential swing and 2 rocking chairs, which are the only things about this place that hold appeal. There's an old blue truck in the driveway and another car, not as old but somehow in worse shape than the house, that sits to the right of the house on cinder blocks, weeds grown up the sides of it, swallowing the frame. I'm kind of taken aback by it. I don't know why. I guess I just imagined he lived in some grandiose home with a backyard pond and a 4-car garage. People at our school can be harsh and seem to judge a person's popularity on the combination of looks and money, but maybe Miller's personality makes up for his lack of money because he seems popular. I've never known anyone to talk negatively about him. Not what you were expecting. His words jar me. I put the car in park when I reach the end of the driveway and do my best at pretending nothing about his home shocks me. I change the subject entirely, looking at him with narrowed eyes. "Some dude?" I ask, circling back to how he referred to me on his phone call. "I'm not telling my girlfriend I caught a ride with you," he says. "It'll turn into a 3-hour interrogation." Sounds like a fun and healthy relationship. It is, when I'm not being interrogated. If you hate being interrogated so much, maybe you shouldn't be tampering with the city limit. He's out of the car when I say that, but he leans down to look at me before he closes the door. "I won't mention you were an accomplice if you promise not to mention I'm adjusting the city limit." "Buy me new flip-flops, and I'll forget today even happened." He grins as if I amuse him, then says, "My wallet is inside. Follow me." I was only kidding, and based on the condition of the home he lives in, I'm not about to take cash from him. But it seems like we somehow developed this sarcastic rapport, so if I suddenly become sympathetic and refuse his money, I feel it might be insulting. I don't mind insulting him in jest, but I don't want to actually insult him. Besides, I can't protest because he's already walking toward his house. I leave my flip-flops in the car, not wanting to track tar into his house, and follow him barefooted up the creaky steps, noticing the rotting wood on the second step. I skip over that step. He notices. When we walk into the living room, Miller discards his tarred shoes by the front door. I'm relieved to see the inside of the home fares better than the outside. It's clean and organized, but the decor is ruthlessly trapped in the 60s. The furniture is older. An orange felt couch with your standard homemade Afghan draped over the back faces one wall. 2 green, extremely uncomfortable-looking chairs face the other. They look mid-century, but not in a modern way. Quite the opposite, actually. I have a feeling this furniture hasn't been changed out since it was purchased, long before Miller was even born. The only thing that looks fairly new is a recliner facing the television, but its occupant looks older than the furniture. I can only see a portion of his profile and the top of his balding, wrinkled head, but what little hair he does have is a shiny silver. He's snoring. It's hot inside. Almost hotter than it is outside. The air I'm gently sucking in is warm and smells of bacon grease. The living room window is raised, flanked by 2 oscillating fans pointed at the man. Miller's grandfather, probably. He looks too old to be his father. Miller passes through the living room and heads toward a hallway. It begins to weigh on me, the fact that I'm following him to take his money. It was only a joke. Now it feels like an extremely pathetic show of my character. When we reach his bedroom, he pushes open the door, but I remain in the hallway. I feel a breeze sweep through his room and reach me. It lifts the hair from my shoulder, and even though the breeze is warm, I find relief in it. My eyes scroll around Miller's room. Again, it is not reminiscent of the condition of the outside of his home. There's a bed, full size, flush against the far wall. He sleeps there. Right there, in that bed, tossing about in those white sheets at night. I force myself to look away from the bed, up at a huge poster of the Beatles hanging where a headboard would normally be. I wonder if Miller is a fan of older music, or if the poster has been here since the 60s, much like the living room furniture. The house is so old I wouldn't doubt it if this was his grandfather's room as a teenager. But what really catches my eye is the camera on his dresser. It's not a cheap camera. And there are several different size lenses next to it. It's a setup that would make an amateur photographer envious. You like photography? He follows my line of sight to the camera. I do. He pulls open the top drawer of his dresser. But my passion is film. I want to be a director. He glances at me. I'd kill to go to UT, but I doubt I can get a scholarship. So community college it is. I thought he was making fun of me in the car, but now that I'm looking around his room, it's sinking in that he really might have been telling me the truth. There's a stack of books next to his bed. One of them is by Sidney Lumet called Making Movies. I walk over and pick it up, flipping through it. You're really nosy, he mimics. I roll my eyes and set the book down. Does the community college even have a film department? He shakes his head. No. But it could be a stepping stone to somewhere that does. He walks closer to me, holding a $10 bill between his fingers. Those shoes are $5 at Walmart. Go crazy. I hesitate, no longer wanting to take the money from him. He sees my hesitation. It makes him sigh, frustrated, then he rolls his eyes and shoves the bill in the front left pocket of my jeans. The house is shit, but I'm not broke. Take the money. I swallow hard. He just stuck his fingers in my pocket. And I can still feel them, even though they're no longer there. I clear my throat and force a smile. Pleasure doing business with you. He tilts his head. Was it? Because you look hella guilty for taking my money. I'm usually a better actress than this. I'm disappointing myself. I walk toward his doorway, even though I'd love a better look at his bedroom. No guilt here. You ruined my shoes. You owed me. I back out of his room and begin to walk down the hallway, not expecting him to follow me, but he does. When I reach the living room, I pause. The old man is no longer in the recliner. He's in the kitchen, standing next to the refrigerator, twisting the lid off a water bottle. He eyes me with curiosity as he takes a sip. Miller sidesteps around me. You take your meds, Gramps? He calls him Gramps. It's kind of adorable. Gramps looks at Miller with a roll of his eyes. I've taken 'em every damn day since your grandma skipped town. I'm not an invalid. Yet, Miller quips. And Grandma didn't skip town. She died of a heart attack. Either way, she left me. Miller looks at me over his shoulder and winks. I'm not sure what the wink is for. Maybe to ease the fact that Gramps seems a little like Mr. Nebucracker, and Miller is assuring me that he's harmless. I'm beginning to think this is where Miller gets his sarcasm from. You're a nag, Gramps mutters. $20 says I outlive you and your entire generation of Darwin Award recipients. Miller laughs. Careful, Gramps. Your mean side is showing. Gramps eyes me for a moment, then looks back at Miller. Careful, Miller. Your infidelity is showing. Miller laughs at that jab, but I'm kind of embarrassed by it. Careful, Gramps. Your varicose veins are showing. Gramps tosses the water bottle lid and hits Miller square in the cheek with it. I'm rescinding your inheritance in my will. Go ahead. You always say the only thing you have worth any value is air. Gramps shrugs. Air you won't be inheriting now. I finally laugh. I wasn't positive their banter was friendly before the lid toss. Miller picks up the lid and fists it in his palm. He motions toward me. This is Clara Grant. She's a friend of mine from school. A friend? Okay. I give Gramps a small wave. Nice to meet you. Gramps tilts his head down a little, looking at me very seriously. Clara Grant. I nod. When Miller was 6 years old, he shit his pants at the grocery store because the automatic flusher on public toilets terrified him. Miller groans and opens the front door, looking at me. I should have known better than to bring you inside. He motions for me to head outside, but I don't. I don't know if I'm ready to leave, I say, laughing. I kind of want to hear more stories from Gramps. I've got plenty, Gramps says. In fact, you'll probably love this one. I have a video from when he was 15 and we were at the school. Gramps? Miller snaps, quickly cutting him off. Take a nap. It's been 5 minutes since your last one. Miller grabs my wrist and pulls me out of the house, closing the door behind him. Wait. What happened when you were 15? I'm hoping he finishes that story, because I need to know. Miller shakes his head and actually seems a little embarrassed. Nothing. He makes up shit. I grin. No, I think you're the one making up shit. I need that story. Miller puts a hand on my shoulder and urges me toward the porch steps. You're never getting it. Ever. You aren't aware of my persistence. And I like your grandpa. I might start visiting him, I tease. Once the city limit is moved, I'll order a pepperoni and pineapple pizza and listen to your Gramps tell embarrassing stories about you. Pineapple? On pizza? Miller shakes his head in mock disappointment. You aren't welcome here anymore. I walk down the steps, skipping the rotted one again. When I'm safe on the grass, I turn around. You can't dictate who I get to be friends with. And pineapple on pizza is delicious. It's the perfect combination of sweet and salty. I pull out my phone. Does your Gramps have Instagram? Miller rolls his eyes, but he's smiling. See you at school, Clara. Don't ever come back to my house again. I'm laughing as I walk back to my car. When I open the car door and turn around, Miller is looking down at his phone. He never once looks back at me. When he disappears inside his house, an Instagram notification pings through on my phone. Miller Adams started following you. I smile. Maybe it's all been in my head. Before I'm even out of the driveway, I'm dialing Aunt Jenny's number. Chapter 3. Morgan. Morgan, stop. Jenny pulls the knife from my hand and pushes me away from the cutting board. It's your birthday. You aren't supposed to do any of the work. I lean my hip into the counter and watch her begin chopping the tomato. I have to bite my tongue because she's slicing the tomato way too thick. The big sister in me still wants to take over and correct her, even in our 30s. But seriously, though. I could get 3 slices of tomato out of one of hers. Stop judging me, she says. I'm not. Yes, you are. You know I don't cook. That's why I was offering to slice the tomato. Jenny holds the knife up like she's going to cut me. I raise defensive hands and then push myself up onto the counter next to her. So, Jenny says, side-eyeing me. I can tell by the tone of her voice she's about to say something she knows I'm going to disagree with. Jonah and I decided to get married. Surprisingly, I have no outward reaction to that comment. But inside, those words feel like claws, hollowing out my stomach. He proposed. She lowers her voice to a whisper because Jonah is in the living room. Not really. It was more of a discussion. It makes sense for it to be our next move. That is the least romantic thing I've ever heard. Jenny narrows her eyes at me. Like your proposal was any different? Touché. I hate it when she makes good points. But she's right. There wasn't a fancy proposal or even a plain proposal. The day after I told Chris I was pregnant, he said, "Well, I guess we should get married." I said, "Yeah, I guess." And that was that. We've been happily married 17 years now, so I don't know why I'm judging Jenny for the situation she got herself in. It just feels different. Jonah and Chris are two completely different people, and at least Chris and I were in a relationship when I got pregnant. I'm not even sure what's going on with Jonah and Jenny. They haven't spoken since the summer after he graduated, and now he's suddenly back in our lives and potentially our family. Jonah's father died last year, and even though none of us had seen or spoken to him in years, Jenny decided to go to the funeral. They ended up having a one-night stand, but then he flew back home to Minnesota the next day. A month later, she found out she was pregnant. I'll hand it to Jonah, he did step up to the plate. He got his life tied up in Minnesota and moved back here a month before Jenny was due. Granted, that was only 3 months ago, so I guess my hesitation comes more from not really knowing who Jonah is at this point in his life. They dated for 2 months when Jenny was in high school, and now he moved across the country to raise a child with her. How many times have the two of you even had sex? Jenny looks at me in shock, like my question is too intrusive. I roll my eyes. Oh, stop acting modest. I'm serious. You had a one-night stand and then didn't see him until you were 9 months pregnant. Have you even been cleared by your doctor yet? Jenny nods. Last week. And? I ask, waiting for her to answer my question. 3 times. Including the one-night stand. She shakes her head. 4, I guess. Or, well, 5. That night counts as 2 times. Wow. They're practically strangers. 5 times? And now you're marrying him? Jenny is finished cutting the tomatoes. She plates them and starts slicing up an onion. It's not like we just met. You liked Jonah just fine when I dated him in high school. I don't understand why you have an issue with it now. I pull back. Let's see. He dumped you, moved to Minnesota the next day, disappeared for 17 years, and now he suddenly wants to commit to you for the rest of his life. I think it's odd that you think my reaction is odd. We have a child together, Morgan. Is that not the same reason you've been married to Chris for 17 years? There she goes, bringing up another good point. Her phone rings, so she wipes her hands and pulls it out of her pocket. Speaking of your child. She answers her cell. Hey, Clara. She has it on speakerphone, so it stings when I hear Clara say, "You aren't with my mother, are you?" Jenny's eyes widen in my direction. She begins backing toward the kitchen door. Nope. Jenny takes the phone off speaker and disappears into the living room. It doesn't bother me that Clara always calls my sister for advice, rather than asking me. The problem is Jenny has no idea how to give Clara advice. She spent her 20s partying, struggling through nursing school, and coming to me when she needed a place to stay. Usually when Clara calls Jenny with something important that Jenny doesn't know how to answer, she'll make an excuse to hang up, and then she'll call me and relay everything. I'll tell her what to tell Clara, then she'll call Clara back and relay the advice like it came from her. I like the setup, although I'd much rather Clara just ask me. But I get it. I'm her mom. Jenny is the cool aunt. Clara doesn't want me to know about certain things, and I get that. She'd die if she knew that I was aware of some of her secrets. Like when she asked Jenny to make her an appointment to get on birth control a few months ago, just in case. I hop off the counter and continue slicing the onion. The kitchen door swings open, and Jonah walks in. He nudges his head toward the cutting board. Jenny told me I have to take over because you aren't allowed to do anything. I roll my eyes and drop the knife, moving out of his way. I stare at his left hand, wondering what a wedding ring is going to look like on his ring finger. It's hard for me to imagine Jonah Sullivan committing to someone. I still can't believe he's back in our lives, and now he's here, in my kitchen, chopping onions on a cutting board that was given to me and Chris at the wedding Jonah didn't even attend. You okay? I look up at Jonah. His head is tilted, his cobalt eyes full of curiosity as he waits for me to answer him. Everything inside of me feels like it thickens, my blood, my saliva, my resentment. Yeah. I flash a quick smile. I'm fine. I need to give my focus to something else, anything else. I walk to the refrigerator and open it, pretending to look for something. I've successfully avoided one-on-one conversation with him since he moved back. I don't feel like making it a thing right now. Especially on my birthday. The kitchen door swings open, and Chris walks in with a pan of burgers fresh off the grill. I close the refrigerator and stare at the kitchen door, which continues to swing back and forth behind him. I hate that door more than I hate any other part of this house. I'm grateful for the house, don't get me wrong. Chris's parents gave it to us as a wedding present when they moved to Florida. But it's the same house Chris grew up in, and his father, and his grandfather. The house is a historical landmark, complete with the little white sign out front. It was built in 1918 and reminds me daily that it's over a century old. The creaky floorboards, the plumbing that's constantly in need of repair. Even after we remodeled 6 years ago, the age still screams out any chance it gets. Chris wanted to keep the original floor plan after the remodel, so even though a lot of the fixtures are new, it doesn't help that every room in this house is secluded and closed off from every other room. I wanted an open floor plan. Sometimes I feel like I can't breathe in this house with all these walls. I certainly can't eavesdrop on Jenny and Clara's conversation like I'd like to. Chris sets the pan of burgers on the stove. Gotta grab the rest, and then it'll be ready. Is Clara almost home? I don't know, I say. Ask Jenny. Chris raises his eyebrows, sensing my jealousy. He exits the kitchen, and the door continues to swing. Jonah stops it with his foot and then goes back to cutting up the vegetables. Even though the four of us used to be best friends, sometimes Jonah seems like a stranger to me. He looks mostly the same, but there are subtle differences. When we were teens, his hair was longer. So long he'd sometimes pull it back in a ponytail. It's short now and a richer brown. He lost some of the honey-colored streaks that would show up by the end of every summer, but the darker color just brings out the blue in his eyes even more. His eyes have always been kind, even when he was angry. The only time you could tell he was upset was when his angular jawline would tense. Chris is his opposite. He has blonde hair and emerald eyes and a jawline he doesn't keep hidden behind stubble. Chris's job requires him to be clean-cut, so his smooth skin makes him appear years younger than he actually is. And he has this adorable dimple that appears in the center of his chin when he smiles. I love it when he smiles, even after all these years of marriage. When I compare the two of them, it's hard to believe Jonah and Chris are both 35. Chris still has a baby face and could pass for being in his 20s. Jonah looks all of 35 and seems to have grown several inches, even since high school. It makes me wonder how much different I look now than I did as a teenager. I'd like to think I still appear as youthful as Chris, but I certainly feel a lot older than 33. Well, 34, now. Jonah brushes past me to grab a plate from the cabinet. He glances at me when he does and holds his stare. I can tell by the look on his face he has something to say, but he probably won't say it because he's always inside his head. He thinks more than he speaks. What? I stare back at him, waiting for a response. He shakes his head and turns around. Nothing. Never mind. You can't look at me like that and not tell me what you were about to say. He sighs, his back still to me as he grabs the head of lettuce and sticks the knife into it. It's your birthday. I don't want to bring it up on your birthday. Too late for that. He faces me again with a hesitant look in his eye, but he concedes and tells me his thoughts. You've barely spoken to me since I moved back. Wow. He cuts right to the chase. I can feel my chest and neck heat from the embarrassment of being called out. I clear my throat. I'm speaking to you now. Jonah folds his lips together, like he's trying to remain patient with me. It's different. Things feel different. His words tumble around in the kitchen, and I want to dodge them, but the kitchen is too damn small. Different from what? He wipes his hands on a dish towel. From how it used to be. Before I left. We used to talk all the time. I almost scoff at that ridiculous comment. Of course things are different. We're adults now, with lives, and children, and responsibilities. We can't just go back to the carefree friendships we all had back then. It's been over 17 years. Did you think you could show back up and the four of us would fall right back into place? He shrugs. Things fell back into place with me and Chris. And me and Jenny. Just not with me and you. I waver between wanting to duck out of the kitchen and yelling all the things I've been wanting to yell at him since he left in such a selfish way. I take a sip of my wine to stall my response. He's staring at me with eyes full of disappointment as I formulate a reply. Or maybe he's staring at me with contempt. Whatever he's feeling, it's the same look he gave me seconds before he walked away all those years ago. And just like back then, I don't know if his disappointment is directed inward or outward. He sighs. I can feel the weight of all his unpackaged thoughts. I'm sorry I left the way I did. But you can't stay mad at me forever, Morgan. His words come out quietly, like he doesn't want anyone else to hear our conversation. Then he walks out of the kitchen and ends it. It isn't until this moment that I'm reminded of the heaviness I used to feel when he was around. Sharing the same air with him sometimes felt stifling back then, like he was selfishly taking more of it than he needed and I was hardly left with any air at all. That same stifling feeling is back again, surrounding me in my own kitchen. Even though he's no longer in the kitchen and the door is swinging back and forth, I can still feel the heaviness bearing down on my chest. As soon as I stop the swinging kitchen door with my foot, Jenny pushes it back open. The conversation I refuse to partake in with Jonah gets shoved to the back of my mind for me to stew over later, because now I need to know everything Clara said to my sister. It was nothing, Jenny says flippantly. She gave some guy from her school a ride, and he started following her on Instagram. She wasn't sure if he was flirting with her. What guy? Jenny shrugs. Morris. Miller? I can't remember. His last name is Adams. Chris is in the kitchen now, setting another pan on the stove. Miller Adams? Why are we talking about Miller Adams? You know him? I ask. Chris shoots me a look that lets me know I should know exactly who Miller Adams is, but the name rings no bells. He's Hank's boy. Hank? There are still people named Hank in this world. Chris rolls his eyes. Morgan, come on. Hank Adams. We went to school with him. I vaguely remember that name. Chris shakes his head. He's the kid who used to sell me weed. Ended up dropping out junior year. Got arrested for stealing the science teacher's car. And a load of other shit. Pretty sure he's been in jail a few years now. Chris gives his attention to Jenny. Too many DUIs or something. Why are we talking about his son? Clara isn't dating him, is she? Jenny grabs the pitcher of iced tea from the refrigerator and closes the door with her hip. No. We're talking about a celebrity named Miller Adams. You're talking about someone local. Different people. Chris blows out a rush of air. Thank God. That's the last family she needs to be involved with. Anything involving his daughter and a boy is not an easy subject with Chris. He takes the tea from Jenny and leaves the kitchen to go place it on the dining room table. I laugh once I know Chris is out of earshot. A celebrity? Jenny shrugs. I don't want to get her in trouble. Jenny has always been quick on her feet. She's so good at improvising it's scary. I glance at the door to make sure it's closed, then look back at her. Jonah thinks I hate him. Jenny shrugs. Feels that way sometimes. I've never hated him. You know that. It's just, you barely know him. We have a child together. It takes 30 seconds to make a baby. Jenny laughs. It was more like 3 hours, if you really want to know. I roll my eyes. I don't want to know. Chris yells from the dining room to let us know the food is ready. Jenny walks out of the kitchen with the burgers, and I plate the rest of the vegetables and take them to the table. Chris sits across from Jenny, and I sit next to Chris. Which means Jonah is directly across from me. We successfully avoid eye contact while making our plates. Hopefully the rest of dinner will go much the same way. It's all I really want for my birthday, little to no eye contact with Jonah Sullivan. Are you excited for tomorrow? Chris asks Jenny. Jenny nods vigorously. You have no idea. She's a nurse at the same hospital where Chris is head of quality control. She's been on maternity leave since Elijah was born 6 weeks ago, and tomorrow is her first day back. The front door bursts open, and Clara's best friend, Lexi, walks in. You started eating without me. You're perpetually late. We always start without you. Where's Clara? On her way, I guess, Lexi says. I was going to catch a ride with her, but Mom let me use the car. Lexi looks around the table, taking in who all is here. She nods at Jonah. Hey, Uncle Teacher. Hi, Lexi, he says, seemingly annoyed at the nickname she's given him. Jonah got a job at Clara's school as a history teacher when he moved back. I still can't believe he's a teacher. I don't ever remember him talking about wanting to become a teacher. But I guess there weren't a lot of options in our small East Texas town when he decided to move back and help Jenny with Elijah. He came from the business world, but all you need to become a teacher around here is a bachelor's degree and an application. They're in short supply thanks to the shitty pay scale. You sure you don't mind keeping Elijah this week? Jenny asks me. Not at all. I'm excited. I really am excited. He'll be in daycare starting next week, so I've agreed to keep him for the 4 days Jenny works this week. Sometimes I'm surprised that Chris and I never had another child after Clara. We talked about it, but we never seemed to be on the same page at the same time. There was a stretch where I wanted another, but he was working so much that he wasn't ready. Then when Clara was about 13, Chris brought up the idea of having another one, but the thought of having an infant and a teenager at the same time seemed a little terrifying. We haven't brought it up since, and now that I'm 34, I'm not sure I want to start over. Elijah is the perfect solution. A part-time baby I get to play with and send back home. Too bad I'm still in high school, Lexi says. I'd be a great babysitter. Jenny rolls her eyes. Weren't you the one who put a random dog in my backyard because you thought it was mine? It looked like your dog. I don't even have a dog, Jenny says. Lexi shrugs. Well, I thought you did. Excuse me for being proactive. Lexi finally takes her seat after having made her plate. I can't stay long. I have a Tinder date. I still can't believe you're on Tinder, Jenny mutters. You're 16. Don't you have to be 18 to even open an account? Lexi grins. I am 18 on Tinder. And speaking of things that surprise us, I'm still shocked you've had the same boyfriend for more than one night. It's so unlike you. She looks at Jonah. No offense. None taken, Jonah says with a mouthful. Jenny and Lexi have always had this kind of banter. I find it entertaining, mostly because they're so much alike. Jenny had a string of boyfriends throughout her 20s, and had there been Tinder back then, Jenny would have been Tinder queen. Me, not so much. Chris is the only guy I've ever dated. The only guy I've ever kissed. That happens when you meet the man you're going to marry at such a young age. Hell, I met Chris before I even knew what I wanted to study in college. I guess it didn't matter, though, because I didn't last that long in college. Having Clara so young put a hold on any dreams I had for myself. I've been thinking a lot about that lately. Now that Clara is getting older, I've been feeling this gaping hole inside me, like it's sucking the air out of each day that passes by, where all I do is live for Chris and Clara. Clara finally walks into the house in the middle of my self-deprecating thought. She stops about 5 feet from the table, ignoring everyone and everything around her as her finger moves over her phone screen. Where have you been? Chris asks her. She's only about 30 minutes later than usual, but he notices. Sorry, she says, placing her phone down on the table next to Lexi's. She reaches over Jonah's shoulder to grab her plate. Theatre meeting after school and then one of my classmates needed a ride. She smiles at me. Happy birthday, Mom. Thank you. Who needed a ride? Chris asks her. Jenny and I look at each other right when Clara says, Miller Adams. Shit. Chris drops his fork to his plate. Lexi says, excuse me. Where was my phone call about this? Chris looks at Jenny and then at me like he's about to scold us for lying to him. I grip his leg under the table. A sign I don't want him to mention we were talking about it. He knows as well as I do that Jenny is a good source of information for what's going on in our daughter's life, and if he reveals Jenny was telling me about their conversation, we'll all suffer. Why are you giving Miller Adams a ride? He asks her. Yes, Lexi says. Why did you give Miller Adams a ride? Don't leave out a single detail. Clara ignores Lexi, responding only to her father. It was barely a mile. Why do you seem so bothered by it? Don't do it again, Chris says. I vote do it again, Lexi says. Clara looks at Chris in disbelief. It was hot out, I wasn't going to make him walk. Chris raises his eyebrow, something he doesn't do very often, which makes it all the more intimidating when he does. I don't want you involved with him, Clara. And you shouldn't be giving guys rides. It isn't safe. Your father is right, Lexi says. Only give hot guys rides when I'm with you. Clara falls down into her seat and rolls her eyes. Oh my God, Dad. He's not a stranger, and I'm not dating him. He's had the same girlfriend for a year. Yeah, but his girlfriend is in college, so it's not like she'll be in your way, Lexi says. Lexi? Chris says her name as more of a warning. Lexi nods and runs her fingers across her mouth, like she's zipping her lips shut. I'm a little in shock that Clara is sitting here acting like she didn't just call Jenny and slightly freak out that this kid was flirting with her. She's acting like she doesn't care, to both Chris and Lexi. But I know she does, thanks to Jenny. I stare at Clara in awe of her ability to pretend otherwise, but that awe is accompanied by a slight disturbance. I'm equally as impressed by her ability to lie as I am Jenny's ability to lie. It's scary. I couldn't lie if my life depended on it. I get flustered, and my cheeks flush. I do whatever I can to avoid confrontation. I don't care if he's single or married or a billionaire. I would appreciate it if you wouldn't give him another ride. Lexi makes a move like she's unzipping the imaginary zipper on her lips. You're her dad, you shouldn't say it like that. If you make a guy off limits to a teenage girl, that only makes us want him more. Chris points his fork at Lexi and looks around the table. Who keeps inviting her to these things? I laugh, but I also know Lexi is right. This isn't going to end well if Chris keeps this up. I can feel it. Clara already has a crush on the guy, and now her father has made him off limits. I'll have to warn Chris later not to bring it up again unless he wants Hank Adams to be Clara's future father-in-law. I feel out of the loop, Jonah says. What's so bad about Miller Adams? There's no loop, and there's nothing wrong with him, Clara assures him. It's just my parents, being overprotective as usual. She's right. My mother didn't shelter me as a child in any sense, which is part of the reason I ended up pregnant with Clara at 17. Because of that, Chris and I take it overboard with Clara sometimes. We admit that. But Clara is our only child, and we don't want her to end up in a situation like we did. Miller is a good kid, Jonah says. I have him in class. Nothing like Hank was at that age. You have him in class for 40 minutes a day, Chris says. You can't know him that well. Apples don't fall far from their trees. Jonah stares at Chris after that response. He chooses not to continue the conversation, though. Sometimes when Chris wants to make a point, he doesn't let up until the person he's arguing with gives in. When we were younger, I remember him and Jonah always going toe-to-toe. Jonah was the only one who wouldn't give in and let Chris win. Something has changed since he's been back, though. He's quieter around Chris. Always lets him get the final word. I don't think it's a show of weakness, though. In fact, it impresses me. Sometimes Chris still comes off as the hot-headed teenager he was when I met him. Jonah, however, seems above it. Like it's a waste of time to try to prove Chris wrong. Maybe that's another reason I don't like that Jonah's back. I don't like seeing Chris through Jonah's eyes. What makes you say that about him? Apples don't fall far from their trees, Clara asks. What's up with Miller's parents? Chris shakes his head. Don't worry about it. Clara shrugs and takes a bite of her burger. I'm glad she's letting it go. She's a lot like Chris in that she can sometimes be combative. You never know which way it's going to go with her. I, on the other hand, am not combative at all. It bothers Chris sometimes. He likes to prove a point, so when I give in and don't give him that opportunity, he feels like I win. It's the first thing I learned after marrying him. Sometimes you have to walk away from the fight in order to win it. Jonah seems just as ready to move on from the conversation as the rest of us. You didn't turn in your application for the UIL film project. I know, Clara says. Tomorrow is the deadline. I can't find anyone to sign up with. It's too hard to take on by myself. It bothers me that Jonah entertains this idea of hers. Clara wants to go to college and study acting. I have no doubt she'd be good at it because she's phenomenal on stage. But I also know what the odds are of actually succeeding in such a competitive industry. Not to mention if you are one of the few who do succeed, you're dealing with the price of fame. It's not something I want for my daughter. Chris and I would love acting to be a backup major to something that can actually sustain her financially. You don't want to help her with it? Jonah asks, his attention on Lexi. Lexi makes a face. Heck no. I work too much. Jonah returns his attention to Clara. Meet me before first period starts tomorrow. There's another student looking for a partner, and I'll see if they're interested. Clara nods, just as Lexi starts to wrap up the rest of her burger. Where are you going? Clara asks. Tinder date, Jenny answers for her. Clara laughs. Is he at least our age? Of course. You know I hate college boys. They all smell like beer. Lexi leans down and whispers something in Clara's ear. Clara laughs, and then Lexi leaves. Clara begins asking Jonah questions about the film project requirements. Jenny and Chris are in a conversation of their own, discussing everything she missed at the hospital while on maternity leave. I talk to no one and pick at my food. It's my birthday, and I'm surrounded by everyone important to me, but for some reason, I feel more alone than I've ever felt. I should be happy right now, but something is off. I can't put my finger on it. Maybe I'm getting bored. Or worse. Maybe I'm boring. Birthdays can do that to you. I've been analyzing my life all day, thinking about how I need something of my own. After having Clara so young, Chris and I married, and he's always taken care of us financially since graduating college. I've always taken care of the house, but Clara will be 17 in a couple months. Jenny has a career and a new child and is about to have a new husband. Chris got a promotion 3 months ago, which means he's at the office even more now. When Clara is away at college, where will that leave me? My thoughts are still stuck on the state of my life an hour after we've finished dinner. I'm loading the dishwasher when Jonah walks into the kitchen. He stops the door from swaying before it even starts. I appreciate that about him. He's a good dad, and he hates my kitchen door. That's 2 things. Maybe there's hope for our friendship yet. He's holding Elijah against his chest. Wet rag, please. That's when I see the spit up all over Jonah's shirt. I grab a rag and wet it, then hand it to him. I take Elijah from him while he cleans himself up. I look down at Elijah and smile. He looks a little like Clara did at this age. Fine blonde hair, dark blue eyes, a perfect little round head. I start to sway back and forth. He's such a good baby. Better than Clara. She was colicky and cried all the time. Elijah sleeps and eats and cries so little that sometimes Jenny will call me when he does cry just so we can gush over how cute he sounds when he's upset. I glance up, and Jonah is watching us. He looks away and reaches toward the diaper bag. I got you a birthday present. I'm confused. Before dinner he seemed so tense with me. Now he's giving me a birthday present. He hands me an unwrapped gift. A gallon-sized Ziploc bag full of candy. What are we, 12? It takes me a moment, but as soon as I see that it's an entire bag of watermelon Jolly Ranchers, I want to smile. But I frown, instead. He remembered. Jonah clears his throat and tosses the rag into the sink. He takes Elijah from me. We're about to head home. Happy birthday, Morgan. I smile, and it's probably the only genuine smile I've given him since he's been back. There's a moment between us, a 5-second stare, where he smiles and I nod before he leaves the kitchen. I don't know exactly what that 5 seconds meant, but maybe we've come to some kind of truce. He really is trying. He's great to Jenny, great to Elijah, one of Clara's favorite teachers. Why, when he's so great to everyone I love, have I been wishing he wasn't in any of our lives? Once Jenny, Jonah, and Elijah leave, Clara goes to her room. It's where she spends the majority of her evenings. She used to want to spend her evenings with me, but that stopped when she was around 14. Chris spends his evenings with his iPad, watching Netflix or sports. I waste mine away watching cable. The same shows every night. My weeks are so routine. I go to bed at the same time every night. I wake up at the same time every morning. I go to the same gym and do the same workout routine and run the same errands and cook the same scheduled meals. Maybe it's because it's my 34th birthday, but I've felt like this cloud has been hanging over me since I woke up this morning. Everyone around me seems to have a purpose, yet I feel like I've reached the age of 34 and have absolutely no life outside of Clara and Chris. I shouldn't be this boring. Some of my friends from high school haven't even started families yet, and my daughter will be out of the house in 21 months. Chris walks into the kitchen and grabs a bottle of water out of the fridge. He picks up the bag of Jolly Ranchers and inspects it. Why would you buy an entire bag of the worst flavor? It was a gift from Jonah. He laughs and drops the bag on the counter. What a terrible gift. I try not to read too much into the fact that he doesn't remember watermelon is my favorite flavor. I don't necessarily remember all the things he liked when we first met. I'll be late tomorrow. Don't bother with dinner. I nod, but I already bothered with dinner. It's in the slow cooker, but I don't tell him that. He starts to walk out of the kitchen. Chris? He stops short and faces me. I've been thinking about going back to college. For what? I shrug. I don't know yet. He tilts his head. But why now? You're 34. Wow. Chris immediately regrets saying that when he sees how much his choice of words hurts me. He pulls me in for a hug. That came out wrong. I'm sorry. He kisses the side of my head. I just didn't know it's something you were still interested in since I make plenty of money to support us. But if you want a degree, he kisses me on the forehead, go to college. I'm gonna take a shower. He leaves the kitchen, and I stare at the kitchen door as it swings back and forth. I really hate that door. I kind of want to sell the house and start over, but Chris would never go for it. It would give me something to put my energy into, though. Because right now, my energy is pent up. I feel swollen with it as I think about how much I want a new kitchen door. I might remove the whole door tomorrow. I'd rather have no door at all than a door that doesn't even work like a door should work. Doors should slam shut when you're angry. I open a Jolly Rancher and pop it in my mouth. The taste gives me a feeling of nostalgia, and I think back to when we were all teenagers, craving the nights the four of us would spend driving around in Jonah's car, me and Chris in the back seat, Jenny in the front. Jonah had a thing for Jolly Ranchers, so he always kept a bag in the console. He never ate the watermelon ones. It was his least favorite flavor, and my favorite, so he always left the watermelon for me. I can't believe it's been that long since I've had one. I swear, sometimes I forget who I was or what I loved before I got pregnant with Clara. It's like the day I found out I was pregnant, I became someone else. I guess that happens when you become a mother, though. Your focus is no longer on yourself. Your life becomes all about this beautiful tiny little human you created. Clara walks into the kitchen, no longer a beautiful tiny little human. She's beautiful and grown, and I ache at the loss of her childhood sometimes. When she'd sit in my lap or I'd snuggle up to her in bed until she fell asleep. Clara reaches to my bag. EA. Jolly Ranchers. She grabs one and walks to the refrigerator, opening it. Can I have a soda? It's late. You don't need the caffeine. Clara turns around and eyes me. But it's your birthday. We still haven't done your birthday board. I forgot about the birthday board. I actually perk up for the first time today. You're right. Grab me one too. Clara grins, and I go to my craft closet and pull out my birthday board. Clara may be too old to sit with me while I rock her to sleep, but at least she still gets just as excited about our traditions as I do. We started this one when she was 8 years old. Chris doesn't involve himself in this tradition, so it's just something Clara and I do twice a year. It's like a vision board, but rather than making a new one every year, we just add to the same one. We each have our own, and we add to them only on our respective birthdays. Clara's birthday is still a couple months away, so I grab my board and leave hers in the closet. Clara takes a seat next to me at the kitchen table and then selects a purple Sharpie. Before she starts writing, she looks over stuff we've put on it over the years. She runs her fingers over something she wrote on my board when she was 11. I hope my mom gets pregnant this year. She even cut out a tiny picture of a rattle and pasted it next to her wish. Still not too late to make me a big sister, she says. You're only 34. Not happening. She laughs. I look over the board, searching for one of the goals I wrote for myself last year. I find the picture I pasted of a flower garden in the top left of the board because it was my goal to uproot the bushes in the backyard and replant them with flowers. I met that goal in the spring. I find the other goal I had, and I frown when I read it. Find something to fill all the empty corners. I'm sure Clara thought I was being literal when I wrote it last year. I didn't actually want to fill every corner in my house with something. My goal was more of an internal one. Even last year, I'd been feeling unfulfilled. I'm proud of my husband and proud of my daughter, but when I look at myself and my life separate from theirs, there's very little I can find to be proud of. I just feel like I'm full of all this untapped potential. Sometimes my chest feels hollow, as if I've lived a life with nothing significant enough to fill it. My heart is full, but that's the only part of me that feels any weight. Clara begins to write her goal for me, so I lean toward her and read it. Except that your daughter wants to be an actress. She snaps the cap back on the Sharpie and puts it in the package. Her goal makes me feel guilty. It's not like I don't want her to follow her dreams. I just want her to be realistic. What are you going to do with an unusable degree if the acting thing doesn't work out for you? Clara shrugs. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. She pulls her leg up onto the chair and rests her chin on her knee. What about you? What did you want to be when you were my age? I stare at my board, wondering if I can even answer that question. I can't. I had no idea. I didn't have any special talents. I wasn't extremely smart in any one particular subject. Were you passionate about anything like I am about acting? I think about her question for a moment, but nothing comes to mind. I liked hanging out with my friends and not thinking about the future. I assumed I'd figure it out in college. Clara nods at the board. I think that should be this year's goal. You need to figure out what you're passionate about. Because it can't be being a housewife. It could, I say. Some people are perfectly fulfilled in that role. I used to be. I'm just not anymore. Clara takes another sip of her soda. I write down her suggestion. Find my passion. Clara may not want to know this, but she reminds me of myself at her age. Confident. Thought I knew everything. If I had to describe her in one word, it would be assured. I used to be assured, but now I'm just. I don't even know. If I had to describe myself with one word based on my behavior today, it would be whiny. When you think of me, what one word comes to mind? Mother, she instantly says. Housewife. Overprotective. She laughs at that last one. I'm serious. What one word would you use to describe my personality? Clara tilts her head and stares at me for several long seconds. Then, in a very honest and serious tone, she says, predictable. My mouth falls open in offense. Predictable. I mean, not in a bad way. Can predictable sum a person up in a good way? I can't think of a single person in the world who'd want to be summed up as predictable. Maybe I meant dependable, Clara says. She leans forward and hugs me. Night, Mom. Happy birthday. Good night. Clara goes to her bedroom, unknowingly leaving me in a pile of hurt feelings. I don't think she was trying to be mean, but predictable is not something I wanted to hear. Because it's everything I know I am and everything I feared I would grow up to be. Chapter 4. Clara. I probably shouldn't have called my mother predictable last night, because this is the first time in a long time that I've woken up for school and didn't find her in the kitchen cooking breakfast. Maybe I should apologize, because I'm starving. I find her in the living room, still in her pajamas, watching an episode of Real Housewives. What's for breakfast? I didn't feel like cooking. Eat a Pop-Tart. Definitely shouldn't have called her predictable. My father walks through the living room, straightening out his tie. He pauses when he sees my mother lying on the couch. You feeling okay? My mother rolls her head so that she's looking up at us from her comfy position on the couch. I'm fine. I just didn't feel like making breakfast. When she gives her attention back to the television, Dad and I look at each other. He raises a brow before walking over to her and pressing a quick kiss on her forehead. See you tonight. Love you. Love you too, she says. I follow my dad into the kitchen. I grab the Pop-Tarts and hand him one. I think it's my fault that she didn't cook breakfast. I nod. I told her she was predictable last night. Dad's nose scrunches up. Oh. Yeah, that wasn't nice. I didn't mean it in a bad way. She asked me to describe her using one word, and it's the first thing that came to mind. He pours himself a cup of coffee and leans against the counter in thought. I mean, you aren't wrong. She does like routine. Wakes up at 6 every morning. Breakfast is ready by 7. Dinner at 7:30 every night, he says. Rotating menu. Gym at 10 every morning. Grocery shopping on Mondays, I add. Sheets get washed every Wednesday. See? I say in defense. She's predictable. It's more of a fact than an insult. Well, he says, there was that one time we came home, and she'd left a note saying she went to the casino with Jenny. I remember that. We thought she'd been kidnapped. We really did think that. It was so unlike her to take a spontaneous overnight trip without planning months in advance, so we called both of them just to make sure she was the one who wrote the note. My father laughs as he pulls me in for a hug. I love his hugs. He wears the softest white button-up shirts to work, and sometimes when his arms are around me, it's like being wrapped in a cozy blanket. Only that blanket smells of the outdoors, and it sometimes disciplines you. I need to get going. He releases me and pulls at my hair. Have fun at school. Have fun at work. I follow him out of the kitchen to find Mom no longer on the couch but standing in front of the television. She's pointing the remote at the TV screen. The cable just froze. It's probably the remote, Dad says. Or the operator, I say, taking the remote from my mother. She always hits the wrong button and can't remember which one to press to get her back to her show. I hit all the buttons and nothing works, so I power everything off. Aunt Jenny walks into the house as I'm attempting to power the television back on for my mother. Knock, knock, she says, swinging open the door. Dad helps her with Elijah's car seat and an armful of stuff. I power the television back on, but it doesn't do anything. I think it's broken. Oh, God, my mother says, as if the idea of being home all day with an infant and no television is a nightmare of an existence. Aunt Jenny hands my mother Elijah's diaper bag. You guys still have cable? No one has cable anymore. There's only a year of age difference between Aunt Jenny and my mom, but sometimes it feels as though my mother is the parent of both of us. We try to tell her, but she insists on keeping it, I say. I don't want to watch my shows on an iPad, my mother says in defense. We get Netflix on our television, my father says. You can still watch it on the television. Bravo isn't on Netflix, my mother responds. We're keeping the cable. This conversation is making my head hurt, so I take Elijah out of his car seat to get a minute in with him before I have to leave for school. I was so excited when I found out Aunt Jenny was pregnant. I always wanted a sibling, but Mom and Dad never wanted more kids after they had me. He's as close as I'll ever get to a brother, so I want to be familiar to him. I want him to like me more than anyone else. Let me hold him, my father says, taking Elijah from me. I like how much my dad likes his nephew. Kind of makes me wish he and Mom would have another one. It's not too late. She's only 34. I should have written it down again on her birthday board last night. Aunt Jenny hands my mother a list of written instructions. Here's his feeding times. And how to heat the breast milk. And I know you have my cell phone number, but I wrote it down again in case your phone dies. I wrote Jonah's number down too. I've raised a human before, my mother says. Yeah, but it was a long time ago, Aunt Jenny says. They might have changed since then. She walks over to my father and gives Elijah a kiss on the head. Bye, sweetie. Mommy loves you. Aunt Jenny starts to leave, so I grab my backpack in a hurry because there's something I need to discuss with her. I follow her out the front door, but she doesn't realize I'm behind her until she's almost to her car. Miller unfollowed me on Instagram last night. She turns around, startled by my sudden presence. Already? She opens her car door and hangs onto it. Did you say something that made him angry? No, we haven't spoken since I left his house. I didn't post anything. I didn't even comment on any of his pictures. I just don't get it. Why follow me and then unfollow me hours later? Social media is so confusing. So are guys. Not as confusing as we are, she says. She tilts her head, eyeing me. Do you like him? I can't lie to her. I don't know. I try not to, but he's so different from all the other guys at my school. He goes out of his way to ignore me, and he's always eating suckers. And his relationship with his grandpa is adorably weird. So, you like him because he ignores you, eats suckers, and has a weird grandpa? Aunt Jenny makes a concerned face. Those are weird reasons, Clara. I shrug. I mean, he's cute too. And apparently, he wants to go to college as a film major. We have that in common. That helps. But I mean, it sounds like you barely know him. I wouldn't take the unfollow too personal. I know. I groan and fold my arms over my chest. Attraction is so stupid. And knowing he unfollowed me already put me in a shit mood, and it's only 7 in the morning. Maybe his girlfriend saw the follow and didn't like it, Aunt Jenny suggests. I thought about that possibility for a brief moment this morning. But I didn't like thinking about Miller and his girlfriend discussing me. My father walks out the front door, so Aunt Jenny gives me a hug goodbye and goes to leave because she's parked behind both of us. I get in my car and text Lexi while I wait for Jenny to pull out of the driveway behind me. I hope you got my text last night about me picking you up half an hour early. You never responded. She still hasn't responded when I pull into her driveway. Just when I'm about to call her, she comes tumbling out of her house, her backpack hanging from the crease of her elbow while she attempts to slide on a shoe. She has to stop and press her hand to the hood of the car to finish getting the shoe on. She stumbles to the door, her hair in disarray, mascara still under her eyes. She's like a drunk hurricane. She gets in the car and shuts the door, dropping her backpack to the floorboard. She pulls out her makeup bag. You just woke up? Yeah, 4 minutes ago when you texted. Sorry. How'd the Tinder date go? I say sarcastically. Lexi laughs. I can't believe your family still believes I have a Tinder account. You lie to them about having it every time you're around. Why would they believe otherwise? I work too much. All I have time for is school and work and maybe a shower if I'm lucky. She opens her makeup bag. By the way, did you hear about Miller and Shelby? I whip my head in her direction. No. What about them? She opens her mascara just as I pull up to a stop sign. Stop here for a second. She begins putting on her mascara, and I wait for her to finish whatever she was going to say about Miller Adams and his girlfriend. How random that it's the first thing she brought up and it's the only thing I've been able to think about since I gave him a ride yesterday. What about Miller and Shelby? Lexi moves her mascara wand to her other eye. She still doesn't answer me, so I ask her again. Lexi, what happened? Geez, she says, stuffing the mascara wand back into the tube. Give me a sec. She motions for me to continue driving while she pulls out her lipstick. They broke up last night. That's my favorite sentence that's ever come out of Lexi's mouth. How do you know? Emily told me. Shelby called her. Why'd they break up? I'm trying not to care. Really trying. Apparently, it's because of you. Me? I look back at the road. That's ridiculous. I gave him a ride to his house. He was in my car for 3 minutes tops. Shelby thinks he cheated on her with you. Shelby sounds like she has trust issues. That's really all it was? Lexi asks. A ride? Yes. It was that inconsequential. Do you like him? She asks. No. Of course not. He's an asshole. He is not. He's super nice. Annoyingly nice. She's right. He is. He's only an asshole to me. Isn't it weird that my father thinks he's such a bad person? Lexi shrugs. Not really. Your father doesn't even like me, and I'm awesome. He likes you, I say. He only teases the people he likes. And maybe Miller is the same way, she suggests. Maybe he only ignores the people he likes. I ignore that comment. Lexi focuses on putting on her makeup, but my mind is whirling. Did their fight really have to do with a silly car ride? It was probably the car ride coupled with the Instagram follow. Which would explain why he unfollowed me last night. Which proves he's trying to get her back. Do you think their breakup will stick? Lexi glances at me and grins. What's it matter to you? It was inconsequential. Jonah makes me call him Mr. Sullivan at school. I'm sure he'd like it if I called him Uncle Jonah outside of school, but he's just Jonah to me. I haven't known him long enough to feel like he's my uncle yet, even though he just had a baby with my Aunt Jenny. Maybe after they're actually married, I'll add the title. But for now, all I really know of him is what I've heard my parents say, that he broke Aunt Jenny's heart in high school and moved away without warning. I've never asked any of them why he broke up with her. I don't guess I really cared, but for some reason, I'm curious today. Jonah is at his desk grading papers when I walk in. Morning, he says. Morning. I have him for first period, so I toss my backpack in my usual seat, but I take the seat right in front of his desk. Did Jenny get Elijah dropped off with your mom? He asks. Yep. Cute as ever. He really is. Looks just like his daddy. Ha. No. He looks just like me, I correct. Jonah stacks his pages together and scoots them aside. Before he gets into the whole film project thing, I let my curiosity get the best of me. Why'd you break up with Aunt Jenny in high school? Jonah lifts his head quickly, his eyebrows raised. He laughs nervously, like he doesn't want to have this conversation with me. Or with anyone. We were young. I'm not sure I even remember. Mom wasn't happy when you got Aunt Jenny pregnant last year. I'm sure she wasn't. It wasn't very well thought out. Kind of hypocritical of her, considering they had me at 17. Jonah shrugs. It isn't hypocritical unless the action she's objecting to occurs after the objection. Whatever that means. It means people who make mistakes usually learn from them. That doesn't make them hypocrites. It makes them experienced. Didn't they teach you in college not to dole out life lessons before the morning bell rings? Jonah leans back in his seat, a hint of amusement in his eyes. You remind me of your mother when she was your age. Oh, God. It's a compliment. How? Jonah laughs. You'd be surprised. Stop insulting me. Jonah laughs again, but I'm only half kidding. I love my mother, but I do not aspire to be my mother. He grabs one of 2 folders on his desk and hands it to me. Please fill this out, even if you don't end up doing it. If you place in the top, it'll be great to put on your film school applications. Not to mention you'll have footage for your acting reel. I open the folder to look through it. So who is it that's looking for a partner? Miller Adams. My head snaps up when Jonah says his name. He continues speaking. When you guys were talking about him last night, I remembered reading in the notes from the teacher who sponsored this program last year that Miller was on a team that placed. Which means he has the experience. I asked him to sign up this year, but he ultimately turned it down. Said he's got a lot going on and it's a big commitment. But if the 2 of you do it together, he might be interested. I'm not gonna lie, I was secretly hoping it was Miller Adams, especially because he told me he was into film. But was Jonah not at the same dinner I sat through last night? Why would you try to pair me up with him on a project after what my dad said? I'm a teacher, not a matchmaker. Miller is the perfect partner on this. And he's a good kid. Your father is misinformed. Either way, Dad set hard boundaries. That I already know I'm not going to follow. Jonah stares at me thoughtfully for a second, then crosses his arms over his desk. I know. Listen, it's just a suggestion. I think the project will be good for you, but if your dad doesn't want you to do it, there's not much I can do. But you also don't need a parent's permission to sign up. You only need it for submission, and that's still several months away. I kind of like that Jonah is encouraging me to disobey my father. Maybe he and Aunt Jenny really are perfect for each other. The door opens, and Miller Adams walks in. Thanks for the heads up, Jonah. The first thing I notice are his crimson, puffy eyes. It looks like he hasn't slept. His shirt is wrinkled, his hair is a mess. Miller looks from Jonah, to me, to Jonah. He remains by the door and tosses a hand in my direction while looking at Jonah. This is who you want me to sign up with? Jonah nods, confused by Miller's reaction. I'm not confused by it. I'm used to him not wanting anything to do with me. Sorry, but that's not gonna work out, Miller says. He looks at me. No offense, Clara. I'm sure you understand why. I guess his girlfriend really is the reason. I gathered when you unfollowed me on Instagram 5 hours after following me. Miller walks farther into the room and drops his backpack on a desk and plops down into the chair. According to Shelby, I shouldn't have followed you in the first place. I laugh. Your girlfriend broke up with you because I gave you a ride in 102-degree weather. There's something off about that. She broke up with me because I lied to her about it. Yeah. And you lied to her about it because you knew she'd break up with you if she found out. Therein lies the issue. Jonah inserts himself into our conversation by leaning forward and looking back and forth between us. He pushes back his chair and stands. I need coffee. He tosses the other folder on Miller's desk and heads for his classroom door. You two figure this out and let me know what you decide by the end of the day. Jonah leaves, and it's just Miller and me left in the room, staring at each other. He looks away and browses through the contents of the folder. He really could have used those extra minutes of sleep. I feel bad Jonah called him in early for this. He looks like a truck ran over him between me dropping him off at his house yesterday and him waking up this morning. I can tell whatever fight he and Shelby had, it's taken a toll on him. You look really heartbroken, I say. I am, he says with a dull tone. Well, not all is lost. Heartbreak builds character. That makes Miller laugh, although it's a dry laugh. He closes the folder and looks at me. If Shelby finds out I'm working with you on this film submission, she'll never forgive me. So that's a yes? Miller doesn't laugh at that. In fact, he seems a little bummed that I'm making jokes at his expense. He's obviously not in the mood. And honestly, I kind of don't blame Shelby for dumping him. If my boyfriend lied to me about being in the car with another girl, then followed that girl on Instagram, he'd be my ex-boyfriend too. Sorry, Miller. I'm sure she's great. If I can help in any way, maybe back up your story, let me know. Miller smiles at me appreciatively and then stands up, heading for the classroom door. He leaves the folder on the desk. You should do the project anyway. I nod, but I don't really care to sign up alone. For a few hopeful seconds, I was excited I might get to work with Miller on the project. Now that I had a taste of that thought, every other option tastes bitter. Seconds later, Miller is gone. I stare at the folder on his desk, then grab it and fill out the form anyway. You never know, Shelby and Miller may not get back together, and it would suck if he didn't sign up just because his girlfriend has jealousy issues. Jonah returns with 2 coffees, just as I've finished both forms. He hands me one of the coffees and casually leans against his desk. He's been around for a few months now, and he still has no idea how much I hate coffee. This is why I don't refer to him as Uncle Jonah yet. What was that all about? He asks. His girlfriend hates me. Well, ex-girlfriend. I take a sip of the coffee to be nice. It's putrid. Shouldn't be a problem then, right? I laugh. You would think. I hand him both the folders. I filled them out, anyway. Don't mention it to Miller. If he changes his mind, at least we'll have met the deadline for sign-ups. I like the way you think, Jonah says. He sets his coffee on his desk and picks up a piece of chalk. He's writing the date on the board when 2 of my classmates walk in. I go back to my seat. When the classroom begins to fill up, Jonah turns around and eyes the coffee on my desk. Clara. Students aren't allowed to have drinks in class. Do it again and I'll give you detention. I roll my eyes at him, but I want to laugh at his ability to switch into teacher mode so easily, even if he is just toying with me. Yes, Mr. Sullivan, I say mockingly. I trash the coffee, then pull out my phone and text Aunt Jenny on the way back to my seat. Me, you busy? Aunt Jenny, on my way to work. Me, it'll only take a sec. 2 things. Your baby daddy is a smartass. Also, Miller and Shelby broke up. Not sure how long it'll last. Aunt Jenny, why'd they break up? Because you gave him a ride. Me, apparently it was the Instagram follow that did it. Aunt Jenny, that's good news. Now you get to date the guy with the weird grandpa. Me, I didn't say his grandpa was weird. I said their relationship was adorably weird. Also, he's trying to get his girlfriend back, so I don't know that I have a chance. Aunt Jenny, oh, that stinks. Don't pursue him, then. You don't want to be the other girl. Trust me. Me, you were the other girl once. I need to hear this story. Is that why you and Jonah broke up in high school? The dots on my phone indicate Aunt Jenny is typing. I wait to hear about her juicy teenage drama, but the dots stop. Me, I tell you everything. You can't hint that you've had an affair and not elaborate. Me, Jenny? Me, Aunt Jenny? Clara, put your phone away. I drop my phone into my backpack with frightening speed. I don't know who Aunt Jenny cheated with, but if Jonah doesn't know about it, I don't think him confiscating my phone and reading my texts would be good for their relationship. I'll call her at lunch and force her to tell me. Even if it involves Jonah, I want to know. Chapter 5. Morgan. I once heard someone say we're all just one phone call away from our knees. It's the absolute truth. My voice comes out in a shaky whisper when I ask, is he okay? I wait for the nurse on the other end of the line to tell me that Chris will be fine. But all I get is a long stretch of silence. It feels like someone is wringing my spine like a wet towel. I want to double over from the pain, but the pain isn't physical. It's an intangible anguish that feels terminal. I don't know details, the nurse says. All I know is that he was brought in a few moments ago, so try to get here as soon as possible. I choke out an okay before ending the call, but I'm almost positive she would have given me more information if the news were better. If the news were better, Chris would have called me himself. I'm holding Elijah. I was holding him when the phone rang, and now I'm clutching him even tighter, still on my knees. For at least a minute, I'm frozen on my living room floor. But then Elijah yawns, and it snaps me back into a grim reality. I called Jenny first, but her phone goes to voicemail. It's her first day back to work. She won't have her phone on her until her lunch break. But word will spread fast at the hospital, and she'll find out soon enough. I start to call Jonah next so that he can come get Elijah, but I don't even have his phone number saved in my phone. I rush to the sheet of paper Jenny left me this morning and enter the number she wrote down to reach him. It goes straight to voicemail. He's in class. I'll call the school to get in touch with him soon, but every second I spend trying to contact someone is a second longer it's going to take me to get to the hospital. I strap Elijah into his car seat, grab his diaper bag and my keys, and leave. The trip to the hospital is a blur. I spend it whispering prayers and gripping the steering wheel and stealing glances at my phone resting in the passenger seat, waiting for Jenny to call me back. I don't call Clara at school yet. I need to know that Chris is okay before I worry her. If they haven't already notified Jenny that Chris was in a wreck, I'll have them page her when I get inside. She can take Elijah then. For now, he's with me, so I take his diaper bag and his car seat and run toward the entrance. I'm faster than the automatic sliding doors of the emergency room. I'm forced to pause my sprint for a couple of seconds so they can open wide enough for me to enter. As soon as I'm inside, I go straight to the nurse's desk. It's a nurse I don't recognize. I used to know almost everyone in this hospital because I thought it made Chris look good for me to know everyone at his office parties, but they come and go so often, I don't even try to keep up anymore. Where's my husband? The words tumble out in a panic. Her eyes are sympathetic. Who is your husband? Chris. I gasp for air. Chris Grant. He works here, and he was just brought in. Her expression changes when I say his name. Let me get someone who can help you. I just got on shift. Can you page my sister? She works here too. Jenny Davidson. The nurse nods but rushes away from the window without paging Jenny. I set Elijah's car seat on the closest chair. I try Jenny again and then Jonah's cell phone again, but they both go straight to voicemail. I don't have time to wait on the nurse to figure out her shit. I call the hospital and ask for labor and delivery. They connect me after the most excruciating 30 seconds of hold time in my life. Labor and delivery, how may I direct your call? I need to speak to Jenny Davidson. One of your nurses. It's an emergency. Hold, please. Elijah starts to cry, so I put my phone on speaker and set it in the chair so that I can pull him out of his car seat. I pace back and forth, waiting for Jenny to answer, waiting for a nurse, waiting for a doctor, waiting. I grab my phone. Yes. Jenny isn't on schedule until tomorrow. She's been out on maternity leave. I shake my head, frustrated. Elijah is growing more agitated. He's hungry. No, she started back this morning. There's a moment of hesitation from the woman on the other line before she repeats herself. She isn't on schedule until tomorrow. I've been here all day, and she's not here. Before I start to argue with her, the doors to outside open, and Jonah rushes in. He pauses for a second, almost as if he wasn't expecting to see me here already. I hang up the phone and toss it in the chair. Thank God, I say, handing Elijah to him. I reach into the bag and pull out a pacifier. I put it in Elijah's mouth and then head back to the window and ring the bell 3 times. Jonah is standing next to me now. What do you know? Nothing, I say, exasperated. All I was told on the phone is that it was a car wreck. I finally look up at Jonah, and I've never seen him like this. Pale. Expressionless. For a moment, I worry about him more than myself, so I take Elijah from him. He backs up to a chair and sits down. In the midst of my internal hysteria, irritation begins to claw its way out. Chris is my husband. Jonah should be worried about me more than himself right now. The waiting room is alarmingly empty. Elijah only becomes fussier, so I sit 3 seats down from Jonah and pull a bottle out of Elijah's diaper bag. It's cold, but it'll have to do. The second I put it in his mouth, he stops fussing and begins to devour it. He smells like baby powder. I close my eyes and press my cheek against the top of his warm head, hoping the distraction will keep me from breaking down. I can feel in my gut that it might not be good. If they aren't allowing us to go see Chris, that means he's probably in surgery. Hopefully for something minor. I want my sister. Jonah isn't really someone who can bring me comfort at a time like this. In fact, I'd rather he not be here, but if I can get in touch with Jenny, she'll make the situation better. And she can probably find out more information about Chris. Maybe Jonah has already spoken with her. Is Jenny on her way over? I lift my head just as Jonah swings his gaze in my direction. He doesn't answer my question. He just stares at me, his brow furrowed, so I continue. I tried calling her, but whoever answered the phone in labor and delivery kept telling me she isn't on the schedule today. Jonah's eyes squint with a shake of his head. I'm confused, he says. I know. I told her she started back today, but the woman tried arguing with me. Why are you trying to call Jenny? He's standing now. The confusion dripping from him is making me more nervous than I already am. She's my sister. Of course I'm going to call her and tell her about Chris. Jonah shakes his head. What about Chris? What about Chris? I'm so confused. What do you mean? They called me and said Chris was in a wreck. Why else would I be here? Jonah swallows, dragging his hands down his face. Somehow, his eyes fill with even more concern. Morgan. He steps closer to me. I'm here because Jenny was in a wreck. If I wasn't already sitting, I would have fallen. I don't make a noise. I just stare at him and try to process everything. I shake my head and try to speak, but my words are weak. You must have misunderstood them. They can't both have been. Wait here, Jonah says. He strides to the window and rings the bell. I pull my cell phone out of my purse and dial Jenny's number. Voicemail again. I dial Chris's number. Maybe there was a mistake in the computer. His phone goes to voicemail too. This has to be some mistake. A few seconds pass with no sign of anyone, so Jonah moves to the doors that lead to the emergency room. He beats on them until someone finally appears at the window. A nurse I instantly recognize. Her name is Sierra. She has a daughter in Clara's class. She looks at me, and then her eyes fix on Jonah. I think there's been a mistake, Jonah says. I'm next to him at the window now, holding Elijah. I can't feel my legs. I don't even know how I walked from the chair to here. Who had a wreck? Who was brought in? I can't stop the questions from spilling out of me. Was it my husband or my sister? Sierra's eyes dart from me to Jonah and then down to the desk in front of her. Let me get someone who can help you, Morgan. Jonah grabs at his hair when she walks away. Damn it. It's not lost on me that no one seems to want to be in our presence. We're being avoided, and that terrifies me. No one wants to be the bearer of bad news. They can't both be hurt, I whisper. They can't. They're not, Jonah says. His voice is so full of confidence I almost believe him. But then he rubs his forehead and leans against the wall for support. Who called you? What did they say? The hospital. About 20 minutes ago. They specifically said Chris. There was no mention of Jenny. Same, but they told me Jenny. Just then, Sierra reappears, this time through the doors. You guys can come with me. She doesn't take us to a hospital room. She takes us to another waiting room, farther inside the ER. Jonah is holding Elijah now. I didn't even notice he took him from me. Sierra tells us to have a seat, but neither of us does. I don't have news on their conditions yet. So, it is both of them? Jonah asks. Jenny and Chris. She nods. Oh my God, I whisper. I drop my head in my hands. 2 huge tears slide down my cheeks. I'm so sorry, Morgan, she says. You guys can wait in here, and as soon as I know something, I'll be back. Sierra leaves the room and closes the door. Jonah sits next to me. We've been in the emergency room less than 10 minutes, but the fact that we still don't know anything makes it seem like hours have gone by. Maybe one of their cars broke down, Jonah mutters. That's probably why they were together. I nod, but my mind can't even process that sentence right now. I don't know why they were together, in the same car. I don't know why Jenny lied to us and said she was working today. I don't even care. I just need to know that they're okay. Jonah straps a sleeping Elijah into his car seat, then stands and begins pacing the room. I look at the time on my cell phone. I should call someone to pick up Clara. A friend of mine. Or Lexi. I want someone to get to Clara before she finds out about the wreck from someone else. I should call Chris's parents. No, I'll wait. Make sure he's okay first. They live in Florida. Not much they can do from there but worry unnecessarily. Jonah calls his mother and asks if she can come pick up Elijah. Before he hangs up, I get his attention. Would she mind going to get Clara? Jonah nods in understanding, then asks his mother to pick up Clara from school. He then calls the school and hands me his phone. I let them know his mom will be picking her up. Clara has met Jonah's mother a couple of times, but she's going to be confused, and Jonah's mother isn't anyone on the pickup list for Clara. I just don't want Clara driving up here alone. She'll be full of worry and panic, and she hasn't had her license all that long. A few more minutes pass. Jonah spends it calling the police station, trying to get information about the wreck. They won't tell him much. He asks what the model of the vehicle is that was involved. It was Jenny's car. A Toyota Highlander. A male was driving. But that's all they'll tell him. Why was Chris driving her car? Jonah asks. I treat it as a rhetorical question, but he mutters another. Why did she lie about working today? I keep watching my phone as if Jenny or Chris is going to call me and tell me they're fine. Morgan, Jonah says. I don't look at him. Do you think, are they having an? Don't say it, I spit out. I don't want to hear it. Or think it. It's absurd. It's incomprehensible. I stand up and start to pace the portion of the room Jonah hasn't paced yet. I've never been so irritated by sounds before. The beeping coming from the hallway, the tapping of Jonah's fingers against his phone screen as he shoots off texts to Jenny's and Chris's phones, the paging system overhead calling doctors and nurses from one place to another, the squeaking of my shoes against the hardwood floor of this room. I'm so incredibly annoyed by every single thing, but the cacophony of sounds is the only thing I want in my head right now. I don't want to think about why Chris and Jenny were together. Clara will be here soon. And my mother, Jonah says. We need to come up with a reason why Chris and Jenny were together. Why lie to them? I'm sure it was a work-related thing. Jonah is staring at the floor, but I can see that his expression is full of doubt. Concern. Fear. I swipe tears away, and I nod, because he could be right. I choose to believe he's wrong, but his mother and Clara might begin to ask us questions. They'll want specifics, or they'll start having the same thoughts Jonah and I are having. We can't tell them we don't know why they were together. It could cause unnecessary suspicion in Clara. We can tell them Chris had a flat and Jenny gave him a ride to work, I suggest. At least until Jenny and Chris can explain it themselves. We make eye contact, something we've barely done since he walked into the emergency room. Jonah nods while pressing his lips together, and something about the look in his eyes breaks me. As if Jonah can sense I'm beginning to crack, to fade, he walks over to me and pulls me in for a comforting hug. I'm clinging to him in fear, my eyes squeezed shut, when the door finally opens. We separate. Jonah steps forward, but when I see the look on the doctor's face, I step back. He begins to speak, but I don't know exactly what he says because his words mean nothing to me. I can see our answer in his apologetic eyes. In the way his lips turn down at the corners. In his remorseful stance. When the doctor tells us there was nothing they could do, Jonah falls into a chair. I just fall. Chapter 6. Clara. I used to collect snow globes when I was younger. They lined a shelf in my bedroom, and sometimes I would shake them up, one after the other, then sit on my bed and watch as the flurries and the glitter swirled around inside the glass. Eventually, the contents inside the globe would begin to settle. All would grow still, and then the globes on my shelf would return to their quiet, peaceful states. I liked them because they reminded me of life. How sometimes, it feels like someone is shaking the world around you, and things are flying at you from every direction, but if you wait long enough, everything will start to calm. I like that feeling of knowing that the storm inside always eventually settles. This week proved to me that sometimes the storm doesn't settle. Sometimes the damage is too catastrophic to be repaired. For the past 5 days since Jonah's mother showed up at my school to take me to the hospital, it feels like I've been inside a snow globe that someone shook up, then dropped. I feel like the contents of my life have shattered, and fragments of me have spilled out all over someone's dusty hardwood floor. I feel irreparably broken. And I can't even blame what happened to them on anyone but myself. It's unfair how one event, 1 second, can shake the world around you. Toss everything on its head. Ruin every happy moment that led up to that earth-shattering second. We're all walking around like lava coats our throats. Painfully silent. My mother keeps asking if I'm okay, but all I can do is nod. Other than those words, she's been just as quiet as I have. It's like we're living in a nightmare, one where we don't want to eat or drink or speak. A nightmare where all we want to do is scream, but nothing comes out of our hollow throats. I'm not a crier. I guess I get that from my mother. We cried together at the hospital. So did Jonah and his mother. But as soon as we left the hospital and went to the funeral home, my mother became as poised and put together as people expect her to be. She's good at putting on a brave face in public, but she saves the tears for her bedroom. I know because I do the same thing. My father's parents flew in from Florida 3 days ago. They've been staying with us. My grandmother has been helping out around the house, and I'm sure it's been good for my mother. She's had to deal with funeral planning for not only her husband but also her sister. Aunt Jenny's funeral was yesterday. My father's is right now. My mother insisted they be separate, which made me angry. No one wants to sit through this 2 days in a row. Not even the dead. I'm not sure what's more exhausting. The days or the nights. During the days since the accident, our house has had a revolving front door. People bringing food, offering their condolences, stopping by to check in. Mostly people who worked at the hospital with my father and Aunt Jenny. The nights are spent with my face buried into my soaking wet pillow. I know my mother wants it to be over. She's ready for her in-laws to go home. I'm ready to go home. I've been holding Elijah through most of the service. I don't know why I've been wanting to hold him so much since it happened. Maybe I find his newness kind of comforting amid all this death. He begins to grow restless in my arms. He's not hungry, Jonah's mom just fed him. I changed him right before the service started. Maybe he doesn't like the noise. The preacher my mother selected to conduct the service doesn't seem to know how to hold a microphone. His lips keep brushing across it. Every time he takes a step toward the speakers, they screech. When Elijah begins to full-on cry, I first look at the end of the aisle for Jonah, but his previously occupied seat is now empty. Luckily, I'm sitting on the edge of the pew, closest to the wall. I quietly leave the room without having to walk down the middle of the aisle. The service is beginning to wind down, anyway. They'll have the prayer, and then everyone will walk past the casket and hug us, and then it'll be over. I hugged most of these same people at Aunt Jenny's funeral yesterday. I don't really feel like doing it all over again. It's part of the reason I've been insistent on holding Elijah. I can't really hug people when my arms are occupied with my baby cousin. When I'm outside the chapel and back in the foyer, I put Elijah in his stroller and take him outside. Ironically, it's a beautiful day. The sun warms my skin, but it doesn't feel good. It feels unfair. My father loved days like this. One time, he called in sick and took me fishing, simply because the weather was so nice. He okay? I glance to my left, and Jonah is leaning against the building in the shade. He pushes off the brick and walks toward us. I find it odd that he isn't inside right now. My father and Jonah were supposedly best friends, and he's skipping his service. I guess I don't have room to talk. I'm out here too. He was getting restless, so I brought him outside. Jonah places his palm on the top of Elijah's head, brushing his thumb over his forehead. You can go back in. I'll probably just take him home now. I'm jealous he gets to leave. I want to leave. I don't go back inside. I take a seat on a bench right outside the front door to the chapel and watch Jonah push the stroller across the parking lot. After strapping Elijah into his car seat and loading the stroller into his trunk, Jonah gives me a small wave as he climbs into the car. I wave back, unable to mask the empathy in my expression. Elijah isn't even 2 months old yet, and Jonah will be raising him alone now. Elijah will never know what Aunt Jenny was like. Maybe I should write down some of my favorite memories of her before I start to forget. That thought breathes new life into my grief. I'm going to start forgetting them. I'm sure it won't happen at first, but it will, after time. I'm going to forget how my father sounded off-key when he sang John Denver songs at the top of his lungs every time he mowed the yard. I'm going to forget how Aunt Jenny used to wink at me whenever my mother would say something that exposed her overbearing side. I'll start to forget how my father always used to smell like coffee or fresh grass and how Aunt Jenny used to smell like honey, and before I know it, I'll forget how their voices sounded and what their faces looked like in person. A tear falls down my cheek, and then another. I lie down on the bench and curl up my legs. I close my eyes and try not to get swallowed up in more guilt. But the guilt wraps its arms around me, squeezing the breath out of my lungs. Since the moment I found out they had the wreck, I knew in my gut what caused it. I was texting Aunt Jenny. She was responding to my texts at first, and then she wasn't. I never heard back from her, and then 2 hours later, I found out about the wreck. I'd like to believe it wasn't my fault, but Aunt Jenny said she was on her way to work when I texted her. I should have been more concerned about her reading my texts while driving, but I was only concerned about myself and my issues. I wonder if Mom knows my conversation with Jenny is what caused them to crash. Had I not been texting her in that moment, had I just waited until she was at work, my mother wouldn't have lost both her sister and her husband. She wouldn't be struggling right now with being forced to bury 2 of the most important people in her life. Jonah wouldn't have lost Jenny. Elijah wouldn't have lost his mother. I wouldn't have lost my father, the only man I've ever loved. Did they look at Aunt Jenny's phone? Could they determine she was texting and driving? If my mother does find out it was because I wanted Aunt Jenny to read my texts and respond to me when I knew she was driving, that will only add to her heartache. That knowledge makes me not want to be here at a funeral where every single tear being shed inside is all because of me. Hey! My eyes pop open at the sound of his voice. Miller is standing over me, his hands in the pockets of his pants. I sit up on the bench, straightening out my dress so that it covers my thighs. I'm surprised to see him. He's wearing a suit. Black on black. I feel terrible that my body can somehow feel this much grief, yet be sparked with a twinge of attraction as soon as Miller is in my presence. I use my palms to wipe tears from my face. Hi. He presses his lips together and looks around, like this is as uncomfortable as I fear it is. I wanted to stop by. See how you were doing. I'm not doing well. Not at all. I want to tell him that, but the only thing that comes out of my mouth is, I don't want to be here. I'm not asking him to take me anywhere. I'm just being honest about what I'm feeling this very moment. But he nudges his head toward the parking lot. Then let's go. Miller is driving the old blue truck that was sitting in front of their house the day I dropped him off. I don't even know what kind of truck it is, but it's the same color of blue as the sky is right now. The windows are down, so I'm guessing his air conditioner no longer works. Or maybe he just likes to drive with the windows down. I pull my hair up and tie it in a knot so it'll stop blowing in my face. I tuck flyaways behind my ears and then rest my chin on my arm as I stare out the window. I don't ask him where we're going. I don't even care. I just know that with every mile he puts between me and that funeral home, I feel more and more pressure release from my chest. A song plays, and I ask Miller to turn it up. I've never heard it before, but it's beautiful and has nothing to do with any of the thoughts I'm having, and the singer's voice is so soothing it feels like a bandage. As soon as it ends, I ask him to play it again. I can't, Miller says. It's the radio. Truck is too old for Bluetooth. What was the song? Dark Four Door, by Billy Raffle. I liked it. I look back out the window, just as another song begins to play. I like his taste in music. I wish I could just do this all day, every day. Ride around listening to sad songs while Miller drives. For some reason, sadness in music eases the sadness in my soul. It's like the worse the heartache in a song is, the better I feel. Dramatic songs are like a drug, I imagine. Really bad for you, but they make you feel good. I wouldn't know. I've never done drugs before, so I've never tested that particular comparison. I've never even been high. It's hard to do normal rebellious teenage things when you have two parents who overcompensate for the mistakes they made when they were teenagers. You hungry? Miller asks. Thirsty? I pull away from the window and turn to look at him. No. I kind of want to get high, though. His eyes move swiftly from the road to me. He smiles a little. I'm sure you do. I'm serious, I say, sitting up straighter. I've never tried it before, and I really want to get out of my head today. Do you have any weed? No, he says. I sink back into my seat, disappointed. But I know where you can get some. 10 minutes later, he's pulling up to the local movie theater. He tells me to wait in the truck. I almost tell him never mind, that it was just a random thought. But part of me is curious if it'll help with the grief. I'll try anything at this point. He walks into the theater, and less than a minute later, he's walking out with a guy who looks a little older than us. Maybe in his 20s. I don't recognize him. They walk to the guy's car, and within 15 seconds, cash and weed are exchanged. Just like that. It seems so easy yet fills me with a nervous energy. It's not legal in Texas, and even if it were, Miller is only 17. Not to mention, he has a brand new dashcam in this old truck. I'm positive the dashcam didn't catch the transaction, but if he were to be arrested right now, the police would search his truck and probably watch the video and hear that the drugs are for me. My knee is bouncing nervously when Miller climbs back into his truck. He drives to the side of the movie theater and faces the road so that we can see the entire parking lot. He pulls a baggie out of his pocket. There's an already rolled joint in it. The truck is so old it still has one of those built-in cigarette lighters. He pushes it in to heat up and then hands me the joint. I stare at it, unsure of what to do with it. I look at Miller expectantly. You aren't going to light it for me? He shakes his head. I don't smoke. But you have a dealer. Miller laughs. His name is Steven. He's my coworker, not a dealer. But he always has weed on him. Well, shit. I didn't think I'd have to do it myself. I've never even lit a cigarette before. I pull out my phone and open YouTube. I search for how to light a joint and start playing a video. YouTube has weed smoking tutorials, he asks. Shocking, I know. Miller is finding this amusing. I can tell by the expression on his face. He scoots closer to me and watches the video with me. You sure you want to get high? Your hands are shaking. He takes the phone from me. It would be rude to change my mind now. You already paid for it. Miller continues holding the phone for us. When the video is over, I pull the lighter out of its socket and stare at it hesitantly. Here. I can try. I hand it to him, and he lights the joint as if he's a pro. Kind of makes me question his initial claim. He inhales once, then blows the smoke away from me, out his open window. He hands it to me next, but when I attempt to inhale, I just end up coughing and sputtering through the whole thing. I'm not nearly as graceful as he was. If you don't smoke weed, how come you did it so easily? He laughs. I didn't say I've never tried it. I've just never lit a joint before. I try it again, but I still can't get it to go down smooth. It's so disgusting, I choke. Edibles are better. Then why didn't you get me an edible? Stephen didn't have any, and drugs aren't really my thing. I hold the joint between my fingers, looking down at it, wondering how I ended up here when I should be at my father's funeral. Drugs aren't my thing, either, I guess. It feels so unnatural. What is your thing? I ask, looking back at Miller. He leans his head back against his seat and thinks on this for a moment. Iced tea. And cornbread. I love cornbread. I laugh. Not what I expected. I wait a moment before taking another hit. Lexi would be horrified if she saw me right now. Shit. Lexi. I didn't even tell her I was leaving the funeral. I look at my phone, but she hasn't texted. I only have one text from my mother, sent 15 minutes ago. Mom, where are you? I flip my phone face down. If I can't see the text, it doesn't exist. What about you? Miller asks. What's your thing? Acting. But you already know that. He makes a face. When you asked what my thing was, for some reason, I thought we were talking about things we like to consume. That makes me smile. No, it includes anything. What are you the most into? What is the one thing you would never be willing to give up in life? He's probably going to say Shelby. Photography, he says quickly. Filming, editing. Anything that puts me behind the camera. He tilts his head and smiles at me. But you already know that. That why you have a dashcam? I say, pointing at it. You have a need to be behind a camera, even when you're driving. He nods. I also have this. He opens the glove box and pulls out a GoPro. I always have some kind of camera on me. Never know when that perfect photographic moment will arise. I think Miller might be just as into filming as I am when it comes to acting. Too bad your ex won't let us work on the film project together. We might actually make a good team. I lift the joint back to my mouth, even though I hate everything about it. How much do I have to smoke before it makes me feel numb? It might not make you feel numb. It might make you feel nervous and paranoid. I look at the joint, disappointed. Well, crap. I look for somewhere to snuff it out, but there's not an ashtray in his truck. What do I do with it? I don't like it. Miller takes it from me and pinches the end of it with his fingers. He gets out and throws it in a trash can, then comes back to his truck. Such a gentleman. Buying me weed and then disposing of it for me. What a weird day. And I don't feel anything at all yet. Still just full of grief. I'm back together with Shelby. I take it back. I felt that. That sucks, I say. Not really. I roll my head and look at him pointedly. No, it does. It sucks. You shouldn't have even brought it up. I didn't, he says. You did. You called her my ex a minute ago, and I felt I needed to clarify that we got back together. I don't even know why he's telling me this. I tilt my head, narrowing my eyes. Do you think I'm into you? Is that why you keep informing me of your relationship status when we're together? Miller smiles. You're abrasive. I laugh, turning away from him because I'm scared my laugh will result in tears. It's funny, though. Sad and funny, because my mother used to refer to my father as abrasive. I guess the apple didn't fall far from my father's tree either. Miller must think he insulted me, because he leans forward a little, trying to get my attention. I didn't mean that in a negative way. I wave him off, letting him know I'm not offended. It's fine. You're right. I am abrasive. I like to argue, even when I know I'm wrong. I face him. I'm getting better, though. I'm learning that sometimes you have to walk away from the fight in order to win it. My Aunt Jenny told me that once. I try to remember it every time I feel like I'm on the defensive. Miller smiles gently at me, and I don't know if the weed is finally kicking in or if his smile is making me lightheaded. Either way, it beats the headache I've had for 5 days from all the crying. If you're back together with Shelby, why are you checking on me right now? Pretty sure she wouldn't approve of this. A flash of guilt crosses his face. He grips his steering wheel, then slides his hands down it. I'd feel even guiltier if I didn't check on you. I'd really like to ruminate on that comment, but our conversation is ruined by the intrusion of a car that pulls up next to us. I glance out my open window, then sit up straight. Crap. Get in the car, Clara. My mother's words are firm and loud, but it could be because the windows are down and she pulled up so close to Miller's truck that I'm not sure I'll be able to open the door. Is that your mother? Miller whispers. Yep. But oddly it doesn't faze me as much as it probably should. Maybe the weed really did help, because I kind of want to laugh that she's here. I forgot we have that app. She can track me anywhere. Clara, my mother says again. Miller raises an eyebrow. Good luck. I shoot him a tight-lipped smile and then open my door. I was right, I can't get out. You parked too close, Mom. My mother inhales a slow breath and then puts the gear shift in reverse. When I'm clear to open my door, I don't even look back at Miller. I walk to my mother's car and get inside. She says nothing as she begins to drive away from the theater. Nothing until the words, "Who was that?" Miller Adams. I can feel her disapproval, despite her silence. A few seconds later, she swings her head in my direction. Oh my God. Are you high? Huh? Were you just getting high with that guy? No. We were just talking. I don't sound convincing. She makes a HMPH sound and then says, "You smell like weed." Do I? I sniff my dress, which is stupid, because anyone who knows they don't smell like weed wouldn't sniff themselves to see if they do smell like weed. Her jaw clenches even tighter when we make eye contact. Something has completely given me away. I flip down the visor and look at my bloodshot eyes. Wow, that happened fast. I flip up the visor. I can't believe you skipped your father's funeral to get high. I stayed for most of it. It was your father's funeral, Clara. She is so pissed right now. I sigh and stare out my window. How long am I grounded for? She releases a frustrated breath. I'll let you know after I talk to your fath. Her mouth clamps shut when she realizes what she was about to say. I'm not certain because I'm staring out my window, but I think she cries the entire way home. Chapter 7. Morgan. 2 years, 6 months, and 13 days. That's exactly how long Clara and I can live off Chris's life insurance policy if we continue to live like we're living. His social security check won't come close to what his actual paycheck was, which means decisions need to be made. Finances need to be reconfigured. Clara's college fund may need to be decreased. I need to find a job. A career. Yet. I can't seem to get out of bed or off the couch to face any of it. I feel like with the more hours I can put between the accident and the current moment, the pain will get better. When the pain is better, maybe my lack of desire to tackle everything that needs to be done will lessen. I figure the quickest way to get from point A, grief, to point B, less grief, is to sleep my way through it. I think Clara feels the same way, because both of us spent most of the weekend sleeping. She's barely spoken to me since the funeral. I took her phone as soon as I found out she'd gotten high. But I haven't been in the mood for conversation lately, either, so I don't push her. I don't push her, but I do hug her. I don't know if the hugs are more because I need them or because I'm worried about how she's taking everything. Tuesday will make a week since the wreck, and I have no idea if she's going back to school tomorrow or if she still needs more time. I'd give her more time if she needs it, but we haven't discussed it yet. I peek into her room just to make sure she's okay. I don't know how to confront this kind of grief with her. We've never had to navigate something this awful. I feel lost without Chris. Without Jenny, even. They were always my go-tos when I needed to vent or needed reassurance about how I'm parenting Clara. My mother died a few years ago, but she's the last person I'd want to get parenting advice from, anyway. I have friends, but none of them have experienced this level of unexpected loss. I feel like I'm navigating waters that are uncharted by anyone I know. I plan on putting Clara in therapy, but maybe not for another month or so. I want to give her time to work out the most painful part of the grief before I force her into something I know she isn't going to want to do. The house has never been so quiet. Not even the sound of the TV fills the background, because the damn cable is still broken. Chris took care of all the bills, so I'm not even sure what the name of our cable company is. I'll figure it out eventually. I lower myself to the living room floor. It's dark, and I attempt to meditate, but really all I'm doing is thinking of everything I can possibly think of that doesn't involve a thought of Chris or Jenny, but it's hard. Almost every memory I have includes one of them. They were both a part of every single milestone or event in my life. My entire pregnancy with Clara. Her birth. Our wedding, our anniversaries, graduations, family holidays, birthday cookouts, movie dates, fishing and camping trips, Elijah's birth. Every important moment of my life included the two of them. They were my whole world, and I was theirs. Which is why I refuse to give another thought as to why they might have been together. There's no way they would have betrayed me like that. Betrayed Clara like that. I would have known. I absolutely would have known. My thoughts are interrupted when the doorbell rings. I get a glimpse of Jonah's car out the window as I'm heading toward the front door. I don't feel relieved to see him, because I'd rather not have any visitors at all, but I also don't feel the irritation I usually feel at the sight of him when I open the door. My sympathy for his situation overshadows my irritation. Of course, I'm devastated about Jenny and Chris, but I'm reasonable enough to know that this affects Jonah more than it affects me. He's got an infant to raise. I at least had Chris, Jenny, and Chris's parents to help with Clara. Jonah only has his mother. I guess he has me too. But I'm not much help right now. I open the door, shocked by what I see. Jonah hasn't shaved in a few days. He doesn't even look like he's showered. Or slept. He probably hasn't, because I haven't, and I don't even have an infant to care for. "Hey," he says, his voice flat. I open the door to let him in. "Where's Elijah?" "My mother wanted him for a few hours." That makes me feel good. Jonah needs the break. I don't know why he's here, but I'm scared it's because he wants to talk about what happened. He's probably here to dissect why they were together. If I could have my way, I'd never speak of it. I want to pretend it didn't happen. The grief of losing them is enough. I don't want to pile anger and feelings of betrayal on top of that. I just want to miss them. I don't think I have enough strength left to hate them. We're standing quietly in the living room for only 5 seconds, but it feels like longer. I don't know what to do. Take him to the back patio to sit. Take a seat at the dining room table with him. The couch. This is awkward because I don't have that kind of ease with Jonah anymore. My routine with him since he showed back up has been avoidance, and since I can't really avoid him right now, I feel like this is all new territory. Is Clara home? I nod. Yeah. In her room. He glances down the hallway. I'd like to talk to you in private if you have a minute. The living room is the farthest room from Clara's bedroom. I have a straight view down the hallway and will see her if she comes out of her room, so I point him toward the love seat, and I take the couch facing the hallway. He leans forward, elbows on his knees, fingers coming to a point against his chin. He sighs heavily. I don't know if it's too soon to discuss it, he says, but I have so many questions. I don't ever want to discuss it. He sighs, leaning back against the couch. Morgan. I hate how he says my name. Full of disappointment. What good would it do, Jonah? We don't know why they were together. If we start dissecting it, we might find answers we don't want. He squeezes his jaw. We sit in a stark, uncomfortable silence for an entire minute. Then, as if it's a brand new thought, Jonah's eyes flicker to mine. Where is Chris's car? Jonah can tell by the way I avert my eyes that this is something else I was trying to avoid. He left here in his car that morning, didn't he? Yes, I whisper. I've been wondering where his car is, but I haven't done anything about trying to locate it. I'm afraid of what the location might prove. I'd rather just not know where it is forever, rather than find out it's parked at some hotel. Did he have OnStar? I nod. Jonah pulls out his cell phone and goes outside to make the phone call. I rush to the kitchen because I need a drink. I feel nauseated. I find the bottle of wine Jonah and Jenny brought over last week for my birthday. We never got around to opening it because we had a bottle left over. I unscrew the cork and pour myself a glass. The glass is almost empty when Jonah walks into the kitchen. His face has completely drained of color, and I know with that one look that this isn't good. My biggest fear is probably about to come true, and even though I don't want to know, I still can't help but ask. I cover my mouth with a hesitant hand. Where is it? I whisper. His face conveys his words before they even come out of his mouth. It's parked at the Langford. My hand drops from my mouth, and I clench my stomach. I must look like I'm about to faint because Jonah takes the glass of wine from my hand and sets it carefully on the counter. I called the hotel, he continues. They've been leaving voicemails on Chris's phone. They said we can come get the keys and the stuff that was left in their room. Their room. My sister and my husband's hotel room. I can't, Jonah. My voice is a pained whisper. His expression is sympathetic now. He puts his hands on my shoulders and dips his head. You have to. His car will be towed tomorrow if we don't pick it up tonight. You need his car, Morgan. My eyes are filled with tears. I press my lips together and nod. Okay, but I don't want to know what's in the room. That's fine. You can drive Chris's car home, and I'll take care of the rest. Chris and I stayed at the Langford once. It was our 2-year anniversary, and it was before I had finally dropped out of college. He couldn't take the time off his weekend job, so he booked us a Wednesday night. My mother kept Clara, and we spent the entire night in bed together. Sleeping. It was heaven. We were both exhausted from having a toddler and trying to finish school, so as soon as we got a moment of peace, we took advantage of it. We were only 19 and 20 years old. Not even old enough to drink alcohol, but already tired enough to have been twice our age. It eventually got to a point where daycare was costing more than I was making at my part-time job. We were barely making ends meet, and the only logical solution at that time was for me to stay home with Clara. Chris said I could finish my degree after he finished his, but I never re-enrolled. Once Chris found a job, the financial struggles subsided, and we fell into a comfortable routine. I was content with my life. We both were, I thought. But maybe Chris was less content with his life than I assumed. I'm sitting in Jonah's car. We're parked next to Chris's SUV. Jonah got a key from the front desk and went inside the hotel room to find Chris's car key. He's been in there for 5 minutes. I lean my head back and close my eyes, saying a silent prayer. hoping he'll come tell me that whatever he found proved we're way off base. But I already know. In my heart, I know that I've been betrayed in the worst way possible by the one person I never thought would hurt me. My sister. My best friend. Chris doing something like this was a knife to my heart. But Jenny? That's an obliteration of my soul. When Jonah is back in the driver's seat, he tosses Jenny's duffel bag into the back. The one Chris and I bought her for Christmas last year. He hands me the keys to Chris's car. I'm staring at the bag, wondering why she would have needed it. She left her house that morning for a 12-hour shift, not for an overnight trip. Why would she need an overnight bag? Why was her bag in there? Jonah doesn't respond. His jaw is like concrete as he stares forward. Why did she need a bag, Jonah? She told you she was going to work, right? She wasn't staying the night anywhere. Her scrubs were in there, he says. But the way he says it makes me think he's lying. She had an overnight bag so she could change out of her scrubs after leaving my house. But what was she changing into? I reach to the back seat, and he grabs my wrist and stops me. I pull away from him and turn around in my seat, attempting to reach for the duffel bag again. He blocks me with his arm, so we spend the next several seconds scuffling in the car until he has both arms around me, trying to pull me back into my seat, but I've already unzipped it. As soon as I see the black lace trim edging a piece of dainty lingerie, I fall back into the front seat. I stare ahead. Motionless. I try not to let the images flash through my mind, but knowing my sister was planning to wear lingerie for my husband is quite possibly one of the worst things imaginable. Jonah is also immobile. We each silently grapple with the reality of what this means. My doubt is devoured by our new grim reality. I curl into myself, pulling my knees to my chest. Why? My voice strains against the walls of my throat. Jonah reaches a comforting arm out, but I push him away. Take me home. He doesn't move for a moment. But Chris's car. I don't want that fucking car. Jonah eyes me for a beat, then nods once. He cranks his car and reverses out of our parking spot, leaving Chris's car where it sat untouched for the past week. I hope the car gets towed. It's in Chris's name, not mine. I don't want to see the car at my house. The bank can repossess it as far as I'm concerned. As soon as Jonah pulls back up in my driveway, I swing open the passenger door. It feels like I've been holding my breath since we left the Langford, but stepping out of the car and into the fresh night air does nothing to refill my lungs. I don't expect Jonah to get out, but he does. He begins to follow me across my yard, but before I open my front door, I turn around to face him. Did you know about their affair? He shakes his head. Of course not. My chest is heaving. I'm angry, but not at Jonah. I don't think. I'm angry at everything. Chris, Jenny, every single memory I have of them together. I'm angry because I know this is now my new obsession. I'll be constantly wondering when it started, what every look meant, what every conversation between them meant. Did they have inside jokes? Did they say them in front of me? Did they laugh at my inability to sense what was happening between them? Jonah takes a hesitant step forward. I'm crying now, but these tears weren't born from the grief I've been grappling with this entire past week. These tears are born from a more innate anguish, if that's even possible. I attempt to inhale a breath, but my lungs feel clogged. Jonah's concern grows as he watches me, so he moves even closer, invading my personal space, making it even harder for me to catch a breath. I'm sorry, he says, attempting to soothe the panic within me. I push him away, but I don't go inside yet. I don't want Clara to see me like this. I'm audibly gasping now, and it's not helping that I'm trying to stop the tears. Jonah leads me to a chair on the front patio and forces me to sit. I can't. I'm winded. I can't breathe. I'll go get you some water. He heads inside the house, and as soon as the door closes, I burst into sobs. I cover my mouth with both hands, wanting it to stop. I don't want to be sad. Or angry. I just want to be numb. I see something out of the corner of my eye, so I look at the house next door. Mrs. Nettle is peeking out at me from behind her living room curtains, watching me as I cry. She's the nosiest neighbor we've ever had. It makes me angry that she's watching me right now, probably getting pleasure from seeing me in the middle of a panic attack. When she moved in 3 years ago, she didn't like the color of grass in our yard because it didn't match the grass in her yard. She tried to petition the Homeowners Association to force us to replant our yard with alfalfa rather than St. Augustine. And that was just the first month she lived here. She's gotten so much worse since then. God, my random anger at my 80-year-old neighbor is making it even harder to breathe. My heart rate is so fast right now I can feel it pounding in my neck. I put a hand on my chest just as Jonah returns with the water. He takes a seat next to me, ensuring I take a sip. Then another. He places the glass on the table between us. Lean forward and put your head between your knees, he says. I do it without question. Jonah inhales a slow breath, intending for me to mimic it. I do. He repeats it about 10 times, until my heart rate has slowed down significantly. When I feel less on the verge of a heart attack, I lift my head and lean back in the patio chair, attempting to refill my lungs with air. I let out a long sigh, then glance next door. Mrs. Nettle is still staring at us from behind her curtain. She doesn't even try to hide her nosiness. I flip her off, which works. She snatches the curtains shut and turns off her living room light. Jonah makes a small sound in his throat, like he wants to laugh. Maybe it is funny, seeing me flip off an 80-year-old. But there's no way I could possibly find it in me to muster up even a modicum of laughter right now. How are you so calm? I ask him. Jonah leans back in his chair with a sidelong look in my direction. I'm not calm, he says. I'm hurt. I'm angry. But I'm also not as invested as you, so I think it's natural for us to have different reactions. Not as invested as me. Chris wasn't my brother, he says, matter-of-factly. Jenny wasn't someone I've been married to for half my life. They've cut you deeper than they've cut me. I look away from Jonah because his words make me want to wince. I don't like that description. They've cut you. It's the perfect explanation for how I feel, but I never imagined Jenny and Chris would be the ones to make me feel it. Jonah and I don't speak for a while after that. I'm no longer crying, so I should probably go inside now that I'm in the clear. I've been trying to hide my emotions from Clara. Not the grief. The grief is natural. I don't mind being sad in front of her. But I don't want her to sense my anger. What Jenny and Chris did is something I never want Clara to find out. She's gone through enough. No telling how she'd lash out if she uncovered the truth about them. She's already lashed out enough with behavior that is so unlike her. Clara left Chris's funeral early. I found her at the movie theater getting high with that guy. Miller Adams. The one you claimed was a good kid. I don't know why I threw in that last part, like it's somehow Jonah's fault. Jonah releases a sigh. Wow. I know. And the worst part is I don't even know how to deal with it. Or how long I should ground her for. Jonah pushes himself out of the chair, coming to a stand. She's suffering. We all are. I doubt it's something she'd have done if it were under different circumstances. Maybe give her a pass on her behavior this week. I nod, but I disagree with him. A free pass would be appropriate for something milder than doing drugs. It's more appropriate for something like breaking curfew. I can't just let it slide that she left Chris's funeral to get high. Not to mention she was with the one guy her father told her not to spend time with. If I let either of those things slide, what will that leniency lead to? I stand up, ready to go inside. I open the front door and turn to face Jonah. He's in the doorway now, staring at his feet, when he says, "I need to pick up Elijah." He lifts his eyes, and I can't tell if he's holding back tears or if I just forgot that when you're this close to Jonah Sullivan, the blue in his eyes looks liquefied. "Will you be okay?" I let out a half-hearted laugh. I still have tears on my cheeks that haven't even dried, and he's asking me if I'll be okay. I haven't been okay for a week. I'm not okay now. But I shrug and say, "I'll survive." He hesitates like he wants to say more. But he doesn't. He walks back to his car, and I close my front door. What was that about? I spin around to find Clara standing at the entrance to the hallway. "Nothing," I say, almost too quickly. "Is he okay?" "Yeah, he's struggling. Raising Elijah on his own. He had questions." I'm not the good liar in this family, but that technically wasn't a lie. I'm sure Jonah is struggling. It's his first child. He just lost Jenny. I remember when Clara was a baby and Chris was a full-time student and worked all the days he didn't have class. I know how hard it is to do everything on your own. I've been there. Granted, Elijah is an easier baby than Clara. They look like they could be twins, but their personalities are nothing alike. "Who has Elijah?" Clara asks. I hear that question come from Clara, but I can't answer it because my thoughts aren't moving forward. They're stuck on the last thing that went through my head. They look like they could be twins. I grip the wall after being hit by what feels like a 10,000-pound realization. "Why did you leave the house with Jonah?" Clara asks. "Where did you all go?" Elijah doesn't look anything like Jonah. He looks just like Clara. "Mom," Clara says with more emphasis, trying to get a response from me. And Clara looks just like Chris. The walls in front of me begin to pulsate. I wave Clara off because I know what a terrible liar I am, and I feel like she can see right through me. "You're still grounded. Go back to your room." "I'm grounded from the living room," she asks, puzzled. "Clara, go," I say firmly, needing her to leave the room before I completely break down right in front of her. Clara storms off. I rush to my own bedroom and slam the door. As if their deaths weren't enough, the blows just keep coming, and they're getting more and more severe. Chapter 8. Clara. I left the house as soon as my mother went to her bedroom and slammed her door. I'm not supposed to leave, so I'm sure this will extend however long I'm grounded for, but at this point, I don't care. I can't be cooped up inside that house for another minute. Everything reminds me of my father. And every time I look at my mother, she's sitting quietly in random spots, staring at nothing. Or snapping at me. I know she's hurting, but she's not the only one. All I did was ask her where Elijah was and why she left the house with Jonah, but she completely overreacted. Will this be how it is from now on? My father is gone, so now she feels she has to compensate for his absence and be even stricter on me. Who gets grounded from their own living room? I'm grounded from my phone, so my mother won't be able to see where I am. I was afraid she'd call the police, so before I left, I wrote her a note that said, "I'm really hurting. I'm going to Lex's for a couple of hours, but I'll be home by 10. I knew if I threw in the hurting part that maybe she wouldn't be so angry. Grief is a beast, but it's also a great excuse. I drove to Lex's house after leaving my own, hoping she'd be home, but she wasn't. Now I'm sitting in the parking lot of the movie theater, staring at Miller's truck. I pulled in because I was thinking how nice it would be to sit in the dark theater for an hour and a half and forget the outside world even exists. But now that I know Miller is working tonight, I'm not sure I want to go in. It'll seem like I came here on purpose, seeking him out. Maybe I did. I don't even know. Either way, I'm not going to stop going to the movies anytime he's working, simply because he's got a girlfriend. I'm also not going to stop going just because I'm worried it'll be awkward. I mean, the guy bought me drugs. Can't get much more awkward than that. The outdoor ticket counter window is closed, but Miller is inside. I watch him through the glass doors for a moment. He's wiping down the concession stand counters while Steven, the guy who sold him the weed, sweeps up random spills of popcorn. The lobby of the theater is quiet when I walk inside, so both of them look up when they hear the door open. Miller shoots me a small smile and stops cleaning when he sees me. I'm suddenly more nervous than I anticipated I'd be. He presses his palms onto the counter and leans forward as I approach him. I figured you'd be grounded. I shrug. I am. She took my phone and banished me to my bedroom. I look at the menu over his head. I escaped. He laughs. Final showings started between 30 and 45 minutes ago, but you can take your pick. Theater 4 is the emptiest. What's playing in 4? Interstate. It's an action flick. Gross. I'll take it. I pull money out of my purse, but he waves it away. Don't worry about it. Family gets in free. If anyone asks, tell them you're my sister. I'd almost rather pay than pretend we're siblings. Miller laughs and grabs a large cup. What do you want to drink? Sprite. He hands me the Sprite, then wets a handful of napkins in the sink behind him. I look at him with confusion as he hands me the wet napkins. You have stuff, he says, dragging a finger down his cheek. Makeup. From crying. Oh. I wipe at my cheeks. I don't even remember putting on mascara today. I seem to be going through the motions of life without actually being aware of any of the motions. I wasn't even aware that I was crying the entire way here. Hell, I'm probably still crying. I can't even tell anymore. My guilt over knowing I was texting Aunt Jenny the moment she had the wreck, coupled with the gaping loss I feel for both of them, doesn't feel like it'll ever go away. The tears that seem to only come at night are starting to follow me into the daytime. I thought time would make it better, but so far, time has just allowed my feelings to build and build. My heart feels swollen, like it might explode if even one more small tragedy finds its way in. Miller makes me a large bag of popcorn as I wipe away my mascara. You want butter? Lots of it. I toss the napkin in a nearby trash can, not even concerned if I got it all. He douses the popcorn in butter. Don't forget. If an employee asks for a ticket, you're my sister, he says as he hands the popcorn to me. I put a few pieces of popcorn in my mouth as I back away. Thanks, Bubba. He makes a pained face after I call him that, almost as if it's a gross thought. I like that the thought of us being relatives repulses him. That means there's a chance he's imagined us together in an entirely different capacity. The popcorn is stale. I'm sure it's because the concession stand was shutting down when he made me a bag. Can't expect fresh popcorn at the end of the night. But it's so bad that I'm pretty sure this popcorn is the reject pile that's been resting untouched at the bottom of the popcorn machine since it was first popped this morning. I'm eating it anyway. I chose to sit in the back row in the corner because there are only 2 other people in here, and they're in the middle. I didn't want to sit in front of them because I planned on crying through the whole thing, but it's actually an interesting enough movie to keep my mind off things. I didn't say it was a good movie. Just interesting. At least, the main character is interesting. She's a no-holds-barred badass with shoulder-length hair that whips and sways with her every movement. I've focused more on her hair than on the storyline. My hair is long, down to the middle of my back. My dad loved my hair long and talked me out of cutting it off every time I got the urge. I pull at a strand of my hair and slide my fingers down the length of it. I'm tired of it. I think I'll cut it off soon. I'm due for a change. Hey, Miller whispers. I look up just as he's taking a seat next to me. How's the movie? I don't know. I'm thinking about cutting off my hair. He reaches into my popcorn and grabs a handful, then leans back in his seat and props his feet up on the chair in front of him. I have scissors behind the concession stand. I didn't mean right now. Oh. Well, whenever you're ready. The scissors stay here, so just show up, and I'll cut it. I laugh. I didn't mean I wanted you to cut it. Okay, but fair warning. Steven is better at sweeping up popcorn and selling weed than he is at cutting hair. I roll my eyes, resting my feet on the back of the seat in front of me. New flip-flops, he asks, staring at my feet. Yep. Did some real shady shit for these. Miller grabs another handful of popcorn, and we don't speak for the next few minutes. The movie comes to an end, and the only other people in the theater get up to leave when the credits begin rolling. He digs his hand into the popcorn again. We're not doing anything wrong, but it feels like we are. Before he sat down next to me, I felt numb, but now my body is charged with adrenaline. Our arms aren't even touching. I'm hogging both armrests, and he's leaned away from me, probably to avoid any form of contact. But still, it feels wrong. He's sitting next to the one girl we both know he shouldn't be sitting next to. And even though it makes me feel guilty, it also makes me feel good. The credits are still rolling when Miller says, "This popcorn is really stale. It's the worst popcorn I've ever had." "It's almost gone," he says, indicating the bag. "Doesn't seem like you minded." I shrug. I'm not picky. More silence passes between us. He smiles at me, and a surge of heat rushes through me. I look into the bag of popcorn and shake it around like I'm trying to find a good piece because I don't want to look at him and feel this for someone who has a girlfriend. I don't want to feel this for anyone. Feeling anything remotely good makes me feel like a shit human considering the circumstances of the past week. But he's still staring at me and hasn't made a move to leave yet, and since he's blocking me from the aisle, I feel forced to make conversation. "How long have you worked here?" "A year." He settles into his seat a little more. "I like it okay. I think the idea of working at a theater is more exciting than the reality of it. It's mostly just a lot of cleaning. But you get to watch all the movies you want, right? That's why I still work here. I've seen every movie released since I started. I look at it as preparation for my career. Research. What's your favorite movie? Of all time, he asks. Pick one from the past 10 years. I can't, he says. There are so many great ones, and I love them all for different reasons. I love the technical aspect of Birdman. I love the performances in Call Me By Your Name. Fantastic Mr. Fox is my favorite cartoon because Wes Anderson is a goddamn genius. He glances at me. What about you? I don't think Fantastic Mr. Fox counts. It seems older than 10 years. I lean my head back and stare up at the ceiling. It's a tough question. I'm like you. I don't know that I have a favorite movie. I tend to judge more on the talent than the storyline. I think Emma Stone is probably my favorite actress. And Adam Driver is the best actor of our time, but I don't think he's landed the role of his lifetime yet. He was great in Black Klansman, but I'm not crazy about some of the other movies he's been in. But did you see the Kylo Ren skit? Yes. I say, sitting up. On SNL. Oh my God, it was so funny. I'm smiling, but I hate that I'm smiling. It feels weird to smile when I'm so full of sadness, but this is how Miller makes me feel every time I'm around him. He's the only thing that seems to be able to take my mind off everything, Yet he's the one person I can't really hang out with. Thanks for that, Shelby. It sucks. I don't like thinking about it, even though we're together right now. But when I eventually return to school, things will go back to how they've been. Miller will keep his distance. He'll respect his relationship with Shelby, which will only serve to make me respect him even more. And I'll just continue to be in a depressing funk. I should go, I say. Miller hesitates before moving. Yeah, I think my break was over 10 minutes ago. We both stand up, but I can't get out of the aisle because he's blocking my way, facing me, not making an effort to walk away. He's just staring down at me as if he wants to say something else. Or do something else. I'm really sorry about what happened, he says. At first, I'm not sure what he's talking about, but then it hits me. I press my lips together and nod, but I don't say anything because it's the last thing I want to talk or think about. I should have said that the other day. At the funeral. It's fine, I say. I'm fine. Or at least I'll be fine. Eventually. I sigh. Hopefully. He's staring at me like he wants to pull me in for a hug, and I really wish he would. But instead, he turns and walks out of the aisle, toward the exit. I stop at the restroom on our way out. He grabs a trash can and starts to pull it toward the theater we just came out of. CYA, Clara. I don't tell him goodbye. I walk into the restroom and don't even bother pretending things will be the same between us the next time I see him. He'll avoid me while being all faithful and shit, and whatever. That's okay. I need to stop interacting with him anyway, because as good as it feels when I'm around him, it's starting to hurt when I'm not. And I don't need another painful thing added to my already existing pile of excruciating feelings. When I get home, I expect my mother to be waiting up for me, pissed and ready to argue. Instead, the house is quiet. Her bedroom light is off. When I get to my own bedroom, I'm surprised to find my cell phone on my pillow. A peace offering. That's unexpected. I lie back on my bed and catch up on my messages. Lexi wants to know if I'll be at school tomorrow. I wasn't planning on going back so soon, but the thought of being in this house sounds way worse than school, so I tell her I'll be there. I open Instagram and browse through Miller's profile. I know I said I needed to stop interacting with him, and I will. But first, I need to send him a message. Just one. Then we can go back to how things have been between us for the past year. Non-existent. Just wanted to say thank you for the free movie and the shitty popcorn. You're the best sibling I've ever had. He doesn't follow me, so I expect it to go to his filtered messages and take him a month to read, but he actually responds within a few minutes. Miller, you got your phone back? I grin and roll onto my stomach when his message comes in. Me, yeah. It was on my pillow when I got home. I think it's a peace offering. Miller, she sounds like a cool mom. I roll my eyes. Cool is being very generous. Me, she's great. I even put one of those smiling face emojis to make my response more believable. Miller, you coming back to school tomorrow? Me, I think so. Miller, good deal. I should probably stop talking to you here. I think Shelby knows my password. Me, wow. That's like next level. You proposing soon? Miller, you love to make fun of my relationship. Me, it's my favorite pastime. Miller, I guess I make it easy. Me, has she always been a jealous person? Or did you do something to make her that way? Miller, she's not a jealous person. She's only jealous when it comes to you. Me, what? Why? Miller, it's a long story. A boring one. Good night, Clara. It's a boring story? Whatever. The fact that Miller has a story that includes me in the narrative is going to be the only thing I can think about for the rest of the night. Me, good night. Make sure you delete these messages. Miller, already have. I stare at my phone, knowing I should stop, but I send him one more message. Me, here's my number in case you get your heart broken again. I send him my phone number, but he doesn't respond. Probably for the best. I go back to his page and scroll through his pictures. I've looked through his page before, but not since I've actually had a conversation with him. Miller is good with a camera. There are a few pictures of Miller with Shelby, but most of his pictures are of random things. None of him by himself, which I like for some reason. The picture that catches my eye is a black and white photo he took of the city limit sign. It makes me laugh, so I double tap the picture to like it. I'm still scrolling through my feed when a text comes through from a number I don't recognize. Troublemaker. His text makes me laugh. I honestly didn't like his picture with any ill intent. I genuinely thought it was funny, and for a minute, I forgot that me even liking it could send him back to the interrogation room with Shelby. I immediately save his number in my contacts. It makes me wonder if he's going to save my number under my real name or a fake name. Shelby would flip if she knew he had my number in his phone. And I'm sure if she has his Instagram password, she probably goes through his phone. Me, you saving my number under a fake name so you don't get in trouble? Miller, I was thinking about it. What about Jason? Me, Jason is a good name. Everyone knows a Jason. She wouldn't be suspicious. I smile, but my smile only lasts a fleeting second. I remember the last thing Aunt Jenny texted me. You don't want to be the other girl. Trust me. She's right. Aunt Jenny was always right. What am I doing? Me, never mind. Don't save me under a fake name. I don't want to be Jason in your phone and I don't want to be your fake sibling at the movie theater. Call me someday when I can just be Clara. The dots appear on my phone. They disappear. He doesn't text me back. After a few minutes, I screenshot our messages and then delete his number. Chapter 9. Morgan. I've just slipped into a light sleep when I hear a banging on the door that startles me. I sit up in bed and reach over to shake Chris awake. His side of the bed is empty. I stare at it, wondering when things like that are going to stop. It's been less than 2 weeks since they died, but I've picked up my phone at least 5 times to call him or Jenny. It's so natural that I just forget. Then I'm forced to relive the grief. Another pounding on the door. My head swings in the direction of the noise. My heart rate picks up because I'm going to have to deal with this whether I'm prepared to or not. In the past, when something happened unexpectedly in the middle of the night, Chris would always take care of it. I pull on a robe and rush to the door before whoever it is wakes up Clara. The pounding is so incessant it's starting to make me angry. It better not be Mrs. Nettle from next door here to blame me for something. She once woke us up at 2 in the morning to complain about a squirrel in our backyard tree. I flip on the porch light and look through the peephole, relieved to see it isn't Mrs. Nettle. It's just Jonah, disheveled and holding Elijah tightly against his chest. But my relief only lasts for a second when I realize that it's midnight, and Jonah doesn't just randomly stop by at midnight. Something must be wrong with Elijah. I swing open the door. Is everything okay? Jonah shakes his head, his eyes frantic as he pushes past me. No. I close the door and walk over to them. Does he have a fever? No, he's fine. I'm confused. You just said he's not okay. He's fine. I'm not fine. He hands Elijah to me, and I check his forehead for a temperature anyway. He doesn't have a fever, so I start to check him for a rash. I can't think of any other reason he'd be here this late at night. He's fine, Jonah repeats. He's perfect, he's happy, he's fed, and I. He shakes his head and walks back toward the front door without Elijah. I'm done. I can't do this. A sinking feeling consumes me. I rush after Jonah and intercept him, pressing my back against my front door. What do you mean you can't do this? Jonah takes a step back and then faces the other direction. He clasps his hands behind his head. I realize what I initially thought was fear is nothing less than devastation. Jonah doesn't even have to tell me why he's so upset. I already know. He spins around, facing me again, his eyes full of heartache and lined with tears. He waves a hand toward Elijah. He smiled for the first time tonight. He pauses, as if what he's about to say next is too painful to put into words. Elijah, my son, has Chris's fucking smile. No, no, no. I shake my head, feeling the heartache pouring out of him. Jonah, I hear Clara's bedroom door open before I can process what this all means. My sympathetic expression immediately changes to a pleading one. Please don't do this right now, I beg him in a whisper. I don't want her to find out what they did. It'll break her. Jonah's eyes move past me. I'm assuming to Clara. What's going on? She asks. I spin around, and Clara is standing at the entrance of the hallway, rubbing sleep from her eyes. Jonah mutters, I can't do this. I'm sorry, under his breath, and opens the door. He leaves. I walk over to Clara and shove Elijah into her arms. I'll be right back. Jonah is almost to his car when I shut the front door and rush after him. He hears me following him, so he spins around. Why would Jenny lie to me about something this huge? He's full of anguish, gripping his hair and then slapping his palms against the car, like he has no idea what to do with his hands. His head hangs between his shoulders in defeat. Having an affair is one thing, but to lead me to believe I fathered her child. Who does that, Morgan? He pushes off the car and strides toward me. I've never seen him this angry, so I find myself taking small steps backward. Did you know he wasn't mine? He's looking at me like I was in on this somehow. Is that why she showed up out of the blue at my father's funeral last year? She needed to cover up who really got her pregnant. Was this some kind of sick plan? His words kind of hurt, because of course I didn't know any of that. I only just recently suspected Chris could be Elijah's father, but this is the first time I've seen Jonah since having that suspicion. Do you actually think I would have let them get away with that? He grips the sides of his head in frustration, then throws his arms out. I don't know. You've been with Chris half your life. How could you not suspect that he was Elijah's father? He walks back toward his car but then thinks of something else to say that will likely make me even angrier with him. You knew they were sleeping together, Morgan. Deep down, you had to know, but we both know how good you are at ignoring what's right in front of you. Yep. I'm definitely a lot angrier than I was 10 seconds ago. Jonah steps back, as if his own words boomeranged back into his gut. His anger is immediately swallowed by the apologetic look in his eyes. Are you done? I ask. He nods, but barely. Where's Elijah's diaper bag? Jonah walks to the car and opens the back door. He hands me the diaper bag. He stares down at the concrete beneath his feet, waiting for me to walk away. You're all he has, Jonah. He lifts his head and stares at me a moment and then slowly shakes his head. Actually, you're all he has. He's your sister's child. He has absolutely nothing of me in him. His words don't come out with the vengeance that was coursing through him earlier. Now he's just quiet and broken. I look at him pleadingly. I can't imagine what this must be like for him, so I'm doing my best not to judge his reaction, but he loves Elijah. There's no way he can walk away from an infant he's raised for 2 months, no matter how hurt he is right now. He'll end up regretting this. I soften my own voice when I speak. You're the only parent he knows. Go home. Sleep it off. Come back and get him in the morning. I walk back to my house. I don't mean to slam the door, but I do, and it startles Elijah. He begins to cry. Clara is seated on the couch with him, so I take him out of her arms so she can get back to bed. What's wrong with Jonah? She asks. He seemed angry. I play it down as much as I can, even though I know I'm a terrible liar. He's just exhausted. I offered to keep Elijah for the night to give him a break. Clara stares at me for a moment. She knows I'm lying, but she doesn't press me. She does roll her eyes when she passes me, though. When she's back in her room, I take Elijah to my bedroom and sit down on the bed, holding him. He's wide awake now, but he's no longer crying. He's smiling. And Jonah is right. When he smiles, there's a deep dimple that forms in the center of his chin. He looks exactly like Chris. Chapter 10. Clara. Everyone thought Jonah would be back teaching his classes on Monday, but he wasn't. Mom said Jonah would pick up Elijah on Monday, but it's Wednesday now, and he didn't. I don't know what's going on because my mother won't tell me anything, so when Lexi comes to my locker after last period and says, "What's going on with Uncle Teacher?" I have no idea what to say. I close my locker and shrug. I don't know. I think he's having a breakdown. He dropped Elijah off with us Sunday night, and all I heard him say before he stormed out of the house was, "I can't do this. I'm sorry." Shit. So your mom still has Elijah? The way Lexi is chewing her gum makes it seem like we're chatting about going to the mall rather than Jonah possibly abandoning his infant son. Yep. Lexi leans against the locker next to me. That's not good. It's fine. He'll probably pick him up today. I think he just needed to catch up on sleep. Lexi can tell I'm making excuses. She shrugs and pops a bubble with her gum. Yeah, maybe. But fair warning. My dad has been catching up on sleep for 13 years. I humor her with a laugh, but Jonah is nothing like Lexi's dad. Not that I've ever met her biological father. But Jonah would never do something like that to Elijah. My mother said it was the day after Christmas when he stormed out of the house and yelled, "I'm done." He never came back. She pops another bubble. If there's one thing my dad is good at, it's being done. He's been being done for 13 years. She suddenly clamps her mouth shut and looks over my shoulder. She's focused on something else now. Or someone else. I turn around and see Miller heading this direction. His eyes land on mine, and for a substantial 3 seconds, he holds my stare. His entire focus is on me so hard he has to crane his neck a little as he passes us before he looks away almost forcefully. We haven't spoken since that night over text. I like that he's not pursuing me, but I also hate it. I want him to be a good human, but I'd also very much like it if he didn't care so much about his current relationship. Lexi whistles out a breath. I felt that. I roll my eyes. No, you didn't. I did. That look he gave you, it was like. Back to Jonah, I say, pushing off my locker. He's a good dad. He just needed a break. $50 says he doesn't come back. Lexi follows me toward the exit to the parking lot. Back to where? I ask. To school. Or to Elijah? Both. Didn't he only move here because Jenny was pregnant? He probably had a life outside of this town that he'd love to get back to. Start over. Pretend the past year never happened. You're terrible. No. Men are terrible. Dads are the most terrible, she says. My shoulders shrink a little at her comment. I sigh, thinking about my father. Mine wasn't. He was the greatest. Lexi pauses her steps. Clara, I'm so sorry. I'm a dumbass. I step back and grab her hand, pulling her forward with me. It's fine. But you're wrong about Jonah. He's like my dad. He's one of the good ones. He loves Elijah too much to just up and abandon him like this. We make it another 5 feet before Lexi stops again, pulling me to a stop with her. I turn around, my back to the parking lot, my eyes on her. What's wrong? Don't look right now, but Miller just pulled up next to your car. My eyes widen. He did? Yes. And I need you to take me home, but I don't want to make it awkward if he's wanting to talk to you, so I'm going back inside the school. Text me when it's safe to come out. Okay. I'm nodding, my stomach full of nerves. Also, you're full of it. You are so into him. If you use the word inconsequential one more time in reference to him, I'll slap you. Okay. Lexi walks back toward the school, and I take a breath. I spin around and head for my car, pretending not to notice Miller's truck until I'm at my driver's side door. His windows are up and his truck is running, but he's just sitting in it, staring ahead with a sucker hanging from his mouth. He's not even paying attention to me. He probably doesn't even know he parked next to me, and here I am assuming it was deliberate. I feel stupid. I start to turn around and open my car door but stop short when he unlocks his passenger door. That's when he lazily turns his head and looks at me expectantly, like I'm supposed to get in his truck. I contemplate it. I like the way I feel around him, so even though I know I shouldn't give him the satisfaction of being able to summon me into his truck with one simple look, I get in his truck anyway. I am that pathetic. When I close the door, it feels as if I've trapped a live wire inside the truck with us. The silence between us only makes the feeling more noticeable. I can actually feel my heart beating from my stomach all the way up to my throat, as if my heart has swollen to fill my entire torso. Miller's head is resting against his seat, his body is facing forward, but his eyes are on me. I'm looking at him much the same way, but I'm not as relaxed. My back is straight against the leather of his seat. He does have air conditioning, despite what I assumed last time I was in his truck. It's on high, and it's blowing my hair into my mouth. I flick the vent closed and then pull a strand of hair away from my lips with my fingers. Miller's eyes follow my movements, lingering on my mouth for a moment. The way he's looking at me is making it really difficult to inhale a proper breath. As if he can tell I'm having a physical reaction to just being in his presence, his eyes fall even more to my heaving chest, albeit very briefly. He pulls his sucker out of his mouth and grips his steering wheel, looking away from me. I changed my mind. I need you to get out of my truck. I'm dumbfounded by his words. And also very confused. Changed your mind about what? He looks at me again, and for some reason, he looks torn. He drags in a slow breath. I don't know. I feel really confused around you. He feels confused around me? That makes me smile. My smile makes him frown. I don't even know what's happening right now. I don't know if I like it or hate it, but I do know that whatever it is that makes me feel the way I do when I'm around him is a feeling that can only be fought for so long. He's looking back at me like he's almost at the end of his fight. You really need to figure out your shit, Miller. He nods. Believe me. I know I do. That's why I need you to get out of my truck. This entire interaction is so bizarre I can only laugh about it. My laugh finally makes him smile. But then he groans and grips his steering wheel with both hands, pressing his forehead against it. Please get out of my truck, Clara, he whispers. I should hate that he's battling some sort of moral struggle right now. I like this feeling, thinking he might be attracted to me a lot more than thinking he hates me. I try to keep Shelby at the forefront of my mind. Knowing he has a girlfriend that he loves and cares for keeps me from climbing across this seat and kissing him like I want to. But I know I'm not doing anything to help prevent him from having the same urge, because I'm still sitting in his truck, despite him asking me to get out no less than 3 times. I might even make it worse when I reach over and pull his sucker out of his grip. Miller? He tilts his head, still pressed against the steering wheel, and stares at me. You're confusing me too. I put his sucker in my mouth and grab the door handle. Miller keeps his head tilted just enough so that he can watch me exit his truck. As soon as I shut the door, he locks it, then puts the truck in reverse like he can't get away from me fast enough. I get into my car, fully convinced that Aunt Jenny was wrong about one thing. She said girls were more confusing than guys. I don't believe that for a second. I back out of my parking spot after Miller is gone. When I pull onto the road, my phone rings. It's Lexi. Shit. Lexi. I answer it. I'm sorry. I'm turning around. You forgot me. I know. I'm the worst. Coming back now. Chapter 11. Morgan. 2 years, 6 months, and 13 days. That's how long Chris's life insurance was supposed to last in a worst-case scenario when I did the math. But adding an infant into the mix is going to throw us into poverty level. I can't get a job if I have an infant. I can't afford daycare if I get a job. I can't sue Jonah for child support because he's not even the father. When Elijah begins to cry, I pile the paperwork together and go tend to him. Again. I thought Elijah was nothing like Clara was at this age, but I'm beginning to think I was wrong. Because all he's done for the last few days is cry. He naps occasionally, but he's mostly been crying. I'm sure it's because I'm not familiar to him. He's used to Jenny, and he hasn't heard her voice in a while. He hasn't heard Jonas since Sunday night. I'm doing the best I can at pretending this will turn out okay, but I'm starting to worry it won't, because Jonah hasn't responded to a single one of my texts. Jonah very well may not come back. And do I blame him? He's right, I'm the one related to this baby by blood. Not him. It's as if Elijah is more my responsibility now. Despite being on the birth certificate, Jonah really doesn't have an obligation to raise a child who was created by my sister and my husband. I was hoping the 2 months Jonah has spent with Elijah would be enough to form that unbreakable bond between parent and child and that he'd come to his senses and show up, apologetic and heartbroken. But that didn't happen. It's going on day 4 and here I am, possibly about to raise a newborn in the midst of this chaos. Last night, I couldn't stop thinking about it while I sat in the living room, holding Elijah as he screamed his head off for an hour straight. I actually started laughing hysterically in the middle of all the screaming. It made me wonder if I was going crazy. That's how they always depict crazy people on television. Laughing in dire situations, when they should be reacting more appropriately. But all I could do was laugh, because my life is complete and utter shit. It's shit. It is. Shit. My husband is dead. My sister is dead. Their illegitimate child has been handed over to me to raise, when my own daughter barely speaks to me anymore. I'm not qualified for this. And I can't even escape this shit life to watch television because the damn TV is still broken. I should call them. Call who? I spin around, shocked to find Clara home. I didn't even hear her walk through the door. Call who? She repeats. I didn't realize I said that out loud. The cable company. I miss television. Clara shakes her head as if she wants to say, cable is so outdated, Mom. But she doesn't. She walks over and takes Elijah from me. There are 2 cable companies in this town, but I get lucky and call the one we actually have an account with first. I'm on hold forever before I finally get an appointment confirmed. When I hang up, Clara is looking up at me from her position on the couch. Have you even slept yet? I'm assuming she asks this because I'm in yesterday's clothes and I haven't brushed my hair. I can't even remember if I brushed my teeth. I usually do it before I go to sleep and as soon as I wake up, but I haven't done either of those things, because Clara is right. I haven't slept. I wonder how long someone can go on no sleep. Apparently for Elijah, it's 7 hours, because that's how many have passed between his last nap and this one. Call Jonah and tell him to come get his son. You look like you're about to break. I avoid responding to her comment, lifting Elijah out of her arms. Can you run to the store and grab some diapers? I only have one left, and he needs changing. Jonah can't bring you more. Clara asks. Isn't that his responsibility? I look away from Clara, since she's staring at me like I'm water and she can see right through me. Cut Jonah some slack, I say to her. His world has been turned upside down. Our worlds were turned upside down too. Doesn't mean we'd abandon an infant. You wouldn't understand. He needs time. My wallet is in the kitchen, I say, continuing to avoid throwing Jonah under the bus, no matter how much I want to. Clara takes my money and leaves for the store. When it's just me and Elijah, I lay him on the pallet I made for him. He's finally asleep, and I have no idea how long it'll last, so I take advantage of it and use the time to go to the kitchen and rinse out his bottles. He hasn't had breast milk since Jenny died, but he seems to be taking to formula pretty well. It just makes for a hell of a lot of dishes. I'm scrubbing one of the bottles when it happens. I start crying. Lately, when I start crying, I can't turn it off. I cry with Elijah at night. I cry with him during the day. I cry in the shower. I cry in my car. I have a perpetual headache and a perpetual heartache, and sometimes I just wish it would end. All of it. The whole world. You know your life is shit when you're hand-washing baby bottles, praying for Armageddon. Chapter 12. Clara. There are several routes I can take to get from my house to the grocery store, or my house to the school, or my house to basically anywhere in town. One of them is the main road through the center of downtown, which is the shortest way. The other is the loop, which is out of my way, but even still, it's the only road I've taken to get anywhere for almost 2 weeks now. Because it's the only road that takes me right by Miller Adams's house. The city limit sign has moved a little more, and I can see now why he's moving it in small increments. Unless you're looking to see if it's been moved, it would be hard to notice a 20-foot shift every week. I've noticed, though. And it makes me smile every time I see it in a different spot. I drive this way in hopes he'll be on the side of the road again, and I'll have an excuse to stop. He's never out here, though. I continue my drive to the grocery store to get diapers, even though I have no idea what kind of diapers or what size to get. Texts to my mother when I arrive at the store go unanswered. She must be busy with Elijah. I open my contact for Jonah. I stare at it, wondering why my mother wouldn't call him for diapers. I'm also curious as to why she's had Elijah for as long as she has. I could tell she was lying to me when she said he just needed a break. I could see it in her eyes. She was worried. She's hoping a break is all he needs. But what if Lexi is right? What if Jonah decides not to come back for him? If that's the case, it's one more thing to add to the long list of tragedies I'm responsible for. Jonah is stressed because he lost the mother of his child and has no idea how to raise him alone, and none of this would be happening if it weren't for me. I need to fix whatever is going on, but I can't do that when I don't know what, exactly, is going on. I decide not to call Jonah. I put my phone in my pocket and leave the store without buying diapers, and then I drive straight to Jonah's house because Aunt Jenny isn't here to give me answers and my mother certainly isn't being honest with me. No better way to get answers than to go straight to the source. I can hear the television when I approach Jonah's front door. I breathe out a little bit of relief, knowing if the television is on, he probably hasn't skipped town yet. I ring the doorbell and hear rustling inside of the house. Then footsteps. The footsteps fade, as if he's walking away, attempting to avoid his visitor. I start beating on the door, wanting him to know I'm not going away until he opens this door. I'll go through a window if I have to. Jonah! I yell. Nothing. I try the doorknob, but it's locked, so I knock again with my right hand and ring the doorbell with my left. I do this for a full 30 seconds before I hear footsteps again. The door swings open. Jonah is pulling on a t-shirt. "Give a guy a second to get dressed," he says. I push open the door and move past him, entering his house without permission. I haven't been here since a week before Jenny died. It's incredible how fast a man can let something go to complete shit. Not that it's reached the point of disgusting, but it has definitely reached the point of pathetic. Clothes on the floor. Empty pizza boxes on the counter. 2 open chip bags on the couch. As if he's embarrassed by the state of his house, which he should be, he starts to gather trash and carry it toward the kitchen. "What are you doing?" I ask. He steps on the trash can lever, and the lid pops open. I think his plan was to drop the trash into the trash can, but it's too full for that, so he releases the lever and sets the trash on the kitchen counter with a pile of other trash. "Cleaning," he says. He takes the lid off the trash can and begins to tie the bag shut. You know what I mean. Why has my mother had Elijah since Sunday? Jonah pulls the bag of trash out of the can and sets it next to the kitchen door that leads to the garage. He pauses for a moment and looks at me, as if he might actually be honest with his answer. But then he shakes his head. "You wouldn't understand." I am so sick of hearing those words. It's as if adults assume that being 16 prevents a person from understanding the English language. I understand enough to know that there's nothing in the world that should keep a parent from their child. Not even grief. Are you even concerned about him? Jonah looks offended by my question. Of course I am. You have a funny way of showing it. I'm not in a good place. I laugh. Yeah. Neither is my mother. She lost her husband and her sister. Jonah's response is flat. I lost my best friend, my fiancé, and my son's mother. And now your son lost you. That seems fair. Jonah sighs, leaning against the counter. He looks down at the floor, and I can tell my being here is making him feel guilty. Good. He deserves to feel guilty. And I'm not even done yet. Do you think you're hurting more than my mother? No, he says instantly. Convincingly. Then why are you putting your responsibilities on her? It's not like you're grieving more than she is, and now you've dropped your kid off with her, like your grief is more important than what she's going through. Jonah takes in what I'm saying. I can see it sinking in because he looks guilt-ridden. He pushes off the counter and turns away from me, like my presence alone is making him feel remorse. Elijah rolled over last night, I say. Jonah spins around, his eyes darting back to mine. Did he really? I shake my head. No. But he will soon, and you're going to miss it. Jonah's jaw hardens. I can see the shift in him seconds before it happens. What the hell am I doing? He whispers. He rushes to the dining room table, swiping up a set of car keys. He begins to head for the garage door. Where are you going? Jonah pauses, then faces me. To get my son. He opens the garage door, but before he leaves, I call after him. I'll stay and clean your house for $50. Jonah then walks back through the living room as he pulls his wallet out of his pocket. He takes out 2 20s and a 10 and hands the 3 bills to me. Then he does something unexpected. He leans in and gives me a quick kiss on the forehead. When he pulls back, he's staring at me with an intense expression. "Thank you, Clara." I smile and shake the 3 bills in my hand, but I know he isn't thanking me for staying to clean his house. He's thanking me for knocking some sense back into him. Chapter 13. Morgan. I'm in the laundry room, rewashing the few outfits I have of Elijah's when I hear the front door open and close. Clara must be back from the store with diapers. I'm still crying. Big surprise. I wipe at my eyes before turning on the dryer and heading back into the living room. When I round the corner, I pause. Jonah is standing in my living room. He's holding Elijah, cradling him against his chest, kissing him over and over on top of his head. "I'm sorry," I hear him whispering. "Daddy is so sorry." I don't want to interrupt the moment. It's heartwarming, which is odd, since I was so full of anger just minutes before. But I can see in Jonah's expression that he realizes he can't just walk away from Elijah. No matter who fathered him, Jonah has raised him. Jonah is the one Elijah knows and loves. I'm happy that Jonah didn't make my worst fears come true. I walk to my bedroom and give them a moment while I repack Elijah's diaper bag. When I return to the living room, Jonah hasn't moved. He's still cradling him as if he can't apologize enough to Elijah. As if Elijah even understands what happened. Jonah glances up, and we make eye contact. As much relief as I feel right now from knowing his love for Elijah overpowers any DNA they do or don't share, I'm still a little pissed that it took him almost 4 days to come to his senses. "If you abandon him again, I'm filing for custody." Without wasting a second, Jonah crosses the room and wraps an arm around me, tucking my head under his chin. "I'm sorry, Morgan. I don't know what I was thinking." His voice is desperate, as if I might not forgive him. "I'm so sorry." The thing is, I don't even blame him. If Chris and Jenny weren't already dead, I'd kill them for doing this to Jonah. It's all I've been able to think about for the past few days. Jenny had to know there was a chance Chris could be Jonah's father. And if Jenny knew, Chris knew. I've asked myself why they would allow Jonah to think for 1 second that he fathered a child that wasn't his. The only reason I can come up with isn't good enough. I believe they kept it a secret because they were afraid of the fallout the truth would bring. Clara would have never forgiven them. I think Jenny and Chris would have done anything in their power to keep the truth from Clara. Even if that meant pulling Jonah into the lie. For Clara's sake, I'm relieved they did such a good job of hiding it. But on Jonah's behalf and Elijah's, I'm livid. Which is why I don't say anything else to Jonah to make him feel guilty. He needed time to adjust to such traumatic news. He doesn't need to feel guilty. He's back and he's remorseful, and that's all that matters right now. Jonah is still clinging to me, still apologizing, as if I need more of an apology than Elijah. I don't. I understand completely. I'm just relieved to know that Elijah won't have to grow up without a father. That was my biggest concern. I pull away from Jonah and hand him Elijah's diaper bag. There's a load of his Honest's in the dryer. "You can come get them later this week." "Thank you," he says. He kisses Elijah on the forehead again and stares at him for a moment before going to leave. I follow them across the living room. When Jonah reaches the front door, he turns around and says it again, somehow with even more conviction. "Thank you." I shake my head. "It's okay, Jonah. Really." When the door closes, I fall onto the couch with relief. I don't think I've ever been this exhausted. From life. From death. From everything. I wake up an hour later in the same position when Clara finally returns home. Without diapers. I rub sleep from my eyes, wondering where she's been if she wasn't out getting diapers like I asked her to. As if having an infant all week wasn't exhausting enough, Having a teenager who decided to start her rebellious period on the day of her father's funeral takes the cake. I follow her into the kitchen. She opens the refrigerator, and I'm behind her, trying to see if she smells like weed again. She doesn't, but nowadays they all eat those gummies. It's easier to hide. Clara looks at me over her shoulder with a raised brow. Did you just sniff me? Where have you been? You were supposed to be out getting diapers. Is Elijah still here? No. Jonah came and got him. She sidesteps around me. Then we don't need diapers. She pulls the diaper money out of her pocket and sets it on the counter. She heads for the kitchen door, but I've been way too lenient on her. She's 16. I have a right to know where she's been. I block her from leaving the kitchen. Were you with that guy? What guy? The guy who got you high at your father's funeral. I thought we were past this. And no. She tries to step around me again, but I stay in front of her, still blocking the door. You can't see him anymore. I'm not. And even if I were, he's not a bad guy. Can I please go to my room now? After you tell me where you've been. She throws her hands up in defeat. I was cleaning Jonah's house. Why do you automatically assume the worst? I feel like she's lying to me. Why would she be cleaning Jonah's house? Check the app if you don't believe me. Call Jonah. She squeezes past me and pushes open the kitchen door. I guess I could have checked the app. I just feel like, even with the app, I don't know what she's up to. Her app said she was at the movie theater the day of Chris's funeral, but it certainly didn't tell me she was doing drugs while she was there. I feel like the app is useless at this point. I should probably just cancel it because it costs money. But Chris is the one who subscribed us to the app, and Chris's phone probably got smashed in the wreck. It wasn't in the box of belongings they gave us from Jenny's car. I wouldn't know the password to his phone even if I did find it. That should have been my first clue that he was hiding so many things from me. But who needs clues when you don't even realize you're supposed to be playing detective? I never even suspected anything was amiss. Here I go again. I kind of wish Elijah was still here. He kept my mind preoccupied. I didn't have to think about what Jenny and Chris did when every minute was consumed by Elijah. Jonah is lucky in that regard. Elijah will probably keep him so busy and exhausted that his brain will have time for little else. I'll pour myself some wine. Maybe take a bubble bath. That might help. Clara stormed out of here a good 30 seconds ago, but the kitchen door is still swinging back and forth. I hold it with my hand, then stare at the back of my hand, my palm pressed flat against the door. I fixate on my wedding ring. Chris gave me this one for our 10th wedding anniversary. It replaced the gold band he bought me when we were teenagers. Jenny helped Chris pick this one out. Was there a fair happening way back then? For the first time since the day I put on this ring, I feel the urge to get it off me. I slip it off my finger and throw it at the door. I don't know where it lands, and I don't care. I push the kitchen door open and go to the garage in search of something that can take care of at least one problem in my life. I really want a machete, or an axe, but all I find is a hammer. I take it back to the kitchen with me to take care of this damn door once and for all. I swing the hammer at the door. It makes a nice dent. I swing at it again, wondering why I didn't just try to take the door off the hinges. Maybe I just really needed something to take out my aggression on. I hit the door in the same spot, over and over, until the wood begins to chip. Eventually, a hole begins to form, and I can see from the kitchen into the living room. It feels good. That kind of worries me. I keep hacking away, though. Every time I swing at the door swings away from me. I swing again when it comes back. My hammer and I fall into a rhythm with the door until there's at least a 12-inch hole. I put all my strength behind the next swing, but the hammer gets stuck in the wood and slips out of my hands. When the door swings back toward me, I stop it with my foot. I can see Clara through the hole in the door. She's standing in the living room, staring at me. She looks bewildered. My hands are on my hips now. I'm breathing heavily from the physical exertion this hole took to make. I wipe sweat from my forehead. "You have officially lost your mind," Clara says. "I'd be better off as a homeless runaway." I push at the door, holding it open with my hand. If she really thinks it's so bad, being here with me. "Run away, then, Clara," I say flatly. She shakes her head, as if I'm the disappointing one, then walks back to her bedroom. "That's not the way to the front door," I yell. She slams her bedroom door, and it only takes 3 seconds for me to regret yelling at her. If she's anything like I was at that age, which she is, she's probably packing a bag and is about to climb out her window. I wasn't serious. I'm just frustrated. I need to stop taking it out on her, but her attitude with me is making her an easy target. I go to her bedroom and open her door. She's not packing a bag. She's just lying on her bed, staring up at the ceiling. Crying. My heart clenches with guilt. I feel terrible for snapping at her. I sit down on her bed and run an apologetic hand over her head. "I'm sorry. I don't really want you to run away." Clara rolls over dramatically and faces the other direction. She pulls a pillow to her chest. "Get some sleep, Mom. Please." Chapter 14. Clara. I finished my first ever full cup of coffee about 2 weeks ago, the morning after my mother knocked a random hole in our kitchen door. Since then, I've discovered the one thing that just might save me from my month-long depression. Starbucks. Not that I've never been to a Starbucks before. I've just always been that teenager who orders tea at coffee shops. But now that I know what it's like to be sleep-deprived, I've been through almost every drink on the menu and know exactly which one is my favorite. The classic venti caramel macchiato, no substitutions. I take my drink to an empty corner table, one that I've sat at almost daily for the last 2 weeks. When I'm not at Lex's house after school, I'm here. Things have gotten so tense at home I don't even want to be there. My curfew on school nights is 10, as long as I don't have homework. My curfew on weekends is midnight. Suffice it to say, I haven't been home before 10 p.m. since the last argument my mother and I got into. If she's not demanding to know where I am and who I'm with or sniffing me for signs of drug use, she's moping around the house, knocking random holes in the doors. And then there's everything we haven't talked about. The fact that I was texting Jenny when they died. And I know where she and Jonah went when they left the house together, the Langford. I saw it on the app. I asked her that night where they'd gone, but she wouldn't tell me. If I brought it up to her now, I have a feeling she'd lie to me. Things just feel uneven with her. We aren't on the same page. We don't know how to talk to each other now that Dad and Jenny are gone. Or maybe it's me. I don't know. I just know I can't take being in our house right now. I hate the feeling I get when I'm there. It feels weird without my father there, and I'm scared it'll never go back to the way it used to be. It used to feel like home. Now it feels like an institution, and my mom and I are the only patients. It's sad that I feel more comfortable at Starbucks than in my own home. Lexi works at Taco Bell 5 days a week, and tonight she's back at it, so I get comfortable in my quiet little corner of caffeine land and open a book. I'm only a few pages in when my phone vibrates on the table. I flip it over to look at the new Instagram notification. Miller Adams started following you. I stare at the notification, allowing the meaning of it to soak in for a moment. Did Shelby break up with him again? Is this his way of getting back at her? I feel a smile attempting to form on my lips, but I bite it back because I'm kind of getting whiplash. Get in my truck. Get out of my truck. Let's be friends on Instagram. No, let's not be friends. Okay, yeah, let's be friends. I won't allow myself to feel happy about this until I know what the hell he's up to. I open our Instagram messages, since I deleted his number, and I send him one. Me, get your heart broken again. Miller, I think I did the breaking this time. There's no biting back my smile this time. It's too big to fight. Miller, what are you doing right now? Me, nothing. Miller, can I come over? My house is the last place I want him. Me, meet me at Starbucks. Miller, on my way. I set my phone down and pick up my book again, but I know I won't be able to concentrate on the words while I wait for him. It doesn't matter, though, because 5 seconds later, Miller is pulling an empty chair over to my table. He sits, straddling the chair backward. I pull my book to my chest and stare at him. You are already here? He grins. I was standing in line to get coffee when I messaged you. Which means he probably saw me grinning like an idiot. That feels like an invasion of privacy. It's not my fault you're severely unaware of your surroundings. He's right. When I'm here, I don't have a clue what's going on around me. Sometimes I sit here for 2 hours reading, and when I close the book, I'm surprised to look up and see that I'm not at home. I slide the book into my bag and take a sip of my coffee. Then I lean back in my chair, my gaze rolling over Miller. He looks better. Not so heartbroken this time. He actually looks content, but I have no idea how long that'll last before he realizes how much he misses Shelby and unfollows me on Instagram again. I don't know how I feel about being your backup plan every time things go south with your girlfriend. He smiles gently. You aren't a backup plan. I like talking to you. I don't have a girlfriend anymore, so I no longer feel guilty talking to you. That's essentially what a backup plan is. Priority doesn't work out, move on to second tier. A barista calls Miller's name, but he stares at me for 5 long seconds before he scoots his chair away from the table and goes to retrieve his coffee. When he comes back, he doesn't revisit the conversation. He changes the subject entirely. Feel like going for a ride? He takes a sip of his coffee, and I have no idea how something as simple as a cute guy sipping coffee could be appealing, but it is, so I grab my bag and stand up. Sure. Aside from a few dates I went on with a guy named Aaron last year without my parents' permission, I've never been on a date with anyone else. Not that I consider whatever this is we're doing an actual date, but I can't help but compare it to what little experience I've had in the past. My parents have been extremely overprotective, so I never even bothered asking if I could go out with a guy. The rule has always been that I could date at 16, but I've been 16 for almost a whole year and have avoided it. The idea of bringing a guy into my house to meet my parents always sounded dreadful, so if I wanted to hang out with a guy, I usually just did it behind their backs with Lex's help. I do know enough to know that silence is your enemy on dates. You try to fill that silence by asking trivial questions that no one really wants to answer, and then, if you can get past the terrible answers, you might get to make out at the end of the night. But whatever this is between me and Miller is not a date. Not even close. We haven't said one word to each other since we got into his truck, even though that was over half an hour ago. He isn't forcing me to answer questions I don't want to be asked, and I'm not forcing every ounce of information out of him about his breakup with Shelby. It's just 2 people, listening to music, enjoying the silence. I love it. It might even beat my cozy corner in Starbucks. This was Gramps' truck, Miller says, breaking our comfortable silence. But I'm not annoyed by the break. I've actually been wondering why he drives such an old truck and if there's a story behind it. He bought it brand new when he was 25. Drove it his whole life. How many miles are on it? There were just over 200,000 before it was gutted and everything was replaced. Now there are. He lifts his hand to look at the dash behind his steering wheel. 19,212. Does he still drive it? Miller shakes his head. No. He's not in any shape to drive. He seemed like he was in pretty good shape to me. Miller scratches his jaw. He has cancer. The doctors are giving him 6 months, tops. That feels like a brutal punch to my gut, and I've only met the man once. He likes to pretend it isn't happening and that he's fine. But I can tell he's scared. It makes me wonder more about Miller's family. Like what his mother is like, and why my father seemed to hate his father so much. Are the two of you very close? Miller just nods. I can tell by his refusal to verbally answer that question that he's going to take it hard when it does happen. That makes me sad for him. You should write everything down. He gives me a sidelong glance. What do you mean? Write it all down. Everything you want to remember about him. You'll be surprised how soon you start to forget everything. Miller smiles at me appreciatively. I will, he says. I promise. But I also have a camera in his face most of the time for that very reason. I smile back and then stare out the window. That's all that's said between us until he pulls back into the Starbucks parking lot 15 minutes later. I stretch my back and then my arms before unbuckling my seat belt. Thank you. I needed that. Me too, Miller says. He's leaning against his driver's side door, his head resting on his hand as he watches me gather my bag and open my door. You have good taste in music. I know, he says, a soft smile playing on his lips. See you at school tomorrow. CYA. The way he's looking at me makes me think he doesn't want me to go, but he's not saying anything to indicate otherwise, so I exit his truck. I shut the door and turn to my car, but I can hear him scrambling out of his truck while I search for my keys. He's next to me now, leaning against my car. Miller's stare is intense. I feel it everywhere. We should hang out again. You busy tomorrow night? I halt the search for my keys and make eye contact with him. Tomorrow night sounds good, but tonight sounds even better. It's still another hour before I have to be home. Let's just hang out right now. Where do you want to go? I glance at the doors to Starbucks, already craving more caffeine. Another coffee sounds really good. All the smaller tables were taken, which meant we were left choosing between a table with 6 chairs or the love seat. Miller went for the love seat, and I wasn't sad about that. We're both relaxed into the couch, our heads pressed into the back of the cushions, facing each other. I've pulled my legs onto the love seat, and Miller has one leg propped up. Our knees are touching. Most of Starbucks has cleared out by now, and my drink is almost empty, but we haven't stopped talking and laughing, not even for a few seconds. This version of us is so different than when we were in his truck earlier, but just as comfortable. It just feels natural with him. The silence, the conversation, the laughter. All of it feels so comfortable, and that's something I didn't even know I'd been missing. But I have missed it. Since the moment of the wreck, everything in my life has felt like it's edged in sharp corners, and I've been tiptoeing around this world in the dark for the past month, trying not to injure myself. We haven't talked about his breakup, despite my curiosity about what happened. I was hoping we would avoid talking about the wreck and all that has transpired since then, but he just asked me how my mother is doing. Okay, I guess. I down the last sip of my coffee. I walked in on her trying to tear down the kitchen door with a hammer for no reason at all. Now there's a huge random hole in the center of our door that's been there for 2 weeks. Miller smiles, but it's an empathetic smile. What about you? He asks. Any distraction on your part? I shrug. Nah. I'm okay. I mean, it's only been a little over a month. I still cry every night. But I don't feel like I can't get out of bed anymore. I shake my empty coffee cup. Acquiring a taste for coffee helped. Want another one? I shake my head and set my cup on the table next to me. Then I reposition myself on the couch to get more comfortable. Miller does the same, so we're even closer now. Will you do me a favor? I ask him. Depends on what it is. When you become a famous director someday, will you make sure the coffee cups actually have liquid in them when actors hold them in scenes? Miller laughs at this. Loudly. That is my biggest pet peeve, he says. They're always empty. And when they set them down, you can hear the hollowness of the cup when it hits the table. I was watching this one movie where an actor was angry, holding a cup of coffee, and he was slinging it around, but not a single drop spilled. It pulled me out of the moment and ruined the entire movie for me. Miller smiles and squeezes my knee. It's a promise. Every coffee cup on my set will be full. His hand remains on my knee. It's too obvious to pretend I don't notice, but I try. I keep glancing down, though. I like seeing his hand there. I like feeling his thumb brush back and forth. I like how I feel when I'm with him. And I'm not positive, but I think he likes how I make him feel. Neither of us has stopped smiling. I know I've blushed at least 3 times during our conversation. We both know we're interested, so we aren't even trying to play coy. It's just a matter of me not knowing where his head is. What he's thinking, if he's thought about Shelby at all. So, he says. You decided on a college yet? Still planning on majoring in acting? This question elicits a big sigh from me. I really want to, but my mother is so against it. So was my father. Why? The odds aren't in my favor, so they want me to do something more practical. I've seen you act. It's what you were born to do. I sit up a little straighter. Really? What have you seen me in? I always do theatre every year at school, but I've never really noticed Miller there before. I can't remember what it was. I only remember you on stage. I can feel myself blushing again. I lean back against the couch and smile shyly. What about you? Did you at least apply to UT yet? Or anywhere? He shakes his head. No. We can't afford a school like that, and honestly, I need to stay around here. For Gramps. I want to ask him more about that, but he seems sad when he talks about it. I don't know if it's because there isn't anyone else to care for his grandfather if he were to move away or if it's because he'd never leave him regardless. Probably a combination of both. I don't like that this conversation is sending his mind in that direction, so I try to redirect his thoughts. I have a confession. He looks at me expectantly, waiting for me to spill it. I filled out the form for the film submission. Miller smiles. Good. I was worried you wouldn't do it. I might have filled it out for you too. He stares at me, his eyes narrowed. In case I broke up with Shelby. I nod. He laughs a little and then says, "Thank you." There's a pause. So does this mean we're partners? I shrug. If you want to be. But I mean, if you end up getting back together with Shelby, I'll understand if you can't do. Miller leans forward, dipping his head as he stares at me. I'm not getting back together with her. Get that out of your head. Such a short sentence, but such a big statement. One that sends a surge of heat up my chest. He has such a serious look in his eye that it makes me nervous when he begins to speak again. Earlier, when you called yourself my backup plan, I wanted to laugh. Because if anything, Shelby was my backup plan to you. A reserved smile spreads across his face. I've had a thing for you for almost 3 years. His words stun me into a momentary silence. Then I shake my head, confused. 3 years? Why do you never do anything about it? Timing, he says quickly. I almost did once, but then you started dating that one guy. Aaron. Yeah. Aaron. Then I started dating Shelby. Then you and Aaron broke up 2 months later. And then you began to go out of your way to avoid me. Miller looks apologetic when I say that. You noticed? I nod. You paid a guy $20 to switch lockers with him on the first day of school this year. I took that very personally. I say it with a laugh, but I'm being completely transparent. I was trying to keep my distance. Shelby and I were friends before we started dating, so she knew I used to have a thing for you. That explains so much. That's why you said she's only jealous of me and not other girls. Yeah. Miller leans casually against the couch again, his head resting against the back of it. He's watching me process everything he just said. He's staring back at me with so much vulnerability, like it just took a hell of a lot of courage for him to admit what he did, and he's nervous about how I might respond. I don't even know how to react. I kind of want to change the subject because I feel awkward now. I don't have anything to say that'll impress him or make him feel as good as his words just made me feel. For those reasons, the most random thing comes out of my mouth. Does your truck have a name? Miller squints, as if he's wondering what the hell I'm talking about. Then he just laughs, and it's the greatest, deepest laugh. Yeah. Nora. Why Nora? He hesitates. I love the smile that's playing on his lips. It's a Beatles song. I recall the Beatles poster hanging in his bedroom. So you're a Beatles fan? He nods. I have a lot of favorite bands. I love music. It feeds my soul. What are your favorite lyrics? He doesn't even hesitate. They're not from the Beatles. Who are they from? A band called Sounds of Cedar. Never heard of them, but I like the name. If I tell you my favorite lyrics by them, you'll want to listen to every song they've ever written. I smile hopefully. Good. Give me a couple of lines. He leans in just a little and smiles as he repeats the lyrics. I've believed in you since the moment I met you. I believe in myself now that I've finally left you. I let the lyrics simmer as we stare at each other. It makes me wonder if those are his favorite lyrics because of his recent breakup with Shelby or if they were his favorite lyrics even before that. I'm not about to ask him, though. Instead, I release a sigh. Wow, I whisper. Those words are somehow both tragic and inspiring. He smiles gently. I know. I can't hide how he makes me feel in this moment. I'm appreciative that being with him gives me a respite from my grief. I'm appreciative that he's not pretending to be someone he's not. I'm appreciative that he broke up with his girlfriend before making a move on me. And even though I don't know him really well, I know him enough to be able to tell that there's a lot of good in him. I'm severely drawn to that part of him, the part of him that showed up to my father's funeral, simply because he wanted to check on me. I'm drawn to that part even more than his looks or his humor or his terrible singing voice. There are so many feelings swirling around in my chest right now, and I'm afraid the room will start spinning if I don't find my center of gravity. I lean forward and press my lips against his, if only just to balance myself. It's a quick kiss. Unexpected for both of us, I think. When I pull away, I'm biting my lip nervously, wondering if I should have done that. I rest my head against the couch and wait for his reaction. He doesn't take his eyes off me. I didn't think our first kiss would be like that, he says quietly. Like what? Sweet. How did you think it would be? His eyes wander to the few remaining customers still lingering. I can't show you in here. When his gaze meets mine again, the satisfaction in his lazy smile fills me with confidence. Then let's go to your truck. The anticipation for our second kiss makes me even more nervous than our first. We're holding hands when we exit Starbucks. He heads to his truck and opens the passenger door for me. I get in and he shuts it, then walks around to the driver's side. I don't know why I'm so nervous now. Probably because this is actually happening. Me and Miller. Miller and me. What would our ship name be? Clilla? Millera? Ah. They both sound terrible. Miller closes his door. What's that look for? What look? He points at my face. That one. I laugh, shaking my head. Nothing. I'm getting ahead of myself. He reaches for my hand and pulls me closer to him. We meet in the middle of his seat. That's the thing about older trucks. The seats are long, without a console to separate the passengers. We're even closer now than we were on the couch. Our faces are closer, our bodies are closer. Everything is so much closer. His hand is on my outer thigh, and I'm wondering what flavor of sucker is going to taste like. What do you mean you're getting ahead of yourself? Do you regret kissing me? I laugh because that's the last thing I regret. No. I was thinking how terrible our ship names would be. I see relief take over his expression. But then his eyes crinkle at the corners. Oh. Yeah. They're terrible. What's your middle name? Jeremiah. What's yours? The quintessential Nicole. That's a really long middle name. I laugh. Smartass. I can see the wheels turning behind his eyes. Jericho. That's so bad. I'm thinking about it when it hits me how odd this is. We've had one small peck. We've only spent part of an evening together without him being attached to someone else, yet here we are, discussing ship names. I want to believe how he makes me feel, but the truth of the matter is he hasn't even been single long enough to decide if he even wants this to go anywhere. You're making that face again, he says. I sigh, breaking eye contact with him. I look down and grab his hand. Sorry. I pause for a moment, then look back up at him. Are you sure about this? I mean, you just broke up with Shelby today. Or yesterday. I don't even know when, but either way. I don't want to start something if you're going to back out of it in a week. The silence after I finish speaking lingers in the truck for a lot longer than I feel comfortable with. We're still holding hands, and Miller is lightly stroking the outside of my thigh with his other hand. He sighs, more heavily than I want him to. That kind of sigh is usually followed up with words that aren't good. You know the day in my truck when you told me to figure out my shit? I nod. That was the day I broke up with Shelby. It wasn't today or yesterday. It was weeks ago. And to be honest, my shit was already figured out long before that day. I just didn't want to hurt her. Nothing else is said with words. It's all said with a look. His eyes pierce mine with such a concentrated honesty that I suck in a breath. He moves his hand from my leg to my elbow and then slowly drags his fingers up my arm and neck, coming to a stop at my cheek. I'm pulling in shallow breaths, watching his eyes as they scroll over my face and pause on my lips. Nicomia sounds okay, I whisper. The moment is interrupted by his laughter. Then his hand slides to the back of my head, and he pulls me to his mouth, still grinning. It's a sweet kiss at first, much like the one I gave him inside. But then his tongue slips past my lips and touches mine, and the sweetness is gone. This just got serious. I respond with an almost embarrassing hunger, pulling him closer, wanting him and his kiss to take away the last few droplets of grief that are still swimming around inside of me. My hands are in Miller's hair now, and one of his hands is sliding down my back. I've never felt anything so good and perfect before. I can actually feel the dread building inside of me, knowing this kiss will eventually come to an end. He grips my waist and guides me closer so that I'm straddling him. Our new position makes him groan, and his groan makes me kiss him even deeper. I can't get enough. He tastes like coffee rather than suckers, but I don't mind because I actually love the taste of coffee now. His fingers graze the skin of my lower back, and I'm amazed at how such a small touch can cause such a consequential reaction. I tear my mouth from his, afraid of that feeling. That intensity. It's new to me, and I feel somewhat jarred by it. Miller pulls me to him, burying his face against my neck. My arms are wrapped around him, and my cheek is pressed against the top of his head. I can feel his breaths falling in heavy, heated waves against my neck. He sighs, circling his arms more tightly around me. That's more along the lines of the kind of first kiss I was expecting. I laugh. Oh yeah? You like that one better than the sweet one I gave you? He shakes his head and puts a little separation between us so that he can look at me. No, I love the sweet kiss too. I smile and press my lips gently against his so that I can give him another sweet kiss. He sighs against my mouth and kisses me back, no tongue, just soft lips and a gentle release of air. He peeks over my shoulder, glancing at his radio, and then leans back against the seat. You're late for curfew. He says it sort of with dread, like he wishes we could stay in his truck all night. How late? It's 15 after. Well, crap. Miller slides me off of him and then exits the truck. I open my door to get out, and then Miller laces his fingers through mine as he walks me to my car. He opens the door for me, resting an arm on the top of my door frame. We kiss one more time before I take a seat in my car. I cannot believe how much I'm feeling right now. Before I showed up here today, I lived without Miller in my life perfectly fine. Now I feel like every minute I spend without him is going to be torture. Night, Clara. Good night. He stares at me for a moment without shutting my door. Then he just groans. Tomorrow seems so far away now. I love the way he put exactly how I'm feeling into the perfect string of words. He closes my door and backs away a few steps. But he doesn't stop watching me, and he doesn't return to his truck until I'm out of the parking lot and on my way home, late. This should be fun. This audio belongs to list-read.com. Visit list-read.com to read full book and many other books. Thank. Chapter 15. Morgan. I've been sitting on the back patio, contemplating. I'm not sure what I'm contemplating. My mind is like a ping-pong ball, bouncing from thoughts about Chris, to thoughts about how I need to start applying for jobs, to thoughts about going back to college, to thoughts about Clara and how she's way past curfew. It's almost 10:30 now, so I text her. Again. You're late. Please come home. She's been staying out a lot, and I have no idea who she's with because she barely talks to me anymore. When she is here, she's in her bedroom. The app shows she's always either at Lex's or Starbucks, but who in the world spends that much time at a coffee shop? There's a soft knock on my back patio door, and I glance up, almost having forgotten that Jonah has been here for the past 20 minutes, fixing the kitchen door. I stand up and tuck my hair behind my ears when he walks outside. Do you have pliers? I'm pretty sure Chris does, but his toolbox has a lock on it. But I might have a pair. I walk into the house and go to the laundry room. I keep my own toolbox for when I needed to fix stuff when Chris wasn't around. It's black and pink. Chris got it for me for Christmas one year. He also got one for Jenny. The thought pierces me. Sometimes I think it's getting better, but then the simplest memories remind me how much it still sucks. I pull my toolbox down and hand it to Jonah. Jonah opens it and sorts through it. He doesn't find what he needs. They're old hinges, he says. I can't get the last one off because it's stripped so bad. I have something that'll work at the house, but it's late, so I'll just come back tomorrow if that's fine. He says it like it's a question, so I nod. Yeah. Sure. I texted him yesterday, telling him I couldn't get the kitchen door off the hinges and asking if he could help. He said he'd be over tonight but that it would be late because he was picking his sister up at the airport. He didn't even ask why I needed the door off the hinges. When he got here earlier, he never even asked why there was a huge hole in it. He just walked straight to the door and got to work. I'm waiting for him to ask what happened as we walk toward the front door, but he doesn't. I don't like the quiet, so I throw a question in the mix that I don't even really care to know the answer to. How long is your sister in town for? Until Sunday. She'd love to see you. She just, She didn't know if you'd want company. I don't, but for some reason, I smile and say, I'd love to see her. Jonah laughs. No, you wouldn't. I shrug because he's right. I barely know her. I met her once when we were teens, and I saw her for a few minutes the day after Elijah was born. And she was at both funerals. But that's the extent of my relationship with her. You're right. It was the polite thing to say. You don't have to be polite, Jonah says. Neither do I. It's the only positive thing to come out of this. We get at least a 6-month pass to be assholes. I smile, and he nudges his head toward his car. Walk me out? I follow him to his car, but before he gets in, he rests his back against the driver's side door and folds his arms over his chest. I know you probably don't want to talk about it any more than I do. But it affects our kids, so. I slide my hands into the back pockets of my jeans. I sigh and look up at the night sky. I know. We have to discuss it. Because if it's true, it makes Clara and Elijah half-siblings, Jonah says. It's weird hearing it out loud. I blow out a slow breath, nervous about what it means. Are you planning on telling him someday? Jonah nods, slowly. Someday. If he asks. If it comes up in conversation. He sighs. I honestly don't know. What do you think? Do you want Clara to know? I'm hugging myself now. It's not cold out, but I have chills for some reason. No. I never want Clara to find out. It would devastate her. Jonah doesn't look angry that I'm essentially asking him not to tell Elijah the truth. He only looks sympathetic to our situation. I hate that they left this mess for us to clean up. I agree with him on that. It's a disaster of a mess. One I still haven't even wrapped my head around fully. It's too much to think about so soon and too much for me to want to discuss it right now. I change the subject, because either way, decisions aren't being made tonight. Clara's birthday is in 2 weeks. I'm thinking about keeping the tradition going with a cookout, but I'm not sure if she would want me to. It won't be the same without them here. You should ask her, Jonah suggests. I laugh half-heartedly. We aren't on the best terms right now. I feel like I'm walking on eggshells around her. She'd disagree with anything I suggested. She's almost 17. It would be more out of the ordinary if things were perfect between the two of you. I appreciate him saying that, but I also know it's not entirely true. I know a lot of mothers who get along just fine with their teenagers. I'm just not one of the lucky ones. Or maybe it isn't about luck. Maybe I went wrong somewhere along the way. I can't believe she's about to be 17, he says. I remember the day you found out you were pregnant with her. I remember it too. It was the day before he left. I divert my gaze to the concrete beneath my feet. Looking at him brings back too many emotions, and I'm really sick of emotions at this point. I clear my throat and take a step back, just as headlights brighten the yard around us. I look up and watch as Clara finally pulls into the driveway. Jonah takes that as his cue to leave, so he opens his car door. "Good night, Morgan." He waves at Clara before getting into his car. I give him a silent wave and watch him drive away. He's already at the end of our street before Clara gets out of her car. I fold my arms over my chest again and stare at her expectantly. She shuts her door and acknowledges me with a nod but walks toward the front door. I follow her inside the house, where she kicks her shoes off by the couch. "What was that?" she asks. "What was what?" She tosses a hand toward the front yard. "You and Jonah. In the dark. It was weird." I narrow my eyes at her, wondering if she's just trying to deflect right now. "Why are you late for curfew?" She looks down at her phone. "I am?" "Yes. I texted you. Twice." She swipes her finger across the screen. "Oh. I didn't hear them come through." She slips her phone in her back pocket. "Sorry. I was studying at Starbucks, lost track of time. I didn't realize it was so late." She points over her shoulder as she backs toward the hallway. "I need to shower." I don't even bother pushing for a more honest answer. She wouldn't give me one anyway. I walk to the kitchen and grab a Jolly Rancher. I lean against the counter and stare absent-mindedly at the hole in my kitchen door, wondering why Jonah so casually brought up the day I found out I was pregnant, like it wasn't one of the worst days of my life. Maybe he brought it up because his leaving the next day didn't mean as much to him as it did to the rest of us. I've forced myself not to think about that week since it happened, but now that Jonah brought it up, every moment of that day begins running through my mind. We were at the lake. The three of them had been swimming, and I was sitting on a blanket in the grass, reading a book. They all came out of the water at the same time, but Jonah was the only one who walked in my direction. Chris and Jenny ran up the embankment toward the playground. "Morgan!" Jenny yelled. "Come swing with us." She was running backward up the hill, trying to entice me over. I shook my head and waved her on. I wasn't in the mindset to be playful that day. I hadn't even wanted to go to the lake in the first place, but Chris insisted on it. I wanted a night alone with him, without Jonah and Jenny tagging along. I needed to talk to him in private, but we hadn't had a single second of privacy that day. Sometimes he was oblivious to my moods, even though I had certainly been in a mood since realizing I was late for my period last night. "What's eating you today?" Jonah said as he dropped onto the grass next to me. "You've been acting strange." I almost laughed at his timing. "Did Chris send you over to fish it out of me?" Jonah stared at me like I had somehow insulted him. Chris lives in blissful oblivion. Jonah's response surprised me. I noticed he had been making jabs at Chris. Little ones. Harmless ones. But I noticed. "I thought you guys were supposed to be best friends." "We are," Jonah said. "I'd do anything for him." "Sometimes you act like you don't even like him." Jonah didn't deny it. Instead, he gave his attention to the lake in front of us, like my comment forced him into contemplation. I picked up a pebble and threw it toward the lake. It didn't even hit the water. "We're out of drinks," Chris said, jogging up to us. He dropped onto the grass dramatically and pulled me to him. He kissed me. "I'm gonna run to the store. Wanna come?" I was relieved to finally get some alone time with him. We had a lot to talk about. "Sure." "I have to pee," Jenny said. "I'm coming too." I had to stop myself from rolling my eyes, but every time I thought I might get 1 minute alone to talk to Chris about what was going on with me, something or someone inserted themselves into our scene. "Take Jenny," I said with a sigh. "I'll wait here." "You sure?" Chris asked as he hopped to his feet. I nodded. Better hurry, she's already racing you up the hill. Chris looked behind him and then took off in a sprint. Cheetah. I turned back around and looked at Jonah, who was sharing the blanket with me, his knees pulled up, his arms resting on them. He was staring out at the lake. I could sense something was brewing in him. What's eating you today? I said, repeating his own question. His eyes cut to mine. Nothing. It's something, I said. The look he gave me in that moment was heart-stopping. It was the same feeling I was starting to get every time he looked at me, like it had somehow reached past my eyes and slid down my spine. The reflection of the lake in front of us made his eyes look liquefied. The realization started to grow on me that I was staring back at him much the same way, so I ripped my gaze from his. Jonah sighed heavily and then whispered, I'm worried we got it wrong. His statement made my breath hitch. I didn't ask him what we might have gotten wrong because I was too scared of his answer. I was scared he was going to say we weren't with the person we were meant to be with. Of course, he could have been about to say anything, but that's where my mind went, because why else did he look at me the way he looked at me sometimes? I tried to ignore it because Jonah and I had never been romantic in any sense. But we had a connection, one Chris and I didn't even have. I hated it. I hated that Jonah always knew when something was bothering me, but Chris was clueless. I hated that Jonah and I could give each other a look and know exactly what the other was thinking. I hated how he always saved the watermelon Jolly Ranchers for me because it was a sweet gesture, and I didn't like that my boyfriend's best friend did sweet things for me. Besides, he and Jenny had just started dating. Unlike Jenny, I never would have betrayed my own sister. Which is why that day on the shore of the lake when Jonah whispered, I'm worried we got it wrong, I said the one thing I knew would put us both in our place. I'm pregnant. Jonah stared at me in stunned silence. I saw the color drain from his face. My confession shook him. He stood up and walked a few feet away from me. It was as if all the what ifs sank into him at once. He looked like he'd shrunk 2 inches by the time he walked back over to me. Does Chris know? I shook my head, watching how his eyes had gone from liquefied to frozen in a matter of seconds. No. I haven't told him yet. Jonah chewed on his bottom lip for a moment, nodding in thought. He looked angry. Or destroyed. When he turned and walked back through the sand and waded out into the water, I stared at him with tears in my eyes. The sun was setting, and the lake was murky. I couldn't see how far out he swam. But he was out there long enough that when he finally began making his way back to the shore, Chris and Jenny were pulling back into the parking lot. Jonah sat back down on my blanket, soaking wet and holding his breath. I remember watching beads of water drip from his mouth. I'm breaking up with Jenny. His admission left me aghast. Then he looked at me pointedly, as if what he was about to say next were the most important words he would ever speak. You'll be a great mother, Morgan. Chris is very lucky. His words were sweet, but the look in his eyes was painful. And for some reason, those words felt like a goodbye, before I even knew it was a goodbye. With that, he pushed off the grass and walked toward the parking lot. My head was spinning. I wanted to run after him, but the weight of the whole day anchored me in place. All I could do was watch as he told Jenny he was ready to go. I watched as they got in his car and pulled away. When Chris started making his way down the hill, I should have been relieved to finally have that alone time with him, but I was devastated. Chris sat down next to me on the blanket and handed me a bottle of water. I loved Chris. I was going to have his baby, even though I hadn't told him that yet. But I felt guilty because in all the time Chris and I had been dating, he'd never once given me a look that trickled down my spine. I was scared I'd never feel that again. I was scared I was wrong and that maybe I loved Chris, but maybe I wasn't in love with him. He put his arm around me. Babe. What's wrong? I wiped at my eyes, blew out a breath, and said, "I'm pregnant." I didn't wait for Chris's reaction. I immediately stood up and cried the entire walk back to his car. Even then, I was blaming the tears on hormones. On finding out I was pregnant, I blamed the tears on everything besides what actually caused them. The next day, Jonah told Jenny he wanted to move in with his sister and go to college in Minnesota. He packed up his things, bought a plane ticket, and didn't even come tell me or Chris goodbye. Chris and Jenny were so upset that Jonah had selfishly up and left, but as I was more stunned by the news that I was pregnant, I didn't really have time to care about Jonah leaving. For the next several weeks, I mended Jenny's heartache and forced Chris to focus on us and my pregnancy, rather than the best friend who had abandoned him. I tried not to give Jonah another thought. Little did I know, that routine would go on for a long time. Me being Chris's devoted wife, taking care of his house and his daughter and his needs. Me being loyal to my little sister, helping her study her way through nursing school, cleaning up the messes she made of her 20s, giving her a place to stay every few years when she'd need help getting back on her feet. The day I found out I was pregnant, I stopped living life for myself. I think it's time I figure out who I was meant to become before I started living my life for everyone else. Chapter 16. Clara. Despite knowing I just pissed my mother off by being half an hour late for curfew, I still can't stop smiling. That kiss with Miller was worth it. I bring my fingers to my lips. I've never been kissed like that. The guys I kissed in the past all seemed like they were in a hurry, wanting to shove their tongue in my mouth before I changed my mind. Miller was the opposite. He was so patient, yet in a chaotic way. It was like he'd thought about kissing me so often that he wanted to savor every second of it. I don't know that I'll ever not smile when I think about that kiss. It kind of makes me nervous for school tomorrow. I'm not sure where that kiss leaves us, but it felt like it was a statement. I just don't know what exactly that statement was. My phone buzzes in my back pocket. I roll over and pull it out, then fall onto my back again. It's a text from Miller. Miller, I don't know about you, but sometimes when something significant happens, I get home and think of all the things I wish had gone differently. All the things I wish I would have said. Me, is that happening now? Miller, yes. I don't feel like I was entirely forthcoming with you. I roll onto my stomach, hoping to ease the nausea that just passed through me. It was going so well. Me, what weren't you honest about? Miller, I was honest. Just not entirely forthcoming, if there's a difference. I left a lot out of our conversation that I want you to know. Me, like what? Miller, like why I've liked you for as long as I have. I wait for him to elaborate, but he doesn't. I'm staring at my phone with so much intensity that I almost throw it when it rings unexpectedly. It's Miller's phone number. I hesitate before answering it, because I rarely ever talk on the phone. I much prefer texting. But he knows I have my phone in my hand, so I can't very well send it to voicemail. I swipe my finger across the screen and then roll off the bed and head to my bathroom for more privacy. I sit on the edge of the tub. Hello? Hey, he says. Sorry. It's too much to text. You're kind of freaking me out with all the innuendos. Oh. No, it's all good. Don't be nervous. I just should have said this to you in person. Miller inhales a deep breath, and then on the exhale, he starts talking. When I was 15, I watched you in a school play. You had the lead role, and at one point, you performed a monologue that went on for like 2 whole minutes. You were so convincing and you looked so heartbroken I was ready to walk onto the stage and hug you. When the play was finally over and the actors came back out onto the stage, you were smiling and laughing, and there wasn't a trace of that character left in you. I was in awe, Clara. You have this charisma about you that I don't think you're aware of, but it's captivating. I was a scrawny kid as a sophomore, and even though I'm a year older than you, I hadn't quite filled out yet, and I had acne and felt inferior to you, so I never worked up the courage to approach you. Another year went by, and I continued to admire you from afar. Like that time you ran for school treasurer and tripped walking off the stage, but you jumped up and did this weird little kick and threw your arms up in the air and made the entire audience laugh. Or that time Mark Avery popped your bra strap in the hallway, and you were so sick of him doing it that you followed him to his classroom, reached inside your hoodie, and took off your bra and then threw it at him. I remember you yelling something like, "If you want to touch a bra so damn bad, just keep it, you perv." Then you stormed out. It was epic. Everything you do is epic, Clara. Which is why I never had the courage to approach you, because an epic girl needs an equally epic guy, and I guess I've just never felt epic enough for you. I've said epic so many times in the last 15 seconds, I'm so sorry. He's out of breath when he finally stops talking. I'm smiling so hard my cheeks ache. I had no idea he felt this way. No idea. I wait a few seconds to make sure he's done, then I finally respond. I'm pretty sure he can hear from my voice alone that I'm smiling. First of all, it's hard to believe you were ever insecure. And second, I think you're pretty epic, too, Miller. Always have. Even when you were scrawny and had acne. He laughs a little. Yeah? Yeah. I can hear him sigh. Glad I got that off my chest, then. See you at school tomorrow. Good night. We end the call, and I don't know how long I sit and stare at my phone. I can't even process the gravity of this. He actually has real feelings for me. He's had feelings for me. I can't believe I've been so oblivious to it. I eventually unlock my screen because I need to call Aunt Jenny and tell her every bit of that conversation. I'm scrolling through my contacts when it hits me. I can't call her. I can never call her again. When is that finally going to sink in? Lexi doesn't even have a chance to fasten her seat belt before I assault her with the news. I kissed Miller Adams, and I think maybe we're a thing now. Wow. Okay, she says, nodding. But what about Shelby? He broke up with her 2 weeks ago. She takes a moment to let this sink in. I back out of her driveway, and she's staring forward, thinking hard about it. Then she looks at me and says, I don't know, Clara. Seems a little quick, like maybe it's a rebound. I know. I kind of thought the same thing, but it doesn't feel that way at all. I can't explain it, but I don't know. I get the feeling he didn't have this kind of connection with Shelby. I can feel her giving me a look. I'm your friend, so I feel the need to say this, but you sound kind of crazy right now. He dated Shelby for an entire year. You made out with him once, and you think he has more feelings for you than he does for her. It does sound insane, but she wasn't there. You know me better than anyone, Lex. You know I don't fall for guys like this. I think you should take me a little more seriously. Sorry, she says. Maybe you're right. Maybe Miller Adams is madly in love with you, and his 12-month relationship with Shelby was some kind of move to make you jealous. Now you're just making fun of me. It was just a kiss, Clara. You're acting like the two of you are official already. Of course I'm making fun of you. I do see the ridiculousness of it from her point of view. But I still think she's wrong. I drop it, though, because she won't understand it. It was an amazing kiss, though, I say with a smile. She rolls her eyes. Good for you. Just don't make it official yet. It's not official, is it? No. I don't guess so. All we did was kiss. He didn't even ask me out on a date. Good. When he does ask you, pretend you're busy. Why? So it doesn't seem like you like him this much. Her advice is confusing. Why wouldn't I want him to know I like him? Because he might lose interest. You'll scare him away. That makes no sense. It's just how guys work. Let me get this straight. If I like a guy, and he likes me, we have to pretend not to like each other, or we'll stop liking each other. Hey, I didn't make the rules, she says. She falls back into her seat in kind of a slump. I can't believe this. We've always been single together. This is going to change our friendship. No, it won't. It will, she says. You'll sit by him at lunch. He'll start meeting you before and after school. You'll be too busy to hang out with me on weekends. You work all the time, anyway. Yeah, but I could have a day off someday, and you won't want to spend it with me now. Next time you have a day off, I'm going to spend it with you. Promise? I hold up my pinky, and she grips it just as we're pulling into the school parking lot. Lexi nudges her head. Gross. He's waiting for you. Miller is standing next to his truck in the parking spot next to where I always park. Just the sight of him waiting for me makes me smile. Lexi groans when she sees Miller smiling back at me. I hate it already, she says. She gets out of the car as soon as I put it in park and looks at Miller over the hood. How serious is this thing between you two? Oh my God. I scramble out of the car and look at Miller, wide-eyed. Don't answer that. I turn to Lexi. Stop it. She's looking past me, at Miller. Got any single friends, since you stole mine? Miller laughs. I'm sure I can scrounge up a couple. Lexi shuts her door. Only a couple. She winks at me, then starts walking toward the school by herself. I feel kind of bad, because she's right. Things will change between us a little bit. How was your night? Miller asks, pulling my attention back to him. I couldn't sleep. Me neither, he says, hoisting his backpack up higher onto his shoulder. He leans in and kisses me, just a quick peck on the mouth. Were you up all night thinking about me? I lift a shoulder. Maybe. He walks with me toward the school. Is Lexi serious? Does she really want a boyfriend? I don't know. She's my best friend, but I still can't tell when she's kidding or when she's serious. So it's not just me? I shake my head just as Miller opens the door for me. Once we're in the hallway, he reaches down between us and grabs my hand like it's second nature. I might be biased, but I like how we fit. He's taller than me by at least 5 inches, but our hands clasp together comfortably. It feels so right, until it doesn't. 4 to 5 days. That's how long they've been dead, and I have no idea how I can possibly walk through these hallways, smiling like I didn't just lose 2 of the most important people in my life. It fills me with guilt because my mother never smiles anymore. Neither does Jonah. Not only have I stolen lives because of my disregard for Aunt Jenny's safety while she was driving, but now I've stolen the smiles of all the people my father and Aunt Jenny left behind. I head toward Jonah's classroom, and Miller walks with me, holding the door for me when we reach it. Jonah is the only one inside when we walk into the room, still hand in hand. Jonah is staring at our hands, and again, I feel the guilt coursing through me. How long will it take until I don't feel guilty for feeling happy? Shouldn't I be in a depression every second of the day? Not just at intervals. I pull my hand from Miller's as I set my stuff onto my desk. Jonah tilts his head in curiosity. You two dating now? Don't answer that either, I say to Miller. Okay, then, Jonah says, giving his attention back to the work laid out in front of him. Gotten very far on the film project? No. I just told Miller I signed him up for it last night. Jonah looks up at Miller. You still waiting on permission from the girlfriend? I don't have a girlfriend anymore. Miller looks at me. Or maybe I have a new one? He looks confused when he gives his attention back to Jonah. It doesn't seem like she wants me telling people we're a thing now. Are we? I ask. A thing? I don't know, Miller says. You're the one who keeps telling me not to answer anyone. I just didn't want you to feel pressured to label us. Now I feel pressured not to label us. Well, Lexi said if I acted like I liked you, it would scare you away. Miller raises a brow. If that phone call didn't scare you away last night, I think we're fine. If you like me, I want you to act like you like me, or I'll get a complex. I like you. A lot. Don't get a complex. Good, Miller says. I like you too. Good, I say in return. Good, Jonah says, reminding us of his presence. Project is due before the end of the semester. Get started. Okay, Miller and I say in unison. Jonah rolls his eyes and walks back around his desk. Miller backs away from me. I'll meet you after class. I smile. He smiles back, but when he leaves the room, my smile turns to a frown. Once again, I feel guilty for even smiling. Whoa. I look up at Jonah. What? The look on your face. Your smile disappeared as soon as he did. You okay? I nod, but I don't elaborate. Jonah doesn't let it go, though. Clara. What's wrong? I shake my head, because it's stupid. I don't know. I feel guilty. Why? It's only been 4 to 5 days, and I woke up happy today. I feel like a terrible person for even feeling good for 1 second. Especially since their wreck was my fault. I leave that part out of my confession, though. Welcome to the theme park, Jonah says. I look at him quizzically, so he begins to offer up an explanation. Right after something tragic happens, you feel like you've fallen off a cliff. But after the tragedy starts to sink in, you realize you didn't fall off a cliff. You're on an eternal roller coaster that just reached the bottom. Now it's gonna be up and down and upside down for a long, long time. Maybe even forever. Is that supposed to make me feel better? Jonah shrugs. I'm not here to make you feel better. I'm on the same roller coaster you are. The door opens, and students begin to file in. I can't stop staring at Jonah. His eyes have crinkled at the corners, and his lips have a slight downward turn to them. It tugs at my heartstrings a little, seeing him stressed out, or sad, or whatever that look is. I don't like it. He's always been quiet and a little serious, but his eyes have always seemed happy. I guess I haven't really looked at him long enough since the wreck to really see how much it changed him. It makes me wonder how much it's changed my mother. I hardly look at her anymore either. I wonder if that's because of my guilt. Miller isn't waiting for me after class like he said he would be. I'm not even sure where he is first period, so I linger in the hallway for a minute and wait for him. Clara? I spin around at the sound of my mother's voice. She's holding a folder in one hand, her Louis Vuitton bag in the other. She only breaks out the Louis on special occasions, so I'm not sure what she's doing here and why the Louis is out, but it instantly makes me nervous. What are you doing? She holds up the folder. Applying for a job. Here? They're hiring substitute teachers. I thought I could do that for a few months. See if I like it. I've decided to go back to college. The hall is starting to clear out. I look around to make sure no one is near us. Are you serious? She looks at me like I just offended her. What's wrong with me going to college? I didn't mean to offend her. If she wants to go to college, I'm happy for her. But the last thing I want is for her to test the waters at the school I attend daily. We already can't get along at home. I can't imagine potentially having her in class. I shake my head. I didn't mean, my words are cut off when lips meet my cheek and an arm snakes around my waist. I was trying to find you. Where do you go for study period? I look at Miller, wide-eyed. I look back at my mother. My expression prompts Miller to look from me to my mother. I feel him stiffen, and then he drops his arm to his side. It's the first time I've seen Miller look flustered. He holds out his hand to my mother to formally introduce himself. She just stares at his hand and then looks at me. Miller starts to mumble an apology. "I'm so sorry, Mrs. Grant. I thought you were just one of Clara's friends. You look really young." My mother is staring daggers at me, ignoring him. "She is young," I say to Miller. "She had me when she was 17. My mother doesn't miss a beat as she finally addresses Miller. "We're very fertile women. Be careful." Oh my God. I cover my eyes for a brief moment. I can't even look at him when I say, "I'll see you at lunch." I can see him nod out of the corner of my eye, and he quickly walks in the opposite direction. "I can't believe you just said that to him." "You're dating him now," she says, motioning over my shoulder. "I thought you said he had a girlfriend." "He broke up with her." "Why didn't you tell me?" "Because I knew you wouldn't like it." "You're right, I don't." She's raising her voice now. "I'm relieved the hallway is empty. Since the day you started hanging out with him, you've skipped out on your father's funeral, you've done drugs, you're never home, you're late for curfew. He's not good for you, Clara." I don't want to argue with her right now. But she couldn't be more wrong about him. It makes me angry that she's placing my behavior on a guy, rather than on the fact that maybe the few bad decisions I've made have been a result of what happened 4 to 5 days ago. That's had way more of an effect on me than a boyfriend knowing my texts to Aunt Jenny are what caused this entire terrible situation to begin with. "I know nothing about what's going on in your life. You tell me nothing." I roll my eyes. Now that Aunt Jenny isn't here to tell you every little secret. Her anger gives way to an expression of shock, like she honestly didn't think I was aware Aunt Jenny used to tell her everything. Then she just looks angry. Hurt. "Why do you think she told me everything, Clara?" "It's because all the advice she ever gave you came from me. She's spent the last 5 years cutting and pasting texts I wrote, and then she'd send them to you and pretend they were hers." "That's not true," I snap. "It is true. So stop treating me like I don't know what's best for you or that I have no clue what I'm talking about. What she's saying about Aunt Jenny isn't true. And even if my mother was the one to relay most of the advice Jenny gave me, why would she ruin that for me? Jenny is never coming back thanks to me, and my mother just took the one thing I cherished most about my aunt and threw it in a blender and fed it to me. I hate that I feel like I'm about to cry. I'm so angry with her. At myself. I turn around to walk away before I say something that will get me grounded, but my mother grips my arm. "Clara." I yank my arm from her hand. I spin and take a lunging step toward her. "Thank you, Mom. Thank you for taking one of the things I loved the most about my aunt and ruining it for me." I really want to call her a bitch, but I don't want to make her angry. I want to make her feel guilty. I want her to feel as guilty as I've felt since the accident. It works, because she immediately looks ashamed for taking credit for the close relationship I had with Aunt Jenny. "I'm sorry," she whispers. I walk away, leaving her standing alone in the hallway.